This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate first part of What If Naruto Was Trained by a Forgotten Clan. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
As he gave the young child to his mother, the doctor declared, "It's a boy." Unbelieving that he had contributed to the creation of such a lovely creature, his father was grinning down at him. Although the young boy's eyes were currently gray, he knew they would eventually turn the deepest shade of blue. He had blonde hair. The boy was lovingly cradled in his mother's arms. That red-haired woman said, "Hello there, young one, I'm your mother, and that right there is your father." When the boy's tears stopped, he turned to face his mother. He began to giggle and put both hands on his mother's finger. His parents looked on proudly and lovingly as he began to play with it. Then the father gazed at his beautiful wife. When he had first met her, she had been somewhat of a tomboy for the first few weeks. He knew he had found the woman he would live with forever after she opened up to him. His wife gave him a smile as she looked up at him. After he returned the smile, a flash went off. The father noticed the camera wielding doctor across the room. With a smile, the doctor gave them the photo. Then they heard something they didn't anticipate hearing. "It's Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox." Kyuubi was attacking their village when many ninja arrived on the scene. His exact motivation for attacking Konoha was unknown. As far as they were aware, Konoha had no prior history with the Biju. But they had no intention of letting it kill them all and ruin their cherished village. Even though they gave it their all in the battle, Kyuubi was unabated. It simply disregarded their fruitless efforts to stop it and carried on tearing through the village. In the far distance, a blonde person rode at high speed to the fight on top of a large toad. He tried to stop Kyuubi by holding his newborn in his arms. The enigmatic man said, "Let me be there on time." Then a sudden thought made him smirk. "I'm starting to be as bad as Kakashi." Many were on the verge of despair when Gamabunta, the chief toad, suddenly appeared on top of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. He was wearing his typical Jonin vest, pants, shoes, and a navy blue shirt. He also wore his well-known white robe, which had flames carved into the bottom. He cradled his newborn in his arms and prayed that he would grow up to forgive him. For what purpose? For enclosing him in Kyuubi. By putting both his own life and the future of his son Naruto Namikaze at risk, Minato was making the greatest sacrifice of his life. He was aware that sealing Kyuubi into a newborn would be the only way to stop him. However, if he wasn't willing to give up their child himself, he couldn't ask anyone else to do so. His life is the price that comes with sealing Kyuubi into Naruto, but he doesn't give a damn. He didn't care as long as it saved Kushina, Naruto, and the village. Minato's wife is Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto was born as a result of her. He would have made the announcement long ago, but Hamaru and Kaharu, Konoha's advisors, told him not to. He was stupid for listening to them, but he had no choice. Minato instructed Kushina to stay there after giving birth to Naruto while he went to stop Kyuubi. He hoped she would also pardon him. He was now standing in front of Kyuubi, with Naruto sobbing in his arms and a lone tear streaming down his cheek. He then began the sealing jutsu and sealed Kyuubi into Naruto, saying, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I just hope they see you as the hero that you truly are." Fortunately, Minato had an unheard-of amount of chakra, even though it was struggling and he nearly failed. He was able to seal Kyuubi into his only son at the last minute. He then applied the sealing of the 8 trigrams. In an attempt to soothe the sobbing Naruto, he said, There, my son. I know you don't understand this, but thanks to this seal, you'll be able to access Kyuubi's chakra to help you whenever you need it." He continued to rock Naruto until he dozed off. Minato knew he was going to die soon because he had run out of energy. He would be able to sleep much more soundly knowing that his village is secure. Unfortunately, someone showed up in front of him, suggesting that today was not his day. A man with white hair said, "Minato, something's happened to Kushina." His words caused Minato's eyes to widen. Minato questioned icily, "What do you mean, Jiraiya?" The coldness in Minato's voice made Jiraiya wince. It would ruin him, so he didn't want to be the one to tell him. Well, after you left, she insisted on helping defend the village. I was there and told her she had to rest, but she knocked me out and went to protect the village. When I awoke, I went to look for her, but she was nowhere to be found." Minato said in a terrified tone, "No, you don't mean that." Then Jiraiya grudgingly said, I think she's dead, Minato." Minato simply could not believe it. "But she wasn't found." "That doesn't mean she's dead," said Minato. Jiraiya simply gave a headshake. Minato simply looked down at his son and said, "It's highly unlikely that she's alive." Minato knew he would be exactly like his mother, despite the fact that he looked like him. Regretfully, he wouldn't live long enough to verify its veracity. Take care of my son, Jiraiya. Take him back to the village and make sure he's seen as a hero. The hero who helped stop Kyuubi from completely destroying Konoha. Also, make sure he takes the name Naruto Uzumaki. I don't want my enemies coming after him. Jiraiya was told by Minato as he handed after giving a nod. Jiraiya vanished into the night. Standing, Minato gazed up at the night sky. As he gazed into the moon for the final time before closing his eyes, Minato grinned and said, "Be tough, my son. I doubt the village will respect you, but I hope they do respect my last wish. And as for you, Kushina," as he collapsed to the ground, Minato remarked, "I know you're alive, Kushina. You're just too stubborn to die." He was picked up by a few Anbu and taken to the village a few minutes later. The time jump is 5 years. Get back here, demon, and pay for that apple. As usual, the day began with a mob forming to beat the 5-year-old blonde child after someone accused him of stealing something. The blonde child fled for his life. In an attempt to get lost in the crowd, Naruto was racing through Konoha's busier streets. Naruto shouted, "I already paid for it," and vanished into the throng. The crowd halted and began cursing since they realized they would no longer be able to locate him. They parted ways and went about their day. As the crowd dispersed, Naruto grinned. As he ate his apple peacefully on his way home, he laughed at them. He quickly found himself in the park because he wasn't really paying attention to his destination. He shrugged and went to the swings after looking around in confusion and wondering why he was at the park. After a few minutes of swinging, he was tackled by an orange blur that came at him directly. Naruto fell back, off the swing, and onto the ground as a result. He groaned, then looked up to see a little orange fox watching him with interest. After rising, Naruto picked up the fox. The fox instantly leapt out of Naruto's arms and licked his face, saying, Hey," as the fox continued to lick his face. Naruto laughed. Stop, come on, it tickles." The fox would continue to be hyperactive for a few more minutes before it stopped. Naruto stood up after calming down for a while. He approached the fox and gave it a head pat. Then he turned to leave. After giving him another look, the fox began to follow him. The fox was following Naruto when he turned to look behind him. He said, "Are you following me?" The fox's head made what appeared to be a nod, suggesting that it had understood. Naruto was shocked by this because he didn't believe animals were that intelligent. The more difficult questions were about to come. Wondering if the fox would speak, he asked, "Why?" However, the only thing the fox did was stand on its hind legs and tap Naruto's stomach repeatedly with its front paw. Naruto's perspiration stopped, and he kind of hoped the fox would have spoken. With a sigh, he resumed his stroll, the small fox following closely behind. Naruto continued to walk until he arrived at the ramen bar in Ichiraku. With a broad smile, he dashed inside. He was a little let down when he realized the fox was not pursuing him. Tucci, the proprietor, interrupted him as he was about to place his order after he had settled into the chair. Naruto tilted his head, saying, "Sorry, Naruto, you know the rules, no pets." Naruto clarified, "What do you mean? I don't have a pet." Tucci simply gestured toward his head. Reaching up, Naruto felt the small fox that was soundly dozing on his head. Ayame emerged from the kitchen to investigate the situation. The small fox made the decision to use its leg to stretch and scratch its ear at that precise moment. The cuteness of the fox made Ayame squeal. As Ayame grabbed the fox, Tucci and Naruto both started to perspire. The fox simply gazed at Ayame in confusion before turning back to Naruto. Taking out his wallet, he said, "Okay, I'll take the ramen to go then." After glancing at Naruto's wallet, the fox leapt out of Ayame's grasp and grabbed it. "Hey!" he exclaimed, then ran after the small fox. He leapt to seize the fox, who was directly behind him. Unfortunately, the fox anticipated this and leapt to the left, forcing Naruto to make a face while he was on the sidewalk. He didn't see the wallet when he got up, but he did see the fox. Naruto said, "Hey, where'd you put my wallet?" Before turning back to Naruto and tilting his head, the small fox glanced to his left and then his right. Dropping his perspiration, Naruto gazed at the surprisingly composed fox. Having no money for Ichiraku's ramen, he sighed and made the decision to head home. The fox was following him once more as he started to walk home. Naruto turned to the fox as they arrived at his house. The fox lowered its ears and appeared dejected as it said, "Sorry little guy, but I'm not allowed to have any pets." Naruto became depressed because he didn't want to witness the little fox's misery. The fox vanished as it disappeared down a dim alley. Naruto thought about the fox as he entered his house. Since it was the only thing he could afford, he prepared some instant ramen and then settled down to watch TV on the couch. He went to bed after growing weary of watching TV. Even at midnight, Naruto continued to think about the small fox. He was reflecting on the fox's loneliness and fear of solitude. After getting out of bed, Naruto went outside. He began searching for the fox after glancing into the dim alley where he saw it go. He searched the alley for 5 minutes without finding the fox. Just as he was about to give up, he heard movement in the nearby trash can. When he opened it, he expected to see the fox, but instead he saw a rat consuming a can of food. With haste, Naruto shut the lid and went home. Once inside, he sat on his roof and went out his window. He raised his gaze to the heavens. I know what it feels like to be alone, wandering the streets in the middle of the night hoping to find something to eat, Naruto thought to himself. He was aware that just because it was an animal, it did not necessarily lack feelings. As he hoped the fox would be okay, Naruto continued to gaze up at the sky. Then he felt a tiny object land on his lap. He noticed that it was the small fox from before when he looked down. The fox turned to face him, and he grinned at it. The sight of the fox holding a wallet made him smile. Then Naruto saw it wasn't his wallet. It actually contained more cash than he had in his previous wallet. The fact that it was still a Gamma wallet was the only similarity. Naruto questioned, wait, if this isn't my wallet, then whose is it? In Tanzaku town, a white-haired man was searching for his wallet across the village. He saw it before he even entered the village, so he knew he had it. Then he recalled that he had noticed a tiny orange blur circling him. His wallet must have been taken by the orange blur. After becoming enraged, he recalled that the security guard was awaiting payment from the white-haired man. He told a security guard, I swear I had it in here somewhere. The gentleman's club suddenly threw him out after the security guard grabbed him. There was a sickening crack as the white-haired man's face struck the hard concrete. Before shutting the door and leaving Jiraiya unconscious outside, the security guard said, and don't come back until you got enough money. The fox yawned after Naruto picked it up. After taking the fox, Naruto returned to his home. He picked up a pillow and placed it on the floor beside his bed. He then attached the fox to it. The fox shook its head and said, good night, you need a name, don't you? Okay then, how about Shota? This still shocked Naruto greatly. The fox also shook its head at the names, Daisuke, Takeo, Suzaku. It shook its head, wait, are you even a boy? Okay then, the fox shook her head once more. Naruto tried to name the fox for 30 minutes, but she didn't like any of his suggestions. The fox did not move, giving Naruto the impression that she enjoyed it. Okay, last one before I give up, how about Miu? She asked. So Miu? The fox asked, looking up at Naruto without showing any signs of disliking it. Grinning, Naruto collapsed on his bed. Before dozing off, he said, Miu it is. As the sun's light entered Naruto's room through the window, the first signs of a new day appeared. Naruto woke up because the light was too bright to ignore. Naruto yawned and slowly opened one eye. Naruto soon sensed a slight pressure on his chest. He noticed Miu dozing on his chest when he looked down. When he thought of yesterday evening, he was ready to get up and kick the fox out. He lay there, waiting for Miu to wake up, grinning at the memory. It was not long before Miu began to stretch and move. She then yawned and used her leg to scratch her left ear. After chuckling, Naruto lifted Miu and placed her back on his bed. He prepared himself for the day in the restroom. He was dressed in blue ninja shoes, navy blue pants, and a white shirt with a spiral design in the center when he emerged. After Miu yelled, she followed Naruto out of the house, saying, come on Miu. Let's head out and see what happens today. Naruto left and went to the park after locking up. Miu was perched atop Naruto's head as they strolled. Ironic, or so he finally figured it out, and similar phrases were being used by people as they passed by. Despite hearing them all, Naruto was unable to decipher their meaning. He thought about it for a moment, then dismissed it, and they arrived at the park. After spending hours on the swing with Miu, Naruto made the decision to take a stroll around the village. He noticed a black-haired boy sitting close to the dock's edge while out for a stroll. Naruto grinned at the boy as he looked up at him. The child continued to gaze at the water, ignoring Naruto. Naruto sulked at him and continued to move, until something struck him on the side of his head. He simply continued to walk. He collapsed, clutching his head in agony. When he turned around, he saw a very angry, inebriated man. The man spoke, but his words were slurred. Naruto didn't comprehend the man's words or the reason behind his attack. Then, with remarkable accuracy, the man threw a rock at Naruto. In an attempt to limit the amount of damage he took, Naruto continued to hold his head. Two other inebriated men quickly came to the man's aid, and the three of them began hurling anything they could find at Naruto. Miyu was protected by Naruto as the attack went on. Naruto was confused because it ended as quickly as it had begun. He heard 3 bodies hitting the ground and punches being thrown. Then, out of nowhere, Naruto was lifted by the collar and raised to eye level. The man's age ranged from 30 to 35. His eyes, which were filled with pain, hatred, and bloodlust, were hidden beneath his black mask. He was not a ninja, but he did wear a simple headband across his forehead. In addition, he was roughly 6 feet tall, bald, and wearing a red robe. Naruto could see he had 2 swords hidden beneath the robe. Some would describe the man's appearance as sinister, even demonic. However, Naruto didn't feel as frightened as he believed he ought to. Naruto made the man growl when he asked, "What do you want?" The man questioned, "Why didn't you fight back?" Why the man asked him that was beyond Naruto's comprehension. What? Naruto did not respond to the man's question. Why didn't you fight back? Why were you just cowering down and letting them pelt you? He didn't want to tell the man that, but he wasn't exactly sure why either. The man said only one word, and it snapped him out of his reverie. Pathetic. Naruto snapped. What? Are you calling me pathetic? With a sneer, the man released him. The man walked away after saying, "Yes, I am. You don't even fight back when people attack you for no reason. You're truly pathetic, a waste of my time." The man stopped when Naruto yelled, "Hold on, old man." He glanced at Naruto after turning around. Naruto paused and glanced at the floor before asking, "What is it that you want?" He pointed to the inebriated men and said, "I was wondering, how did you beat those men?" With a look of curiosity on his face, the man raised an eyebrow. The man said, "Why do you want to know?" The man noticed the resolve in Naruto's eyes as he looked up. He witnessed something he didn't often see. The eyes that only great warriors and fighters possess. "I want to know how to defend myself. I don't want to be pathetic. I know I'm not, but I need to show everyone that I'm not. So will you help me?" asked Naruto. The man considered it, unsure whether or not to concur. "Well." Before vanishing into a crowd, the man said, "I'm not sure. Meet me in the forest behind the park and we'll see if you have any fight in you." Naruto didn't move until he sensed Miyu pulling at his foot. Naruto jolted out of it and made his way back to the park. Running as fast as he could, he eventually came to a log cabin in the middle of a clearing in the forest behind the park. Naruto approached and knocked on the door of the cabin. However, he heard someone shout before he could knock on the door. "Back here." Naruto went to the back of the cabin, unsure if the voice was addressing him, and saw the man from earlier sitting cross-legged with 6 swords buried in the ground in front of him. The blade of the first sword was exquisitely white, engraved and fashioned to resemble a flame. The kanji for passion was inlaid on the guard, which was modeled after a pair of angel wings. The guard of the second sword was shaped like a butterfly, and Naruto's mouth hung open a little from the intricate engravings on the sharp blade. The dark wood used for its grip had the appearance of warmth and comfort, which was completely opposite to the feeling of the razor sharp blade. In the sunlight, a single topaz glinted softly back at Naruto from the pommel bore. The third sword featured a blue blade that was jagged and engraved with a pattern of triangles and zigzags. It appeared vicious, with the serrated edge suggesting that not much would remain after it was dragged across your skin. The guard had a tower-like grip and was wave-shaped. The blade of the fourth sword was exquisite, seemingly crafted from unadulterated amethyst. It had a black metal grip set with moonstones and aquamarines, with a pommel shaped like a skull, and an etched pattern of waves and rectangles. The guard of the fifth sword had a rectangular shape, and the grip was made of a black metal with captivating spirals engraved on it. However, the pommel had a globe-like shape and was perfectly parallel to its primarily sharply edged design in terms of smoothness. But as soon as Naruto saw the final sword, his heart and attention were captured. The weapon had an enigmatic black blade that was as reflective as the most magnificent metals and as dark as obsidian. Naruto wouldn't have been shocked if the crimson veins were ruby, as dragons were engraved in a deep, blood red on the black surface. Made of a black metal, the guard resembled its wings, and the grip was bandaged. The pommel had a ferocious flame-like shape. Naruto had no idea what he was meant to do, but he was certain that the first and sixth swords were the ones that most attracted his attention. Before he spoke, the man regarded Naruto with a calculating look. The man said, "Sit down in front of the blades." Still unsure of his purpose, Naruto moved to sit in front of the swords. "Now choose." Naruto's eyes widened as he gave the man a disbelieving look. "What? You want me to train you, right? Well, if you want me to train you, choose a sword." The man shouted. Unbelieving that this man would permit a child to wield a weapon as dangerous as a sword, Naruto simply sat there. After removing Miyu from his mind, Naruto instructed her to find a secure location. He was unsure of the man's intentions, but he thought that if she remained on his head, Miyu would be in danger. Then Naruto got up and grabbed the first and sixth swords. Despite Naruto's expectation that they would be heavy, they were as light as a broom's wooden handle. At this, the man's eyebrows went up. The man got up and picked up the third and fifth swords, saying, "Two? How very unusual. Very well then, two it is." He assumed a fighting stance that Naruto had never seen him adopt before. The man was pointing the sword at Naruto with his right hand over his head. With his sword diagonal to his body, the man held his left hand in front of him. Additionally, he was stable because his feet were spread out. Naruto simply glanced at his swords before turning back to face the man. His closed eyes gave the impression that he was focused on something. His eyes then snapped open, and he lunged towards Naruto. Naruto, who had never wielded a sword before, became terrified. Naruto screamed, "W! Wait a minute! I don't know how to use a sword, let alone two," in an attempt to stop the man, but he continued to run at him. The man shouted back, "No one told you to pick up two blades." On his right, he swung the sword. Instinctively, Naruto raised the sword to his left and deflected the man's blow. Before bringing the other sword down in a vertical swing, the man was momentarily taken aback by this. Once more, out of instinct, Naruto raised his right sword to block his blade. Feeling the force of the man's swing, Naruto flinched back. Naruto flew back after the man kicked him in the stomach. Naruto got to his feet and brushed himself clean. The man stood there and did not move. "Tell Naruto. What, are you done?" Naruto became irate when the man failed to respond. Naruto then ran at the man, who was still motionless, saying, "Okay, then, here I come." After that, Naruto swung his right sword at the man in a vertical motion, forcing it to block and become stuck on the ground. Using his momentum, Naruto lifted the man with the sword and kicked him in the chest, knocking him back 2 steps or so. Then, while still in the air, Naruto struck him vertically once more with his other sword. The man blocked this blow with both swords. The man grinned at Naruto's resolve and fortitude. As he stepped away from Naruto, the man reflected, "He's pretty smart for a brat." To Naruto's chagrin, the man said, "You're pretty good for a brat, ya know that?" Naruto screamed, "I'm not a brat," and charged the man once more. The man yelled, "Stop," and Naruto came to a halt. He looked up, perplexed by what the man had done. "What? Why?" inquired Naruto. The man made both swords stand by striking them into the ground. After that, he approached Naruto and knelt down so that he was eye level with him. Additionally, Naruto slashed both swords into the ground. The man asked gravely, "I thought you said you didn't know how to use a sword, let alone two. Were you lying to me?" Naruto gave a headshake. He said, somewhat bewildered, "I never did use a sword before. I'm not sure how I did all of this. I just did what first came to mind." Naruto's words caused the man to smirk. "That's good to hear, but if you want to prove to everyone that you're not pathetic, you might want to train more on your swordsmanship," the man replied. Naruto grinned at what he said and opened his mouth to respond, but the man spoke first. Naruto grinned broadly and bowed to the man, saying, "Lucky for you, I am a great teacher." "Thank you, Naruto paused, completely unaware of the man's name. When he realized why he had stopped, the man laughed. As he entered the cabin, Amir said, "Just call me Amir." Amir's attention was drawn to Naruto's small laugh. He inquired, "Does my name amuse you?" Naruto instantly stopped laughing and straightened up. "No, I just never heard a name like that before," he replied. After giving Naruto a quick glance, the man returned to the cabin. Naruto followed him into what he assumed to be Amir's cabin. All he saw when he walked in was a couch, a small television, robes with the kanji for immortals on the back, and about 20 swords hanging on the wall. After staring at the robes for a while, Naruto felt a hand touch his shoulder. He noticed that Amir was also examining the robes when he looked up. He was staring off into space. Naruto noticed a dejected expression on Amir's face and said, "That is the robes we of the Immortals clan wear to show off our pride. We wore it mostly when we were Imperial Guards." "Were?" inquired Naruto. Amir sighed as he looked down. "Yes, we were. I am the last of the Immortals clan. The rest died in a war not long ago. I survived only because they thought I died when I was really just unconscious. When I awoke, my brothers lay dead on the floor. I knew returning home would mean my death. I had no fear of dying, but I knew I was the last of my clan, so I set off to rebuild my clan. I ended up here. They say they saw me unconscious right outside Konoha's wall," Amir said as he reflected on the conflict against the Greeks. After glancing at Emir, Naruto turned back to the robes. Emir shook his head and said, "So you don't have a family anymore?" Emir grinned as he approached the robes and asked, "Well, how do you become part of the immortal clan?" Naruto swallowed when he heard Emir say, "It's not easy. To be an immortal you have to meet certain qualifications, which is said to be as worse as the infantry units." Despite his lack of intelligence, Naruto was aware of the infantry units that some countries possessed. Compared to other branches of the military, infantry units undergo more physically demanding training and are expected to exhibit greater levels of discipline, physical strength, and aggression. "So it's like that then?" Emir asked, grinning broadly as he nodded. Behind Emir, Naruto stood idly, considering his words. With his usual tenacity, Naruto declared, "Then I don't care, I will do whatever you put in front of me. I will succeed and I will be an immortal." Emir turned back to Naruto with a growing smirk. Emir entered his bedroom and said, "Then let's get started, but first we need to leave." Naruto said, "Leave?" After a few minutes, Emir returned to the living room carrying a bag full of his belongings. As he packed all that stuff, Naruto watched in confusion. "Yeah, leave Konoha. Like I said, to be an immortal, there are certain qualifications you need to meet and we can't do that here. Now go home and pack. Only bring the essentials. When you're done, meet me at the gates and we'll leave." Emir replied as he left the building. Naruto trailed behind him. Emir turned to Naruto and said, "Wait, I have a question. Can I take Miyu?" Before leaving a blushing Naruto standing there, Emir responded, "Sorry, I can't have you bring another person with us. She would only slow us down. Besides, bring a girl you like will only distract you." "Miyu's not just some girl," Naruto began, but Emir cut him off. Emir shouted, "That's what they all say." Naruto snarled as his face flushed. He ran after Emir after picking up Miyu, who had been sleeping outside his back door the entire time. When he was facing him, he halted and showed Emir by holding up Miyu. Naruto nodded his head and said, "I'm guessing this Miyu." Emir let out a sigh. Miyu gave Emir a puppy dog pout as Naruto begged, "Come on, she won't slow us down, I promise." Emir gave a defeated shake of his head. While Naruto shouted, "Yes," and sprinted home, Emir continued to walk and said, "Fine, but she better not slow us down." He began packing all of his instant ramen in his favorite orange jumpsuit. After he was done, he hurried outside and secured his door. He paused to catch his breath after attempting to run all the way to the gates. He began to jump with delight as soon as he realized where he had stopped. Afterward, he stumbled upon Ichiraku's ramen shop. Before he made the decision to leave, he consumed 15 bowls. The only two people he knew who didn't despise him, Tucci and Ayame. He waved goodbye and promised to see them again in the future. He saw that Emir was conversing with the two Chunin at the front desk when he arrived at the gates. The two Chunins glared at him as he approached them, and Emir then began to leave the village. Naruto trailed behind Emir. Naruto asked him when they would be coming back when he was close enough. With a vague tone, Emir stated, "When the time is right." Emir refused to explain what that meant when Naruto asked him. Uncertain of what to anticipate, Naruto remained silent as they continued. Time jump. 1 year, on his way to Konoha, a masked child with blonde hair walked limply. He wore a black mask that covered everything beneath his eyes and a mediocre black headband on his forehead. On the back of his ripped black coat was the kanji for immortal. The bottom was encrusted with blue flames that extended to his ankles. He was dressed in traditional ninja shoes, black anbu pants, and a blue long sleeve shirt. In addition, he wore blue fingerless gloves and a yellow and silver arm guard on his right hand. However, what set him apart were the two swords. One on his left and one on his right, fastened to his trousers with a brown belt. The grip was bandage, and the pommel was yellow. The sheath was gray, and the sword's guard was yellow as well. "At last, I can return home," the child exclaimed. He wanted to go home because he was tired. After a full year of training, the time had come. Unfortunately, his master suddenly passed out on the way home, and the child assisted him in getting to the closest hospital. Fortunately, they had just passed a village. While they examined his master, the doctor instructed the child to wait outside. A few minutes later, the doctor returned to inform the child that his master would soon pass away from an incurable illness. The child had sobbed for his master, but he stopped crying quickly because he recalled what his master had said. When the child visited his master in his final days on Earth, he left him with words that would always remain in the child's memory. To be an immortal, you must not be weak. No matter the situation, you must be strong. Not matter what, don't ever leave a comrade behind. As part of the immortal clan, I expect you to have integrity and character. Besides skill, perseverance and heart, that is what makes a warrior so great. Be proud of who you have become and bring some pride into the immortal clan. Farewell, Naruto. Naruto's eye watered as he recalled his master's final remarks. I will bring pride into the immortal clan. Just you wait, Amir. Naruto replied. He continued to walk until he arrived at Konoha's front gates. Naruto uttered the words, "Finally I'm here," before passing out from fatigue. Rushing to his side, the two Chunin guards called for assistance. Upon the arrival of Medical Ninja, Naruto was quickly taken to the hospital after being lifted onto a stretcher. Long beeping sounds could be heard in the distance. There were also murmurs and the sounds of footsteps. Naruto simply couldn't understand why he was hearing this. Where had he gone? Didn't he just step outside the walls of Konoha? He should have been outside, so why was he hearing this? When Naruto opened his eyes, he noticed that doctors were moving about holding clipboards. They all appeared anxious and agitated. Naruto was somewhat alarmed by it. He looked at the time on his head. The time was 20 minutes before 9 o'clock. His swords were leaning against the wall, right next to the clock. Excuse me, Naruto said, drawing the other adult's attention. Where am I? All of the medical professionals hurried over to examine him and the equipment. The doctor's expressions were priceless. Naruto appeared to have died and then resurrected in each of them. He chose to take this seriously even though he wanted to laugh. As he examined Naruto's forehead, one doctor said, "Son, are you okay?" In response, Naruto cocked his head. Naruto grinned and said, "What do you mean? I feel great, a little sore, but great." The mask was tight enough that you could see movement beneath it even when he was wearing it. Still not understanding the doctor's point, Naruto asked, "Do you know what just happened to you? I thought he was simply sleeping off his fatigue." In the hopes that one of the physicians would clarify, Naruto shook his head. One of the doctors began to explain, "Well, you see, when we recovered you, you fell into a deep coma." Another doctor began but was unable to finish because she didn't want to think about it. Then it started getting worse as the days passed until just a minute ago where you. Naruto gave the doctor a look that suggested he wanted her to go on. Rather, the first physician raised his voice. The doctor concluded by saying, "You passed away not long ago. The monitor indicated that your heart had stopped beating. We believed you were dead." "Oh," Naruto said, his face solemnly fixed on the window. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. He continued to laugh until he was flushed, and even then, he didn't stop. Both nurses and doctors watched in shock that a boy who had just learned that he had passed away was laughing about it. Many were interested and wanted to know why he was laughing, but all of them covered their eyes when a gust of wind entered the room. They noticed that Naruto and his belongings were gone when they dropped their arms. The curtain hanging over the window was animated by the wind coming from the open window. One physician turned to a nearby nurse. The doctor shouted, and the nurse hurried off, saying, "Go to the Hokage and tell him the masked boy has escaped. He said he wanted to speak to the boy when he awoke and now we don't even have the boy." Naruto was strolling along the road that led out of the medical facility. The hospital was the one thing he didn't miss about Konoha. Indeed, the hospital served as his second home due to his accidents, as many villagers referred to them. However, that did not imply that he enjoyed the location. He was disliked by half of the works, who either ignored him or treated him rudely. The food was the other thing. He was always perplexed as to why ramen was never served. The meal was tasty and reasonably priced. Sometimes people can be so foolish. Then he remembered what they had told him and the look on the doctor's face. He laughed out loud, drawing the attention of many onlookers who gave him strange looks, but he didn't mind. When he guessed that he died, he was absolutely correct. It was too funny not to laugh, even though he knew he shouldn't have. He continued to walk, wondering how exactly he was resurrected after dying. He halted his stride and began to focus. Suddenly, he was in a place that looked like a sewer. Aside from the dark yellow and shade, it had no color. He saw a piece of paper with the word seal printed on it and a cage that looked like a jail cell in front of him. Then a mouth followed immediately after two eyes emerged from the cage's abyss. Anger, hatred, pain, and bloodlust were all present in the crimson-red eyes. Something that only one other person had shown him. "What are you doing?" Naruto pondered. Naruto heard a laugh that sounded sinister. "I hate how dramatic it got sometimes," Naruto sighed. "Yes, I was that person. Surely I couldn't just let you die now?" Kyuubi said, flashing his teeth in a smile. For over 6 months, Naruto has been aware of Kyuubi. He met Kyuubi during one of his training sessions. He sighed, recalling the precise moment he met him. Rewind, Naruto was walking with his master, Amir, as they made their way to a nearby river. Less than 6 months had passed since they began Naruto's training, and he was beginning to adjust. Emir had Naruto work on his upper and lower strength at the start of the training. He didn't think it was good enough to stop until a month ago. He was now instructing Naruto in meditation. Regretfully, Naruto was not taught this information. "I don't want to," exclaimed Naruto. A vein popped out of Emir's head, and his eyebrow twitched. As coolly as he could, Emir said, "Well, too bad, brat, if you want me to continue training you, you're going to have to meditate." Naruto noticed that Emir was serious when he looked at his face. He sat cross-legged and meditated, letting out a defeated sigh. He was in a hallway when he opened his eyes. Water was all over the floor, but he wasn't particularly interested in finding out where it came from. There were many more hallways visible when he looked up, extending to an unknown location. Although Naruto was unsure of his exact location, he was aware of its size and openness. He chose to stroll through the corridors for no apparent reason. After some time of walking, he noticed a red flash emanating from a room to his left. As he approached it, he noticed a massive cage that resembled a jail seal printed on a piece of paper that hung on the cage. As he approached the cage, a claw emerged from the shadows and attempted to hit him. He's as quick as Jonin now, thanks to Emir's training on Naruto's reflexes. The claw that nearly mauled him was all that Naruto could see when he peered into the darkness. A huge mouth and 2 ominous eyes emerged as it withdrew into the cage. Naruto flinched under its stare, but he quickly forced himself to look directly into the creature's eyes. Then the creature let out a laugh that reverberated through the cavern. The powerful creature said, "So you dare look at me in the eye?" Naruto appeared passive on the outside, but he was trembling inside from fear. Naruto said icily, "Yes, I do. Now, who are you? And where am I?" He will always remember Emir's manner of speaking to those who irritated him. Naruto quickly developed the habit of speaking in that manner when he was irritated or conversing with haughty individuals. But that only made the powerful creature chuckle. Kyuubi concluded with a menacing smile, "Who am I? Who am I? I am the mighty Nine-tailed Fox. But you, my lowly host, can call me Kyuubi. And, as far as where you are in your mind." Naruto's eyes grew wide. "Why? You mean you're the Kyuubi, the one who attacked the village 5.5 years ago? I thought the 4th Hokage finished you off." Naruto replied. Kyuubi merely sneered. Naruto nodded foolishly because, still in shock, that was all he could do. The 4th Hokage was a fool and a weakling. He couldn't defeat, so he went with the next best thing. He sealed me inside a weak brat by the name of Naruto. By the fact that you're here, I have to guess that you're Naruto, right? The Kyuubi was sealed away in me by the 4th Hokage. Naruto's mind was focused solely on this idea. To attract Naruto's attention, the Kyuubi slammed his front paw into the ground. However, Naruto fell on his butt as a result of Kyuubi's use of force to get his attention. Naruto said, "Hey, watch what you're doing, you furball," as he awoke from his reverie. Kyuubi laughed, sending reverberations through the corridors. As Naruto tried to collect himself, Kyuubi remarked, "You got some guts talking to me like that, brat." Then an idea struck him. Tragically, Naruto said, "So this is the reason people hate me." After simply staring at Naruto, Kyuubi closed his eyes and exhaled loudly. When Kyuubi saw Naruto looking as though he wanted to ask how, he responded, "Yes, I am the reason why you're despised in your own village. I have been able to whatever you've been able to see, don't ask, it's complicated." Silently, Naruto allowed Kyuubi to continue. "As I was saying, I saw everything you saw, even everything that you heard. At first, I laughed every time something bad happened to you. Like that one time you thought the wind pushed that can of red paint over and made you red. I actually saw some drunken man push it over from the corner of your eye. Though I got to say, it was hilarious that you couldn't get the paint off you for a week." Naruto was furious when he noticed the expression on his face. Naruto said, "Get to the point. What are you trying to say?" Then Kyuubi became serious as he went on. Kyuubi muttered something that sounded like, "Call Harvey." Naruto was perplexed by this. "What I'm trying to say is..." Naruto said naively, "Sorry, I don't know any Harveys." Kyuubi let out a loud sigh before raising his voice. Naruto chuckled as he said, "I said I'm sorry, not call Harvey. What the hell kind of name is that?" After gathering his thoughts, he turned to face Kyuubi and approached him. "What are you sorry for?" Looking at Kyuubi with a perplexed expression on his face, Naruto said, "I didn't mean to cause you harm." "Well, at least, not now." Naruto interrogated, "So why did you attack the village?" "Well, that's just it, I don't know. I just happened to have walked near Konoha when suddenly a man appeared in front of me. He was an odd man and a crazy one too to have just appeared in front of me. And he had the audacity to look at me straight in the eye. After that, it was a blur. When I awoke, I was already in this cage. I'm positive that the man was responsible for my attack on your village. If I could, I'd go find this man and rip him apart. Naruto was simply standing idly by the bars, pondering Kyuubi's remarks. Kyuubi was a little intrigued by Naruto's statement. I want to help you. I want to help you find this man and get back at him. He was aware that Naruto wouldn't be able to defeat the man if he did that to him. But first, I want you to train me. Naruto now caught Kyuubi's attention. Kyuubi inquired, and what kind of help am I to you? As far as I know, you have an unprecedented amount of chakra, right? Kyuubi murmured. I know where you're going with this and I can't do it, Kyuubi replied. Why not? Look, with you chakra and intelligence, you'll be able to teach me all about ninjutsu and genjutsu. I'm already doing taijutsu with Amir. All I'm missing is those two. And besides, the faster I become stronger, the faster I'll be able to stop that guy who made you attack the village. What do you say? Naruto asked. Given that he could say all of that in a single breath, Kyuubi questioned whether he had an undue influence on Naruto. Naruto's smirk matched that of a crafty fox. I don't know, what I know is dangerous for a mortal to know. How do I know you won't be killed just by trying to do it, brat? He said. Kyuubi grinned at Naruto's self-assurance and pride, saying, because soon enough, I will be part of the immortal clan, the toughest clan to have existed. I will not die from what you have to teach me. I'll give him credit for being an interesting person. Alright, fine. I suppose it wouldn't hurt me, you though, that's a different story. Naruto exclaimed, I don't care, so when do we start? The fact that he would now be able to get even stronger made him very happy. Naruto grimaced in response to Kyuubi's response, as soon as you head back to Konoha. Why wait until then? Naruto protested. His final words before he kicked Naruto out of his head were, for one thing, I'm sure your little mind won't be able to handle the train I got in mind plus the one that other guys got. Now go away, I'm tired and I need my sleep. End of flashback. Now that I think about it, you were meant to start training me as soon as we got home, right? Kyuubi was asked by Naruto. Yes, I do remember, but let me take a moment to relax first. I don't feel like doing anything right now, and healing you up takes a lot of chakra, Kyuubi said. As his perspiration stopped, Naruto began to gripe in his head about Kyuubi's unfairness and laziness. Then he sensed something coming directly at him. He spun around quickly enough to spot a recognizable orange blur heading directly at him. He saw the blur and took a look. Miyu had a joyful look on her face as she was in his hands. She was surprisingly unchanged in size from the previous year. Naruto would have expected her to be at least a couple of inches taller, but she isn't. Miyu yipped joyfully before trailing after her partner and master. Hey there Miyu, where you been? Actually, don't answer that. Come on, I'm hungry and I want some ramen. Miyu and Naruto have been collaborating for the past year to develop a fighting style that involves them fighting at the same time. Regretfully, they still don't know how to accomplish that. They arrived at Ichiraku's, where Naruto entered with a girl of his age who had long black hair. She wore a red kimono with a black obi, and her eyes were dark red. Although her kimono concealed her feet, it appeared that she was barefoot. Tucci wiggled his eyebrow and said, What would you like to eat, Naruto? Oh, and who is this? This will be enjoyable, he thought. As he spoke, Naruto grinned beneath his mask. Naruto said, Give me a pork ramen and Miyu here wants a chicken. As she emerged from the kitchen, Ayame questioned, Who is this, your girlfriend? Naruto blushed slightly, but nobody noticed because of his mask. He replied, Something like that. Naruto's blush deepened to the point where Tucci and Ayame could see it after Miyu licked his cheek. Ayame squealed when she saw Naruto and Miyu interacting, and then she said, Ah, he's blushing. Miyu merely had a slight smile on her face while Naruto simply looked down. Nervously, Naruto said, Can I just get me food to go please? As Ayame kept making kissing faces to mock Naruto, Tucci nodded his head. Fortunately, she was called into the kitchen by her father, so she didn't have to do it for long. Naruto sighed briefly before turning to face Miyu. Come on, what was that? Naruto deduced from Miyu's simple shrug that she simply felt like it. As he watched Tucci return with his and Miyu's ramen, he perspired but remained calm. Tucci shouted, Here you are. One chicken and pork enjoy. As he received both ramens, Naruto grinned. Tucci and Ayame heard Naruto yell, Release, after he paid for it and made a hand sign. A poof caught their attention, and when the smoke cleared, they noticed a shoe-sized fox sitting where Miyu had been. Ayame simply reached down and began petting the fox. causing Tuchi's mouth to drop and his eyes to widen. Ayame exclaimed, "Ah, she's so cute," as she held Miyu tightly. Miyu was struggling to break free, but all of her attempts were futile, and she would not be moving for some time. All she saw when she turned to Naruto for help was him laughing on the ground. Naruto got up and rescued Miyu from Ayame's death grip after he had had enough. Then, since she seemed to enjoy being up there, he placed her atop his head. All that laughing was still causing tears to well up in his eyes. The sun had already begun to set when they left the ramen shop. "Hi, Kyuubi. Can we train now that the sun is setting?" Naruto woke Kyuubi from his slumber and said, "I let you rest for what, an hour or two now?" In his training, Amir told Naruto that if he ever needed to train, he could always go to his house. "Kid, you have a bad sense of time, you know that?" Naruto shook his head. "Well, you do because it's only been 25 minutes. Kyuubi sighed. "I guess I might as well seeing as you probably won't let me go back to sleep." Naruto jumped for joy as he headed for Amir's house. He walked toward the cabin and saw the swords from the first day he met Amir. The 6 swords were still there, but only the 4 that he and Amir used were in excellent condition. The 2 that they didn't use were rusty and had some sort of moss growing on them. He gazed passively at his late master's house as he entered the clearing behind the park, the memories slipping by the second. After gathering the 4 swords, Naruto entered Amir's house, laid them against the walls in the room he assumed to be Amir's room, went back outside, and sat down in front of the 2 swords that were left. Miyu leapt off his head and fled deeper into the woods, crossing his legs and beginning to meditate. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar cage with the familiar fox sleeping inside. "Wake up, fox!" When Naruto shouted for the sleeping demon fox to wake up, he sat up, opened one eye and moaned. "Damn, and I were having such a quiet dream." Naruto's vein appeared, which indicated that he was growing impatient with Kyuubi. Kyuubi then approached the cage and turned to face Naruto, asking, "So, what do you want to learn now? I've already taught you the fundamentals of chakra and how to use a basic genjutsu. What comes next?" "The brat's too loud to let me have a moment of peace and quiet," Kyuubi thought languidly, not wanting to do this but knowing Naruto would not allow it. "A real jutsu practice. I want to be ahead of everyone, and I'm old enough to start at the academy." With great resolve, Naruto declared, "I want to be known as the most intelligent and strong person in my class." "Sorry, that's not going to happen." "What? Why not?" Perplexed by Kyuubi's statement, Naruto inquired. Naruto performed a face lift as Kyuubi responded, "Because you're not smart, period." Naruto then stood up and began yelling at the fox. "Just teach me something instead of trying to outsmart me." "You don't need to shout," Kyuubi screamed back. "All right, I'll teach you something simple and safe. Do you recall my explanation of chakra and how it can be used to perform jutsu?" He hated the lectures he had to attend to learn about chakra, and Naruto nodded his head. Kyuubi tried to explain it, but he kept nodding off, but he finally understood. "Yes, I do recall exactly what you said. A ninja must release and awaken their chakra in order to execute a jutsu move. A ninja can manifest the desired jutsu by creating hand seals. There are thousands of possible jutsu to be found due to the large number of hand seals and various combinations. Based on which jutsu the ninja uses, the type and amount of chakra will be different as would the elements you would be to employ." Kyuubi raised his eyebrows. Kyuubi began to say, "Very impressive, Kit," but Naruto cut him off. The 5 main elemental styles are also the 5 names for the 5 great shinobi countries: fire, wind, lightning, earth and water. "Naruto, stop messing around with that snail, and stick your finger out of your nose." Kyuubi silenced Naruto and said, "Okay, I understand. You listen. Now shut up and listen to me. Now, what I'm about to teach you is something I don't want you to use unless necessary. This is called fox fire. It's a technique taught to the younger generation of foxes before they go into the harder stuff. Usually, the fire would automatically burn anything and everything it touches, including the one who summoned it. But thanks to me, you won't burn up. Hopefully," Kyuubi said, saying the last part lowly. However, Naruto gulped when he heard it. "Okay, so how's it work?" Naruto inquired uneasily. If he stood a chance of being killed, he wasn't sure if he wanted to carry out this plan. "Okay. Well, you know how we both have different chakras. Well, it's simple really, and it'll help with your chakra control. I want you to concentrate your chakra to your hand and then use my chakra to quickly apply it to the chakra in your hand." Naruto tilted his head. "Apply it? Yes, just imagine this like lighting a match. My chakra is the match. When you quickly apply it to or rub it against the chakra in your hands, it'll create a friction, so to speak, and turn the chakra in your hands into fox fire. Now get out and practice." Naruto nodded his head in agreement and disappeared. When he opened his eyes once more, he realized he was back in reality. The sun had disappeared when he looked up. He estimated that it was most likely between 9 and 10 o'clock at night. Naruto got to his feet and began to stretch. He began focusing his chakra on his hand after he was done. Once he was satisfied, he searched for Kyuubi's chakra. After obtaining it, he promptly applied it to the chakra he was holding. A tiny green flame suddenly emerged in the middle of his hand. Naruto thought it was sufficient, even though it was no larger than a dime. He practiced this move for the majority of the night. He used a bit more of the fox's chakra each time until he passed out. A minute after Naruto fell, Miu emerged into the clearing and approached him. Then she settled down on his chest and dozed off too. Time skip. Naruto has been diligently practicing the fox fire technique for the past week and a half. The flame continues to grow, but not to Kyuubi's satisfaction. Despite this, he continued to practice every day without stopping. However, since he had to go to the academy today, he would have to miss the training. He was able to persuade the Hokage to find a way to let him in somehow. The third Hokage had to persuade the council to allow Naruto to enter the academy, and it took 3 days. Naruto didn't care how he did it. What matters is that he showed up. Naruto was now making his way to school on foot. Every day, he wore the same black mask, blue long sleeve shirt, black pants that resembled Anbu, shoes, and gloves. He made the decision to remove the headband he typically wore and left his long coat and swords at home, his new residence. One day following his discharge from the hospital, he moved into Amir's home. Just down the hall from Amir's previous room, he took the guest room. Without his swords, he felt powerless now, but he knew that if he brought those to school, they would most likely be taken up. Before long, he could make out the school and the other children being dropped off by their parents. As he passed the numerous adults and their kids, he made an effort to ignore the uneasy feeling in his stomach. He noticed that he was the target of many of their glares. It seems that people were still able to identify him despite the mask. Not everyone, though, scowled at him. One of the adults gave him a smile. Her eyes and hair were both black. He could tell she was at least 5'5". Her son, whose eyes and hair were also black, smiled slightly at Naruto. After pausing briefly, Naruto approached the lone pair that didn't appear to despise him. "Good morning, ma'am," exclaimed Naruto warmly. While the young boy kind of recoiled at Naruto's yell, the woman simply grinned at him. The woman said, "Good morning, young man." Naruto asked the boy, "Hey, are you going to go to school here?" Naruto grinned as the boy nodded. Naruto walked into the academy and said, "We'll see y'all inside. Have a nice day, ma'am." After waving, the woman turned to face her son. The woman remarked, "Looks like you already have a friend, Sasuke." Once more, Sasuke nodded. "Yes, mother, it seems like it." Naruto made his way through the corridors in search of his class. The names of the students enrolled in each class were listed on the door. After searching for his name for a while, he ran into someone and fell on his butt. A year-old boy was staring at him with disgust when he looked up. He had long brown hair and no pupils, which was strange. He covered his forehead with a brown headband as well. As he passed Naruto, the older child said, "HN. You should watch where you're walking. If you're not careful, someone could get hurt." At once, Naruto leapt to his feet and pursued the child. He located him and threw him around violently. However, he was caught off guard when the child turned and struck him in the chest with an open palm. Naruto landed on his behind once more. Naruto screamed at the child, "What the hell, man?" The child simply turned and began to leave. He halted after taking a few steps and cocked his head in Naruto's direction. "Next time, I won't hold back." He began to leave after saying, "I warned you already that if you're not careful, someone could get hurt." Naruto was about to pursue him when he heard a bell ring. It took him a second to realize that he had just 2 minutes to locate his class because it was a warning bell. He hurried to his feet and began searching for his class. He was still unable to locate his class 1 minute and 35 seconds later. Fortunately, there were just 3 more classes to inspect. He glanced to his left, searching for his name on the list. No, I'm not like that. Nope. That's a humorous name, but no. Nah. Oh no. He repeated the procedure after going to the list on the right. Only the classroom in the end of the hallway remained. As he made his way to the door, he exhaled in relief. The late bell rang as soon as his hand touched the doorknob. His luck caused him to perspire, and he opened the door. He noticed that the instructor was positioned in front of the students. His hair was tied up in a knot, and he had a scar that ran from one cheek to the other, crossing his nose. 8 desks were visible to Naruto's left. 4 on the left and 4 on the right side of the room. He thought there were 3 or 4 pupils at each desk. The teacher said, "Ah, so you must be Naruto Uzumaki. Come on in and take a seat." Naruto nodded and moved to the only available seat, which was between a child who was looking out the window at the clouds and a girl with dark blue hair. He sat down and saw that, like the older child who had attacked him, the girl had no pupils. What's the deal with no students? Are they ill or something? Naruto pondered. It's a dujutsu, I said. They belong to the Hyuga clan, based on your description of their eyes. It's interesting that you appear to have a Hyuga classmate. Naruto heard Kyuubi say, "We'll see how great the Hyuga clan really is." He immediately understood. At one point, he overheard adults discussing how someone had attempted to take one of their members. Naruto had no idea for what. The only thing he knows is that's wrong. He rested his head on his hands after resting both elbows on the desk. He swiveled to look at the girl beside him more closely. He saw his instructor reveal his name, Iruka Amino. Naruto simply ignored him when he began to discuss something. He continued to stare at the girl beside him, attempting to make a connection between her and the child he had encountered earlier. She didn't tell him she saw him, but she blushed when she saw him observing her. Rather, she merely said a few words in a low voice and began to play with her fingers. She said, almost too softly for Naruto to hear, Is there something I can help you with? But he did hear her. She gasped and glanced at him before turning back to her hands. Oh no, nothing really, but do you know another boy that has no pupils? She answered, why? Yes. Ichi's my Circa cousin. Raising his head, Naruto swiveled around to confront the girl. Your cousin, really? Is he always a jerk or was today just an off day for him? I wouldn't say jerk, but he isn't always nice, she replied. With a smile, Naruto said, oh, by the way, my name's Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours? And extended his hand to shake hers. With hesitation, the girl took his hand and shook it. Her smile returned as she said, Hinata Hyuga. Nice to meet you, Naruto exclaimed, drawing Iruka's and his classmates' attention. Iruka threw a piece of chalk at Naruto after a vein appeared in his head. Surprising everyone, including Iruka, Naruto grabbed the pencil from his desk out of habit and blocked the chalk. Innocently, Naruto said, oh, sorry Iruka. Sensei, you were saying? Iruka calmed himself and recovered from the shock. He went on to discuss the projects they would be working on at the academy. Naruto ignored him and rested his head on his hands. He had no idea that school would be so dull. After school, Naruto was happier than he had ever been. They just sat there and listened to Iruka go on and on about the fundamentals of chakra. I already know what that is. Ow, why does he keep talking and talking and talking? I'm sure everyone didn't listen to everything he said, Naruto said aloud. Naruto turned in the direction he heard the voice and said, wrong, I heard everything Iruka Sensei had to say and it'll be ever useful when we become actual ninjas. He noticed a girl with pink hair wearing a red ribbon around her head. She appeared a little arrogant about what she had said, and Naruto wasn't entirely sure why. Naruto retorted languidly, really? That's cool of you, but I didn't listen to a word after, my name's Iruka Amino. The pink-haired girl became enraged and slammed her fist at Naruto's head. She missed and stumbled on her own feet as he sidestepped it. She was fortunate to regain her balance before she fell to the ground. She spun around and struck Naruto with another fist. Seeing how sloppy her taijutsu was, he ducked her fist. Until she became exhausted, this kept happening. As she struggled to catch her breath, Naruto simply stood in front of her. He waved goodbye to the girl and began to leave, saying, well, I'd like to say that was fun but it wasn't. The girl attempted to yell at Naruto, but she was too exhausted to even grunt, much less yell, maybe next time you'll hit me. See y'all later. Naruto was relieved that he was spared the girl's pain. He didn't have to harm her just because she was cruel. On his way home to train, he folded his arms behind his head. He chose to get some ramen after running into Ichiraku's. Naruto said, hey Ayame, old man Tucci. To both of them. Ayame entered the room with Miu in yet another death grip after Tucci waved. Naruto laughed uneasily and perspired. Hey. Thanks for taking care of Miu for me Ayame. No problem Naruto. She's welcome back anytime, she replied. After removing Miu from Ayame, Naruto placed her on the floor beside his chair. Miu began to take deep breaths and collapsed on her side, still. Naruto muttered, drama queen. Miu stood up and gave Naruto a bark. Okay, sorry. Before choosing to go home, Naruto consumed 16 bowls of ramen. Naruto chose to take a short break before training because it was 7 in the afternoon. He watched TV while seated on the couch in his living room. He didn't understand why anyone would enter a TV contest and look foolish on live television. After an additional hour or so of TV watching, he dozed off with Miyu curled up beside him. Naruto quickly woke up after sensing something licking his face. When he noticed Miyu on top of him, he leapt to go to the door. She expressed a desire to go outside when Naruto sat up. It was 10 minutes past 9 when he checked the time. He stretched, yawned, and opened the door. He watched as Miyu ran into the woods and out the door. He turned off the television and walked out of the house, saying, "Well, I might as well train now." As chakra began to gather in his right hand, he said, "Okay, concentrate." He added Kyuubi's chakra when he thought he had had enough, and the clearing was suddenly illuminated by green light. Naruto held a sizable foxfire in his hands. As Kyuubi said, "Pretty good kit. Nice job." Naruto performed an awkward, looking dance. Naruto stopped dancing and had to face Vault after hearing the words, "Now put it out and try it again." He asked, "Why? I did it, didn't I?" "Yes you did, but I want to see if you can do it more than one time. You know, to make sure it's not a fluke." Kyuubi responded. With a, "Fine." Naruto extinguished the fire in his hand and reapplied chakra. He used Kyuubi's chakra once more when he thought it was ready, and this time it appeared to be larger than the first. "Yes, I can do it," exclaimed Naruto. He tried it repeatedly after putting it out. It remained the same size but didn't get any larger. Naruto was just happy that he could do it, and he didn't care. The training paid off. To cool off, Naruto made the decision to walk to a small river in a clearing across the village. Whistling, he put 2 fingers in his mouth. Miyu rushed into the clearing and jumped on Naruto's shoulder a minute later. He said, "Come on Miyu, we're going to the river you like so much." Miyu yelled with delight. As he and his companion hid in the shadows, a man said, "Come on, let's go now. It's midnight, they're probably all asleep." Across the street from a massive mansion, they both took refuge in a tree. "I'm not sure, I feel like we shouldn't do this. I mean, it didn't work 3 years ago, what makes you think it'll work this time?" replied another individual. The first man gave the second man a back of the head slap. "Because they won't be expecting a second attempt. Now are you with me on this or are you just going to complain?" the man in question replied. With a sigh, the second man nodded his head. The 2 men nodded to one another before leaping from the tree, saying, "Okay, whatever, let's just do this already." As they made their way to the Hyuga mansion, they were both resolved to finish this. Hinata was trying to fall asleep while lying in bed. She made numerous attempts to get to sleep, but she was unable to do so. Her thoughts would stray to the young man she had just met, Naruto. Though she assumed it was unimportant, she pondered why he kept appearing in her thoughts. How he knew her cousin was another question she had. At random, he had asked her if she knew of any other boy who didn't have pupils. If she ever had the courage to talk to anyone, she would have to find out. She let out a sigh as she recalled how her father would occasionally become upset when she didn't perform to his expectations. She simply expressed gratitude for her mother's presence, as she consistently improved Hinata's mood. Though she didn't see anything outside her window, Hinata sat up, thinking she heard something. After getting out of bed, she checked her window, but nothing was there. She dismissed it as unimportant and made her way to her bed. She glanced up at her ceiling, suddenly exhausted. The odd masked boy was the last thing on her mind before she fell asleep. One man shouted softly at his partner, "You idiot, she heard you." The second man shot back, "It's not my fault, it's too dark to see every little leaf, stick, and rock." As he proceeded toward Hinata's room, the first man sighed. The first man looked over at the second. The second man nodded and began performing hand seals. "Place the silence jutsu over this room so we don't have problems with the girl." He then touched Hinata's room window, causing a barrier to appear and then vanish. The first man opened the window and entered after the second man nodded. Taking Hinata, he crammed her into a cloth bag. She began to panic as soon as she woke up. She fought in the man's grasp, but he disregarded her and leapt out the window, knocking Hinata unconscious in the process. As they fled, he didn't want her to make any noise. The first man said, "I got the girl. Let's go before we're caught." He and the second man then began to run toward the village gate. They didn't want to bump into anyone and be caught, so they ran through the woods on their way to the gates. They observed that many stores were still open as they ran. The second man looked at one in particular. "Don't even think about it, you pervert. We deliver the girl first, after that I don't care what you do." The initial man said. 2 Chunin were dozing off when they arrived at the gate. They hurried past them, mocking their incapacity. Knowing they were free and descended from the Hyuga, The second man grinned broadly. They had done something that the previous Cloud Ninja couldn't do, and the first man couldn't help but grin. They would be hailed as heroes as soon as they entered Kumogakure. They were eager to return home. The first man ran for a minute and then paused to rest by a river. He sat at the river's edge and placed Hinata beside him. "Why'd you stop?" inquired the second man. Before responding, the first man was attempting to catch his breath. The second man sat down on a log and rolled his eyes as he waited for his partner to rest. "I'm not as young as you are, and besides I haven't been out on a mission in a while and I'm still getting used to the physical labor I have to use for this. It's not every day I go out to kidnap someone." After splashing some water in his face, the first man felt somewhat better but still desired to take a nap. Miyu and Naruto entered the river, filled clearing and took seats close to the water's edge. Naruto soaked his feet in the river after removing his shoes. Miyu squatted down and began to sip water. Miyu briefly halted his drinking to yip in agreement, saying, "Ah, this is the life, isn't Miyu?" Naruto leaned back and gazed up at the sky, saying, "I don't know what that means, but this water feels great." He liked to look at the stars at night. He developed a sort of hobby out of it after constantly passing out during training and waking up to the sight of stars. Then he noticed the moon. The moon caught his attention and made him think of something. The fact that he couldn't recall it was bothering him. He couldn't recall what it reminded him of, and he didn't understand why. Then Naruto sits up when he hears splashing. As the current carries Miyu downstream, he witnesses her drowning. Immediately, Naruto stands up and chases after her. Naruto follows his instincts and jumps in after Miyu, who is barely able to stay afloat, as he is running out of ideas. He grabs her quickly and hangs on. When he reappears, he raises Miyu so she won't get wet. He searches for something to cling to as he continues to move downstream. He swam to a rock he spotted in the center of the stream. The current of the river suddenly grew stronger, but he held on. Knowing that he would need to use both hands to escape, Naruto placed Miyu on his head and climbed onto the rock. Quickly balancing himself, he leapt from the rock and landed. He collapsed to the ground and burst out laughing. He checked on Miyu and said, "I made it. She was just sleeping, but she was okay." Naruto ensured that she was completely dry. Fortunately for him, Amir thought of a method other than CPR to bring someone back to life. He went into the bushes to hide when he heard leaves rustling and seized Miyu. Two black-clad men appeared in front of him. He noticed right away that one of them had a bag with feet sticking out of it. His partner appeared to be 20 years old, while the man carrying the bag over his shoulder appeared to be between 40 and 45. It's a kidnapping, Naruto thought. Black clothes, a person in a bag, all in the middle of the night. Then he heard their voices. "Why'd you stop?" inquired the second man. "I'm not as young as you were, and besides I haven't been out on a mission in a while and I'm still getting used to the physical labor I have to use for this. It's not every day I go out to kidnap someone." The man's sweat fell when he responded. Before coming up with a strategy to save the person inside the bag, Naruto thought, of course. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to come up with anything. "Do you need assistance, Kit?" In Naruto's mind, Kyuubi said. "How can you assist?" Kyuubi replied, "I can temporarily take over your body and get rid of these men." "Thank you, but I'll do this my way." "In which direction?" "As of yet, you have no plan at all." "I'll come up with a plan," Naruto said, returning to his thoughts. Then he evaluated the situation. Let's see, a child is in a bag with two enigmatic men. They appear to be superior to Chunin and are ninja. I am a 6-year-old boy who was taught swordsmanship and the ways of the immortals, but I left my swords at home. I have 7 shuriken and 3 kunai. I am proficient in a few genjutsu techniques, including the use of sleeping fox and foxfire. What does that mean now? Naruto lowered his head. That means I'm screwed. He suddenly came up with a plan and grinned slyly at the idea. As he gave Miyu a gentle shove, Naruto muttered, "Hey Miyu, wake up." She awoke and hurried to her feet. Naruto put a finger over his mouth and covered hers just as she was about to bark. Naruto whispered into Miyu's ear, "Shish, relax. Now, there's something I want you to do." Miyu appeared unsure, but Naruto advised her to hurry to Konoha and notify the guards as soon as things appeared shady. Naruto grinned as she nodded. Now to put Operation Save the Damsel is a go. Naruto replied. The second man's foot was twitching, and the first man sighed as he reclined on a log. He was beginning to lose patience as he waited for his partner to take a break. The first man was asked by the second, "Are you good enough to go now?" The first man merely gave a headshake. "Be patient, it's still the middle of the night and we covered our tracks. There's nothing to worry or panic about," he said quietly. Just as the second man opened his mouth to continue, a bush across from them began to move. Both men grasped their kunai and stood. "Get out now, we know you're there." They were about to throw their kunai when a sexy woman showed up. She wore a red kimono, had black hair that reached the small of her back, and red eyes that could captivate any man. Her assets were barely covered by her tattered kimono. At the men before her, she repeatedly fluttered her lashes. Both men drooled over the goddess in front of them and dropped their kunai. The woman stepped back, flushed. Both men stepped forward 2 paces and approached slowly. The goddess began to move deeper into the woods, walking backwards in a sensual manner. They rushed after the goddess, because their desire to be with her overcame them. The goddess emerged from the bushes, and Naruto leapt out of them while carrying Miu. Before opening the bag to reveal who was inside, Naruto uttered the words, Hey perverts. Though he couldn't recall her name, he was shocked to see that Hinata was in the bag. He began to shake in the hopes of waking the sleeping girl. "She's that girl in my class, damn, what was her name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh yeah, Hinata." A blonde-haired boy wearing a mask was standing over Hinata when she woke up. She needed some time to process who he was, where she was, and what was going on. She flushed and sat up fast. With timidity, she said, "Naruto, what are you doing in my room?" Naruto arched an eyebrow and cocked his head. "Your room? Hinata, look around. We're outside." She looked around and realized he was correct, and her eyes widened. With a proud gesture, Naruto pointed to himself and said, "Don't worry, Naruto Uzumaki of the Immortal Clan is here to save you. You were kidnapped." When Hinata turned to face Naruto, her perception of him changed. After blushing, she became aware of their proximity. She fainted in Naruto's presence, having just begun something that would not be undone until she was much older. When Naruto noticed Hinata's eyes closing, he became alarmed. She fainted just as he was about to ask her if she was ill after noticing her face turn red. Naruto was now certain that she was ill. Otherwise, why would she faint? After getting up and placing Hinata on his back, Naruto began to make his way to Konoha. The goddess appeared to be getting farther each time the 2 men approached her, despite their constant running after her. This seemed to make the first man nervous, so he stopped. The first man said, "Wait up Haro, don't you think this is suspicious?" Haro paused and returned to his companion. "Not really, I mean, come on, look at her, she's hot and all alone out here in the wilderness. She probably doesn't even remember what it feels like to be with man." Haro replied cheekily. Jiro threw a kunai at the woman, and it went straight through her. "Now come on Jiro, she's getting away." As though the kunai had never gone past her, Haro froze in place and watched as the goddess persisted in taunting them. The goddess waved goodbye and vanished as Haro exclaimed, "Release." Jiro's eyes grew wide as he said, "Damn it, we've been tricked." Then he ran back to where they had left Hinata. "That means they knew about the kidnapping. Damn it," he exclaimed. Haro trailed closely behind him. They discovered Hinata was gone when they got there. "Damn it to hell," exclaimed Jiro. Haro yelled, "Come on, they couldn't have gone far," and sprinted back toward Konoha. Jiro trailed behind, silently cursed at their naivete. They continued to run until Haro was abruptly struck in the chin by a dark blue blur. He landed a few feet away after flying back. Despite avoiding an orange blur that was aimed at him, Jiro still sustained a cut that ran from his elbow to his shoulder. He noticed a kid wearing a blue shirt and black pants, wearing a mask, and a small orange fox with a kunai in his mouth. Haro got to his feet and began to turn his jaw. Haro grinned and remarked, "Ah, that was a hard right hook you got there, kid, but it's not enough to knock me out." Naruto removed 2 kunai and whirled them around on the tips of his fingers. He remarked mockingly, "Oh, and you think you're a ninja too, how cute." After drawing a kunai, he hurled it at Naruto. Naruto threw his kunai at both men after spinning around to deflect it. Jiro and Haro slackly blocked it, but they were astounded by Naruto's accuracy, strength, and speed. Naruto nodded his head as he glanced down at Miu. After receiving the message, Miu vanished. Jiro inquired, "So where did you send the little thing?" Naruto picked up a tree branch that was next to him and sprinted at the men, saying icily, "Not where you're going." Jiro merely grinned smugly while Haro laughed. They both grinned as Naruto abruptly vanished, reappeared behind Haro, and struck him in the back of the head with the branch. Haro flew through the air and landed with a sickening thud, and Jiro jumped back, not expecting this. Jiro thought he was dead because he lay there still. Jiro yelled, "How dare you kill my partner?" Naruto merely gave Haro a passive look. Even after Amir spent a week telling Naruto that it was necessary for him to be a ninja and a warrior, He still felt bad about killing someone, even though this wasn't the first time he had done so. He shouldn't have kidnapped Hinata. I give my condolences to his family and friends, but in the world of a warrior and ninja alike, this sort of thing happens a lot. Naruto said with sadness. Despite being taken aback by Naruto's insight, Jiro dismissed it and charged him, kunai in hand. Naruto simply swung the branch after looking up idly. He punched Jiro in the stomach after it knocked the kunai out of his hand. Jiro froze in agony and had a chance to examine Naruto closely. He observed that his blonde hair became wilder, that he suddenly displayed claws and fangs, and that he exuded a sense of murderous intent. However, it was his eyes, his red eyes, that Jiro found most striking. Naruto's crimson eyes were simultaneously filled with understanding, regret, anguish, and hatred. Naruto directed his chakra into Jiro's right hand while he was still feeling the effects of his gut punch. Green fire materialized in his hand as he snapped his eyes open. With his left hand, he performed the same action, but this time he used more of his chakra than normal before applying Kyuubi's. He hurled it into the air as soon as he noticed the flame. After a second, it burst like a firework, illuminating a portion of the night sky and sending a reverberating sound through the forest. Jiro cocked his head to see Naruto more clearly. He swiftly snatched him by the collar and struck him across the face. Naruto turned to face Jiro as if nothing had occurred. Jiro became enraged by this and punched Naruto in the face several times. With the foxfire still burning, Naruto then used his right hand to lightly touch Jiro's chest after stopping his fist with his left. Jiro quickly released Naruto and attempted to extinguish the flames on his shirt. Naruto watched him fail miserably, his red eyes never leaving Jiro. Naruto held out his left hand and red chakra materialized when he got tired of it. By this point, Jiro's entire body was engulfed in flames, and the red chakra surrounding Naruto's hand was inexplicably absorbing them. Withdrawing his hand, Naruto observed him smuggling the fire until it was extinguished. Naruto turned to face Jiro again. Fearfully, Jiro asked, "What are you?" "You're about to lose your consciousness, so listen well because I will not repeat myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Immortal Clan who resides in the village hidden in the leaves, remember that." Naruto sighed. As Naruto had stated, Jiro retreated and exited the world of consciousness. He picked Hinata up and walked over to where he had hidden her, but he quickly became exhausted and fell back. He nearly dropped Hinata when his back struck a tree, but he managed to hold on. He sat down after sliding down the tree. In his arms, he sensed Hinata trembling. She must be cold, he reasoned, drawing her nearer to his body. After cradling his chest, she stayed motionless. Her abrupt action caused Naruto to flush a little. He was going to go to sleep when he noticed Haro get up. "Don't worry Hinata, I'll keep you safe." Haro asked, "But who'll keep you safe?" With weakness, Naruto questioned, You're alive?" Haro simply grinned and approached Naruto. Running to the village's front gates with her husband, Heishi Hyuga, was Haruka Hyuga. She went to check on Hinata, but she hadn't been in her room, so she was concerned about her. Her mother's instinct told her to get up and see how she was doing. She also knew that a mother's instincts were always correct and that all mothers wished for their children to live happy lives and eventually have grandchildren to spoil. All she could hope for was that the final one would arrive later in life. They noticed a big, green explosion while they were looking around the Hyuga compound. That was their only lead, though they were unsure if it would lead them to Hinata. When they arrived at the gate to the village, they noticed a small orange fox playing with the two Chunin guards. Haruka deduced that it wanted the guards to follow it based on its movements. She approached the fox and lifted it for a closer look. The head of the Hyuga clan and his wife were bowed to by both Chunin guards, but she chose to ignore them. Haruka questioned the fox, "What has you all riled up, little one?" The fox leapt out of Haruka's grasp, bit down on her robe, and dragged it toward the forest. Haruka nodded her head while glancing at her husband. They both left the village after Heishi reluctantly nodded his head as well. Heishi gave the Chunins instructions, saying, "Tell the Hokage that my daughter has been kidnapped again and we're heading to get her back." Both of them gave a salute before vanishing. Haruka managed to keep up with the small fox, although she had to concede that it moved rather quickly. After a brief period of running, they noticed Hinata being held in the hands of a blonde boy wearing a mask. Haruka and Heishi both stopped when the little fox stopped. Hiashi's wife intervened to stop him before he could leap down and attack the boy. He gave her a curious look, but she kept her gaze fixed on the boy. When Heishi saw Naruto draw Hinata nearer to his body, he impatiently waited for something to happen. Heishi became enraged by this and started to stand up, but Haruka stopped him once more. Then he heard Naruto begin talking and saw the slight smile on his daughter's face. Haruka grinned warmly and said, "Don't worry Hinata, I'll keep you safe." Heishi wasn't as angry, but he still didn't like their close proximity. A voice they heard said, "But who'll keep you safe?" They heard the blonde child respond, You're alive?" Haruka did not stop Heishi from rising this time. The blonde kid yelled just as he was about to attack after jumping down. When the enigmatic man felt someone strike him in the back of the neck, he understood what he meant when he said, "Don't kill him." When he turned to face the head of the Hyuga clan, his eyes widened in terror. Heishi was radiating so much killer intent that he passed out. Haruka approached Naruto, who was hardly conscious, after bringing the small fox down. The young fox approached the blonde child and began to lick his face. Haruka asked softly, "Are you okay, little one?" Naruto nodded his head naively. Before Heishi approached, Haruka smiled warmly at the blonde child once more. Even though he asked icily, "What's your name, boy?" he seemed unaffected. He simply grinned while responding. His final words before he passed out were, "I'm honored that the prestigious and powerful Hyuga clan head wants to know my name. My name's Naruto Uzumaki of the Immortal Clan." They took in the scene before them as Anbu and a medical ninja appeared out of nowhere. Hinata and Naruto were inspected by the medical ninja. "The girl is all right, she was just knocked unconscious, but the boy, he's just exhausted from overusing his chakra. Take him to the hospital." The doctor's order. Just as an Anbu wearing a wolf mask was ready to lift Naruto, a hand stopped him in his tracks. Looking up, the Anbu saw that Heishi had stopped him. "It's all right. We'll take him and make sure he gets the proper medical attention. Just check on the other guy over there." Heishi glanced over to Haro. Naruto muttered, "Don't forget the other one," as he gestured toward Jiro's body. After giving a nod, Anbu went to retrieve Jiro and Haro so they could be questioned. They both went home after Heishi picked up Naruto and Haruka picked up Hinata. Naruto heard voices and woke up. He heard them, but they were muffled and quiet. When he opened his eyes, the light was out and the ceiling was white. He glanced to the left and saw a plain, empty room with a closet and a nightstand. He left his room in disarray when he left for school, so he knew he wasn't in it. He noticed some cables attached to his arm after he sat up and felt something tugging at his skin. After removing them, he left the room. He began to wander around the space until he came to what appeared to be the living room. As he entered, he noticed two adults conversing in the adjacent room. The man gestured for Naruto to join him after spotting him in the living room. There were more people in the room when Naruto entered. Naruto remembered who he was staring at while they were eating dinner in the dining room. Head bowed, Naruto said, "My pardon, Hyuga Sama, I didn't mean to cause trouble." Since he honestly didn't believe Naruto had any manners, Heishi grinned at his demeanor. Naruto got up to gain a better view of the room and said, "It is no trouble at all, Uzumaki-san. You may stand." He noticed Haruka and Heishi seated close to the table's edge. Naruto was shoved down by the boy he ran into on the opposite side. Naruto had to use all of his self-control not to scream at the boy. A blushing Hinata ate her dinner in silence on his left. Naruto abruptly said, "Hello there Hinata-san. And Neji-san." Neji simply gave Naruto an eyebrow raise before ignoring him entirely. Haruka volunteered, "Please sit Uzumaki-san and join us." Naruto sat down opposite Hinata and to the left of Neji, whom he still wanted to scream at, saying, Thank you." A server showed up with a platter of food and set it in front of Naruto. He noticed a bowl filled with some kind of soup and rice. He took the chopsticks, bent his head, and began to eat. He paused his meal to ask the Heishi a question. "If you don't mind me asking, but how long was I out for?" Hinata responded on her father's behalf, For about 3 days. Naruto glanced at Heishi, who simply nodded his head. He told himself, well, at least it wasn't as long as last time. "Last time?" inquired Haruka. Naruto gave himself a mental slap for being too noisy. He gave a hazy response, yes, last time I collapsed." Hinata's curiosity overcame her and she had to ask, "Why did you circa collapsed?" Hinata looked down and continued eating when Naruto turned to face her. Then, as he related his story, he glanced at his food. "Well, I guess I might as well start from the beginning. It happened sometime around last year. I was walking around the village when someone threw something at me and hit me in the head." Hinata repeated, "YW? Would someone throw something at YU?" She didn't avert her gaze as she usually would when Naruto turned back to face her. Despite already knowing the reason, Naruto, Heishi, and Haruka remained silent. "Well, he was drunk, so maybe he was just angry and saw me first, but don't worry, I'm fine now." "So, Then he got two other drunks to throw rocks at me and I just rolled up in a ball and protected Miyu. By the way, where is she? Naruto inquired. Miyu? Inquired Heishi. Yeah, that small orange fox. Have you seen it around? Oh, the fox. We let it go outside. It seemed like it wanted to run outside. Haruka responded. After giving a nod, Naruto went on with his tale. Then a man beat down the three drunks and asked me why I didn't fight back. I honestly didn't know either and he walked away. I asked him to train me so I can learn how to defend myself. He told me to meet him in a clearing 5 minutes away from the park. I got there and he told me to pick up a sword. I picked up two, which were a lot lighter than I expected, and so did he. He then attacked me and I defended myself. After the fight he told me to pack my things and took me to his homeland for training for a year. I came back 2 weeks ago but they told me I collapsed from chakra exhaustion. Naruto defeated all of them. Hinata inquired. W. What did you learn? The way of the immortals and the art of swordsmanship. The way of the immortals? As in the ones that live forever? No, Hinata. Chan, as in the clan. I read about them once when I was reading some scrolls we have in the library. They would wear all black clothing with stylized silver kabuki mask and segmented plate cuirasses, and they wield silver shields and katanas. Also, the immortals' expectations for their members are said to be worse than the infantry units. The scroll also mentions that they were imperial guards at one point with supernatural, above-average abilities in war, though the scroll isn't too specific about their abilities. That's about all I learned. Am I close, Naruto? Asked Haruka. Naruto sadly replied, yes, but I'm afraid I am the last of my clan. Heishi put it this way. What do you mean? You see, my master's homeland was the scene of a war nearly 2 years ago. It seems that he had a terrible sense of time because when I first questioned him about it, he claimed it had only recently occurred, but in reality, it had been a year. Two powerful nations were engaged in combat in this conflict. To defend them, one of them dispatched the immortal clan, but they were destroyed in the conflict. Only because he was unconscious and people believed he was dead did my master live. He came to Konoha with the intention of rebuilding his clan, and a year later, I entered his life and asked if I could join his clan. 7 months after I proved myself to him, he agreed. The others keep quiet in remembrance of Naruto's late master. Unfortunately, he passed away before we could return home. Naruto closed his eyes and offered a moment of silence. After a while, they finished their meal, and Neji excused himself. Naruto and Hinata also got up to go, but Haruka stopped them. Naruto and Hinata both sat down and turned to face the two adults present. Please sit, there's something we still need to deal with. Nodding, Hinata began to speak. Hinata, you go first, please tell us what happened yesterday. Well, someone entered my room while I was asleep and threw me in a bag. At this point, Hinata was crying, and Haruka got up to try to console her by hugging her daughter. When I woke up, I saw Naruto over me trying to wake me and told me not to worry. I tried to escape but the man was too strong. By the way, why did you faint when I came to your rescue, Hinata? Even though Hinata began to flush, Haruka noticed it. Naruto nodded his head, understanding Hinata's statement that, I guess I was still tired. Haruka nodded and cleared his throat, saying, okay, now you Naruto. After my training, I went for a walk to a clearing nearby with a river that Miyu enjoys visiting. Miyu unintentionally got in and was being pulled by the current when we arrived. I rushed to her aid and dove in to save her. I grabbed a rock, climbed on top of it, and leapt out once I was certain I had her. I hid in the bushes when I heard someone approaching. I thought of a plan and used genjutsu to trick two guys who were coming out with Hinata in a bag. After they left, I hurriedly grabbed Hinata to make sure she was okay. Since I had no idea who was in the bag, I had to check it out anyhow. I picked her up after she passed out and began to walk to Konoha. I hid Hinata behind a tree and waited for the men to arrive after sensing two people approaching. I decided to fight because I knew it would be useless to run because they would catch up to me and to hide because they would still have found me. When I located them, Miyu cut the other guy, and I struck one in the chin. One of them was knocked unconscious during our fight, but the other believed I had killed him, so he attempted to exact revenge on his fallen comrade. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and remarked, I suppose I really am an immortal since I was able to defeat a ninja when I am not one yet. After that, I picked up Hinata and tried to head home but I was too tired. When I saw the other guys stand, that's when you showed up, Naruto said. With a passive expression, Heishi thought, this boy is incredible. Both Hinata and Haruka were unable to speak. In the hopes that he wouldn't miss anything noteworthy during his absence, Naruto hurried into school the following day. Iruka was seated at his desk when he dashed into the room. He was about to respond when someone said, "So Naruto, want to explain why you haven't been to school?" Heishi walked into the room with Hinata behind him and said, "He was with me Iruka-san." As Hinata and Naruto made their way to their seats, Iruka questioned, "Really? What happened?" Heishi bowed and walked out of the room, saying, "Another time, right now, you have a class to teach." Before focusing on his class, Iruka took some time to gather his thoughts. He received varying responses from the students when he said, "Okay class, today we will practice on our shuriken, kunai throws." A quarter of them cheered, half moaned, and the remaining half showed little interest. They arranged themselves alphabetically by last name as soon as they were outside. As Iruka had hoped, many did okay. Other than Sasuke and possibly Hinata, he didn't think anyone would hit the target. Shoji continued to eat the chips he brought, ignoring the fact that his aim was subpar. Shino hit one bullseye, demonstrating above average aim. To her dismay, Sakura's performance was mediocre. Two of Hinata's kunai struck the bullseyes when she threw them, but the other three were still very impressive. She blushed and played with her fingers when Naruto congratulated her on joining the rest of the class. Kiba, well, he was on par with Choji. Shikamaru referred to the entire exercise as troublesome, and simply let them fall to the ground without even throwing his. Nearly every girl applauded when Sasuke stood up. To his annoyance, they continued to chant his name. Each of his 5 shurikens struck the bullseye when he threw them. All of his fangirls squealed and congratulated him as a result. He thanked his fangirls before returning to the line, even though he didn't really care about them and didn't want to come across as cruel. Naruto's turn came now. In a quiet voice, Hinata wished him luck as he approached the target. Before returning and throwing his first kunai, he began to inspect it. A sizable crack developed and extended horizontally through the target when it struck the bull eye. Although it didn't split in two, it appeared as though it would collapse at any second. He said, "Oops, sorry, Iruka. Sensei, it looks like I overdid it." He then gave a sheepish laugh. Iruka said foolishly, "It's okay, Naruto. Just try to hold back when you throw it." Without cracking the target, Naruto threw his other 4 after nodding. While everyone continued to stare at the crack he made, he entered the line. Ino rose, but she also had an average job, just like Sakura. They all returned to the classroom after finishing. Sasuke approached Iruka and requested permission to spar with Naruto. "Well, I was going to have you write notes about how genjutsu works, but I guess we can do that tomorrow." Naruto answered the call. Since he couldn't really force a sparring match unless it was for an exam, Iruka asked, "Sasuke wants to have a sparring match with you, do you accept?" Naruto casually said, "Sure." As Naruto and Sasuke faced one another, everyone in the stands above the gym stood. Iruka was down there to oversee the game and ensure that nothing untoward occurred. Iruka stood back to give Naruto and Sasuke space after they nodded. "Okay, here are the rules. This is going to be taijutsu only, so no ninjutsu or genjutsu, if you know any. Also, the match is over when I saw it's over, got that? Okay, begin." They both waited for the other to begin the match without making any moves. The sword was fingered by Naruto. In order to be prepared for anything, he made the decision to bring at least one sword. What had transpired a few days prior was not something he wanted to happen again. Naruto questioned, "So why did you challenge me to a match?" "After what I saw back there, I wanted to see who was better, me or you," replied Sasuke. At his response, Naruto grinned and began to grow impatient. Naruto drew his sword and hurried over to Sasuke. Everyone in the room was taken aback by this. They all assumed he was holding a kendo stick or something similar instead of a real sword. After swinging his sword, Naruto hit the ground. Leveraging his momentum, he leapt over the sword and gave Sasuke a chest kick. He was fortunate that Sasuke raised his arms and deflected the kick. Naruto did a backflip and landed after pushing Sasuke back with his feet because he didn't receive the blow. Iruka placed herself between Naruto and Sasuke after a whistle was blown. Iruka yelled, "Naruto, why do you have a real sword?" "Because I'm a swordsman. I have been for over a year now. Why, is there a problem?" replied Naruto. Naruto's sword was taken by Iruka. Iruka held out a kendo sword for Naruto to use, saying, "Yes, it's dangerous to wield one. If you insist on using a sword, at least use a kendo sword." Naruto turned his head away and folded his arms. "Sorry, but I can't use those. Only weaklings and cowards use kendo swords. A real warrior wouldn't worry about safety, so I don't." Naruto responded with a response. Naruto caused some of the girls in the stands to start swooning. They said he was like any other bad boy, cool and dangerous. The remaining Sasuke fangirls simply ignored him and continued to be Sasuke's supporters. The formation of Naruto's fangirls began on that day. The idea that she might face some competition for Naruto's affection didn't sit well with Hinata. She would go to Naruto's room every day while he was unconscious and wait for him to awaken. She had plenty of time to figure out why he had been on her mind lately while she waited. The boy in the mask caught her eye. She didn't tell anyone, of course, but her mother was aware. Hinata would not really know how she knew, but she was relieved that her mother had kept it from her father. He most likely would have freaked out. "Who told you they were for weaklings and cowards?" "My master. I asked him once if it was a good idea to let me use real swords instead of kendo swords, but he told me weaklings and cowards think about safety." Naruto replied with a smile. "Well, maybe I should have a talk with your master." "Go ahead. He's dead, but if you do find a way to talk to him, tell him I said hi and ask him when he's going to pay me back the money he owes me." Naruto replied. Iruka froze and retreated a few paces. He screamed, "Continue," and Sasuke charged Naruto. He ducked and punched Sasuke in the stomach instead of Naruto's head. In order to dodge his blow, Sasuke flipped back, then Naruto rushed toward him, leapt, and gave him a chest kick. Rolling back, Sasuke got better. Then Sasuke leapt to his feet and kicked Naruto in the head with an axe. Naruto grabbed onto his legs and used both hands to block the kick. With a quick spin, he released him and he hit the wall. Sasuke spun around in midair and regained his balance before colliding with the wall. He then hurried toward Naruto after pushing himself off the walls. Sasuke was expecting it this time, but he leapt and delivered a roundhouse kick that Naruto blocked and grabbed again. Sasuke performed a handstand before kicking Naruto in the head once more. Naruto also blocked this kick with his free hand. With a sly smile, Sasuke used his hands to push himself off the ground. With his left hand, he made a fist and aimed it at Naruto's head. After Naruto released Sasuke, it struck its target and sent him reeling back. After falling, Naruto got to his feet and swore at his own carelessness. Then, grinning, he charged Sasuke once more. The battle went on and ended in a draw between them. The entire class cheered for Naruto and Sasuke as they shook hands. Mizuki left with a frown on his face as Iruka grinned at their sportsmanship. Iruka approached them and congratulated them, saying, "Good job, you two." As Sasuke crossed his arms and grinned slightly, Naruto grinned with pride. Hinata thought, "Naruto," before the fangirls began to cheer more loudly. "That was awesome, Sasuke." "Naruto." Naruto's alarm caused him to wake up. Until Naruto made the decision to take action, the evil machine continued to ring. The birds were singing, the early joggers were jogging, and the atmosphere outside was serene. Then a window broke and an alarm clock headed for the ground, and one of the joggers heard it. As soon as it hit the ground, it broke, and Naruto grinned when he noticed how many pieces of his alarm clock were scattered across his street. He went to the restroom to relieve himself and yawned. He emerged and grinned broadly as he glanced at his calendar. Naruto was finally going to take the graduation exam to become a genin, something he had been looking forward to since he was 6 years old. 6 years have gone by since Sasuke challenged Naruto, and although Sasuke changed when he turned 9, their relationship had become routine. His moves were stronger and more aggressive during their spar. After learning about the Uchiha massacre, Naruto began to believe it was just a phase he was going through. Nobody seemed to know why his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, killed every member of his family but Sasuke. Naruto realized why Sasuke had grown aloof after learning about it. He was quiet and icy, and he would either ignore or reprimand anyone who attempted to speak with him. The only person he didn't lash out at was Naruto, but he hardly spoke to him at all. The only reason they spoke was to ask if he would spar with him. Sasuke didn't want to be social except for that. Naruto shook his head. He didn't hold Sasuke responsible for his family's murder, but there were other approaches to handling such situations. Hinata was a mystery to Naruto. Whenever she spoke to him, she would blush and stutter. If he ever touched her, she would occasionally faint. Naruto liked her even though he thought she was a strange girl. Because Hinata treated him with genuine kindness, unlike all the fakes in his class, he considered her to be his best friend. She was actually the only girl with whom he could have a meaningful conversation. When he spoke to his fangirls, they would merely nod and stare, not really understanding what he was saying. Naruto has developed the ability to read people's eyes and body language over the past 5 years. The fact that Naruto was speaking to them was all that his fangirls cared about. He also didn't understand why they would constantly flirt with him. They flirted even though he had a mask on that covered his face. He simply didn't get girls. But going back to Hinata, Naruto genuinely wanted to know why she blushed, stammered, and passed out whenever he was around. He would have thoughts about why she did that all the time, but he would always write them down because he didn't think that was the true reason. The thought of her liking him as anything more than a friend usually made him laugh. He didn't dislike her. In his opinion, she was among the most attractive girls in his class, but she was far above his level. In actuality, Naruto was always noticing the small details about her, such as the fact that her eyes were very light silver with a hint of lavender, rather than white as some of his classmates believed. Additionally, her left foot would uncontrollably twitch a bit whenever she felt anxious, almost too slowly to notice. Naruto saw, though, that she only bit the nails on her thumbs. The rest were typically clipped. He found it bothersome that although she occasionally concealed her sadness with smiles, it was always evident in her eyes. Hinata would either never answer Naruto's questions about her problems or would simply respond that they were unimportant. Naruto vowed to discover the precise cause of her underlying sadness. It seemed as though he was in love with Hinata because he took in every little detail about her, including her movements and sounds. When Naruto considered it, he always flushed. Yes, it is true that he had a crush on the shy girl, and perhaps more, despite his repeated denials. 4 years after saving her from the cloud, Nin's second attempt to obtain the Byakugan, he finally figured it out. She was made fun of for having eyes by some older girls at school one day. As the older girls kept laughing and making fun of Hinata, Naruto noticed her sobbing on the ground. Naruto stopped it because he didn't like it. He advised them to mess with someone their own size instead of Hinata. Since their fun was over, they simply laughed at him and went. Naruto approached Hinata and checked on her. That day, when she looked up, he saw the true color of her eyes and the depth of emotion they contained. As though they had kicked him in the stomach and tore out his heart, he felt horrible when he saw her crying. He saw Hinata conversing with Kiba when he arrived at school the following day. He wouldn't mind this normally, but he noticed that Kiba had his arm wrapped around Hinata, who appeared uneasy. Naruto became enraged over this and wanted to beat Kiba to death. But he felt much better when he watched Hinata move closer to him and away from Kiba. The following day, he made Hinata laugh. Not just a little, bashful laugh, but a real laugh. While he was telling her a joke, her angelic laughter brightened his day and sent shivers down his spine. He visited Iruka Sensei after school so that his teacher could explain his feelings. He explained everything to Iruka Sensei, who simply laughed and asked Naruto what he understood. Iruka Sensei told him that she was unique and that he liked her after Naruto admitted that he didn't know. Declaring that Iruka Sensei was losing it, Naruto denied it and turned to leave. Even though he had to deal with his emotions all the time after that, Naruto never spoke about it to anyone else, especially not Hinata. He believed that their friendship would end the moment he told her, and he didn't want that to happen. How mistaken he was. Naruto found a clean shirt to wear after going into his closet. He dressed in black pants, black shoes, a black sleeveless sweater, and a blue short sleeve shirt. He also put on his black headband and blue fingerless gloves. In order to honor his deceased master Amir, he began wearing it once more. Even so, to Iruka Sensei's chagrin, he took at least one sword. Naruto was too excited to just walk to school, so he ran there after leaving his house. Just before her alarm went off, Hinata woke up. She stretched the sleep away after getting out of bed. She smiled as she glanced at the time and then at the calendar. She immediately headed to her bathroom to prepare for the day. She was glad that today, the day of the graduation exam, would be the day she could make her father proud. Since her mother passed away soon after giving birth to Hanabi, Hinata had been anticipating this day. Hinata only knew that her mother passed away hours after Hanabi was born due to unidentified birth complications. Her father became stern and cold after that. It seemed as though her father's happiness followed her mother's death. Wearing a towel, Hinata left the restroom and entered her room. She approached her closet and began putting on her clothes. She put on the heavy sweater she usually wore after putting on her lavender shirt, navy pants, and shoes. When she realized she was growing much more quickly than the majority of the girls in her class, she began wearing. She wore it so that neither Naruto nor anyone else could see her because she felt that she looked strange and that he would be turned off if he saw her. She quietly left her house after getting dressed and made her way to school. She began to doubt her ability to pass the test on the way there. But what if she didn't? Naruto would likely laugh and want to break off their friendship, while her father would be upset and disappointed in her. That thought instantly caused Hinata to stop walking. That's not what Naruto would do, would it? In relation to that, Naruto turned abruptly and collided with Hinata. Though Hinata's landing was softer, they both fell hard. As Naruto fell back, his reflexes kicked and grabbed Hinata, the person he had collided with. Unfortunately, Hinata was dragged along with him when he lost his footing and fell back. The position they were in caused Naruto's eyes to suddenly enlarge when he opened them. On top of him, Hinata's lips were only a few centimeters away from his. Naruto reddened beneath his mask. He had dreamed of something similar in the past, but in a different situation. Well, Hinata was mesmerized as she gazed into Naruto's azure eyes. The same could be said for Naruto, who was fixated on her stunning silver eyes. Naruto thought, they look much prettier up close. The thought of being so close to Naruto finally struck Hinata when he blinked, causing her to blush and eventually pass out. When Naruto noticed that she was faint, he sighed. He got up, walked to school, and picked up Hinata bridal style. As he walked to school holding Hinata, Naruto thought to himself, I wonder how long she'll continue to do this. Iruka looked at him as he got there, asking, what happened? In response to his question, what does it look like? Naruto simply shook his head. Naruto approached the desk where he and Hinata were seated after Iruka nodded. After placing her in her seat, he began to shake her awake. She began to moan and say something that startled Naruto after a few shakes. Hinata grinned as she said, Naruto-kun. Naruto tried to consider what that meant after he stopped shaking her. Is she having a dream? Regarding me? No, she simply wanted me to stop since she could tell I was shaking her. What made her smile, then? Naruto chose to put it off for the time being. He just needed to wake Hinata up. She woke up when he shook her once more. With a slight smile, Hinata said, Hello Naruto-kun. Happy to see that she was back to her usual self, Naruto returned the smile. As hyper as ever, Naruto exclaimed, Hi there Hinata. Chan. Hinata grinned broadly. After recalling her uttering his name, Naruto made the decision to mention it. He started to say, Hey Hinata. Chan, wide, but was interrupted by his fangirls, who surrounded him and gave him hugs. They were all trying to get his attention by squealing at him. Naruto noticed the sorrow in Hinata's eyes once more when he turned to face her. He was still baffled as to why she had such sorrow in her eyes. Why was she depressed when she was attractive, kind, and had the best personality anyone could have? One fangirl asked, Naruto-kun, would you like to go out with me after school? He was never able to recall the names of his fangirls. Everyone would respond with their name whenever he asked, and since he never received a direct response, he gave up. Furthermore, he was aware that it was only a passing fad, just as Sasuke was aware of this regarding his own fangirls. The number of Naruto's fangirls surpassed that of Sasuke over time. Every time they sparred, there would be a second argument in the stands about Sasuke being superior, followed by others who claimed Naruto was superior, and so on. Most people scowled, but it didn't stop Naruto from saying softly, Sorry, I'm kind of busy after school. All Naruto wanted was to be left alone, so he hoped something would happen. Naruto thanked Iruka Sensei in his mind for raising his voice and said, All right, everyone sit down. With a sigh, the two boys' fangirls retired to their seats. As he sat down, Naruto sighed with relief and heard Hinata laughing. He glanced at her and noticed a faint smile on her face, which she attempted to hide with her hand. Simply put, Naruto said, It's not funny. Hinata raised her head. Oh. Of circa course N. Hinata attempted to suppress her laughter but was unsuccessful. Then Naruto had an idea and began to tickle her. She tried to stop him as her giggle turned to laughter. Hinata kept tickling her, saying, Please, N.N.No, stop. NN Naruto. K.Kun. Before Naruto heard Iruka Sensei clear his throat, this continued for a minute. Without delay, Naruto halted and assisted Hinata in recline in her chair. She noticed the numerous glares from Naruto's fangirls and flushed deeply. She wished she could vanish as she lowered her head to the desk. Naruto smiled when he caught a glimpse of Hinata's leg fidgeting slightly out of the corner of his eye. Naruto simply rubbed the back of his head and laughed sheepishly. Sorry about that, you were saying Iruka, Sensei? Iruka and Mizuki Sensei were seated behind a table that had headbands bearing the symbol of his village, while Naruto stood by himself in a classroom with training dummies in the background. Naruto has always dreamed of wearing the headbands, and his eyes have never left them. To get Naruto's attention, Iruka Sensei had to clear his throat once more. Iruka Sensei said, Now Naruto, do you remember what you have to do? After cracking his knuckles, Naruto remarked, Yup, substitution, transformation, and clone jutsu. To practice the substitution jutsu, he waited for one of the two instructors to hurl a blunt kunai at him. Naruto switched places with one of the training dummies after Mizuki threw the kunai. Iruka and Naruto thought the kunai would strike the dummy and then bounce off, but instead it buried itself in it. Naruto calmly asked, "Are you trying to kill me, Mizuki Sensei?" But he was really angry inside. Mizuki held up his hands in protection. "I'm sorry, Naruto, it seems like I threw the wrong kunai. I could have sworn I had a blunt kunai." Mizuki replied innocently. Despite not really believing him, Naruto remained silent. Naruto simply carried on with his test. When Naruto yelled, "Transformation Jutsu!" a man Iruka and Mizuki had never seen before appeared in front of him. The man's age ranged from 30 to 35. He wore a black mask that concealed all of the pain, hatred, and bloodlust beneath his eyes. He wasn't a ninja, but he did have a mediocre headband across his forehead. In addition, he was roughly 6 feet tall, bald, and wearing a red robe. They could see that he had 2 swords under the robe. Some would describe the man's appearance as sinister, even demonic. He sent shivers down Iruka and Mizuki's spines when he looked them in the eye. The man was sending off a killer intent that was unlike anything they had ever experienced. It was insane. The man screamed angrily that Mizuki and Iruka were too scared to speak, not wanting to risk upsetting him further. "The hell you looking at? Never seen a man before? Or is it that I intimidate you, that I bring fear into your hearts that is slowly driving you crazy until you're in the brink of insanity? Well, what is it?" The man sneered and spun around, but before he could fully do so, Mizuki and Iruka caught a glimpse of a menacing grin. Pathetic. A cloud of smoke then materialized, and where the man had been, Naruto was standing grinning. As he waited for his teachers to speak, Naruto questioned, "Well?" "Iruka Sensei finally asked, "And Naruto, who was that man?" While Mizuki was still gathering his thoughts. "That was my master. I was going to transform into the 4th Hokage, but then I thought he'd be more entertaining," replied Naruto. He couldn't contain his laughter when he saw the expression on Mizuki's face. "Iruka Sensei stated, 'Enough, Naruto. Now, time for the clone jutsu.'" After giving a nod, Naruto began to make hand signals. He shouted, "Clone jutsu," and 25 clones materialized. Iruka remarked, "Naruto, we only needed 3 clones." Naruto rubbed the back of his head and laughed sheepishly. Iruka simply grinned and shook his head, while Mizuki merely frowned but made an effort to hide it. Hey, I tried to make 3, but this is the least amount of clones I can make, sorry." Naruto jumped with delight as he rushed to retrieve his headband, saying, "Well, it's enough, Naruto. You passed with flying colors." He grabbed a black one, took off his existing beaded band, and put his new one on. Before rushing out of the room, Naruto said, "Thanks, Iruka Sensei, Mizuki Sensei." He wanted to go talk to Hinata when he got back to his classroom, but his fangirls made it difficult once more. Many of his fangirls said, "Congratulations, Naruto-kun." Some of them were requesting a date, while others merely wanted to touch him. Sweating profusely, he made the decision to use his ninja skills and replaced himself with Kiba. Kiba wasn't complaining, but he was as perplexed as the girls. The fangirls gave him a glare after Kiba said, "Hello ladies." Naruto returned to his seat to speak with Hinata while Kiba was being beaten by the fangirls. He said, "Hey." Hinata reddened. Hello," was her response. Her blush deepened and her smile grew as Naruto's eye grinned at her. Not believing her voice, Hinata nodded her head and said, "So, looks like we're both ninjas now." Then, as he went on, Naruto became serious. Hinata looked up at him and saw the sadness in his eyes as she said, "Looks like we might split up after this. We'll be on a 3-man squad and have to think of the team before ourselves." Hinata looked down at Naruto and then played with her fingers, asking, "What do you think about it, Hinata-chan?" Hinata gave a hazy response, saying, I just hope I'll be in the same team with people I know." Naruto casually remarked, "Well, I'd rather have you on my team than a fan girl." Hinata muttered, Same here." Naruto simply grinned once more. He then averted his gaze. He said glumly, "There's still a small chance we'll be on the same team." Hinata considered that as well, and it made her sad. "So how about we do something just in case we don't end up in the same team?" replied Naruto. Hinata gazed at him, her face still flushed. Like what?" "Well." Naruto looked thoughtful as he placed a hand on his chin. Naruto proposed, "How about we go out to eat?" Hinata experienced dizziness and an increased flush. She stumbled, like a date? Naruto waved his arms in front of him after misinterpreting it. He said uneasily, No, just 2 friends eating together. What do you say?" To gauge her reaction, He had presented it as a date. He was hurt because it wasn't the response he was hoping for. Hinata uttered a disappointed, "Oh." With another smile, Naruto said, "Oh. Okay Naruto-kun." Any opportunity he had to spend more time with her was sufficient, even if she didn't share his sentiments. Great. Naruto recommended that they visit a ramen shop, where he and Hinata took a seat. She appeared a little uneasy, but she didn't seem to mind. Tucci greeted his favorite and best customer after coming from the kitchen. As Tucci said, "Hello there Naruto. Wow, looks like you're a ninja now." Naruto grinned and touched his headband. "Yup, now I can defend this village and am now one step closer to becoming Hokage," he responded. Hinata simply shied away when Tucci glanced at her. Naruto became tense as Tucci asked, "And who's this? Is this Hinata?" Hinata just had a perplexed expression. She said, Do I know you from somewhere?" Panicking inwardly, Naruto was looking for a way out of this situation. Tucci was interrupted by Naruto, who said, "No, but Naruto has talked a lot about you. I even think he has a circa." He covered his mouth and leapt from his eating. When he saw Hinata's bewildered look, he laughed sheepishly. In an attempt to persuade Hinata, Naruto said, Hey, I just mentioned you from time to time. I also mentioned Iruka Sensei in my fights with Sasuke." Though she wasn't sure what Tucci was trying to say, Hinata believed it. After saying something in a whisper that Tucci missed, Naruto nodded his head. Tucci returned to the kitchen while Naruto took a seat again. "I hope you don't mind, but I ordered both of us chicken, is that okay?" replied Naruto. After Hinata gave a nod, they began speaking. They discussed how they believe the teams will be organized. After a few minutes of talking, Ayame gave Naruto a wink as their ramen arrived. Normally, Naruto would have received that message, but Hinata misinterpreted it. Hinata thought soberly, "Great, more fan. Girls." Naruto received the message, checked beneath his bowl, and found a piece of paper. When he opened it, it said, "Tell her, she'll understand. Tucci and Ayame." After eating the ramen, Hinata and Naruto continued their conversation about being ninjas, and Naruto looked up to see both Ayame and Tucci staring at him with a pleading expression. Naruto sighed and shook his head, while Ayame looked disappointed but Tucci ignored it. "Recall how I hinted that we might not be on the same team, Hinata-chan? If not, though, I would like to work out a deal with you, a kind of pledge." "What sort of promise is this?" Hinata inquired, and Naruto raised his hand to extend his pinky. Hinata looked at Naruto's pinky as he resolutely said, "Promise me we'll still be best friends and help each other out whenever we both need it." Best pals? When she asked, he simply nodded his head, and Hinata could see the honesty and resolve in his eyes. She put her pinky against his, wrapped it with his, and said, "I promise." Ayame giggled softly at their interaction, while Tucci simply grinned. The following day, Naruto and Hinata were both restless in their seats, eager to be on each other's side. They didn't care who else was on it as long as they were together, but they both blushed at the way they verbalized it in their minds. The sound of someone running into the classroom jolted them out of their reverie, and then two yelling Sasuke fangirls, one they recognized by the name of Sakura, the other by Ino, burst into the room. Naruto didn't like that they would swoon over Sasuke rather than take this seriously. Sure, he would pull a few practical jokes, but when it came to training and important information, he became serious, and they made fun of Kunoichi in his mind. For someone who is just starting out, Hinata was a good example of a Kunoichi. She is smart, pretty, and a great fighter, but he had never once witnessed her go into fangirl mode for any guy. Naruto kept blinking, wondering who she liked because he never saw Hinata look at another guy with interest, not that he was complaining. "Hello. Are you in love, Hinata-chan?" Hinata flushed and grew anxious as Naruto asked directly. Why are you asking?" Naruto explained. "Well, because I never seen you look at a guy that made it seem like you liked him." Hinata was going through a self-defeating moment, wanting to tell Naruto how she truly felt but not wanting him to reject her. Well, you see," she began, but she was at a loss for words. As he waited patiently for Hinata to finish, Naruto wondered, what's she so nervous about? However, he would never know because Iruka Sensei poofed into the room and ordered everyone to sit down and keep quiet. Great timing, Iruka Sensei, Naruto thought as a vein appeared out of his head. Naruto recalled what Amir had told him long ago, and he began naming the first 6 group, mainly people he didn't know or didn't really care to know. Don't waste your time trying to win their respect or like if they don't already have it. Don't harbor resentment, just don't take any crap, okay? Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha. All of his unteamed fangirls wanted to be on his team. Hinata Hyuga. Each fangirl gave Hinata the evil eye. Naruto was furious and on the verge of yelling, but Iruka's words stopped him in his tracks. And Naruto Uzumaki with Jonin instructor Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto thanked God in silence for his mercy, while Hinata appeared content on the outside but was brimming with joy on the inside. I get to be on Naruto's team. A persistent tug on her sweater snapped her out of her reverie. Hey Hinata. Chan, we shouldn't break our word just because we're on the same team, right? Besides, even if we weren't on the same team, I heard that the heart grows fonder for those they don't see in a long while. Naruto said, but it came out incorrectly. He blushed and turned away. Hinata looked up and nodded eagerly. I wanted to ask what exactly he meant by that, but he wouldn't look at her. Team 8. Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sakura Haruno with Jonin instructor Kurenai Yuhi. While Shino and Kiba showed no emotion, Sakura was having a hard time keeping her cool because she couldn't believe she wasn't selected. Team 10. Shikamaru Nara, Troublesome, Shoji Akamichi, Munch. Out of all of them, Ino's response was the worst. And Ino Yamanaka with Jonin instructor Asuma Sarutobi. She used some offensive language that is not appropriate for young people, who are the most impressionable. Sasuke was unconcerned, but Naruto and Hinata were thrilled to be on the same team. Iruka was glad they were paired together. He was aware of their crush on one another and hoped it would work out, but he also hoped it wouldn't blind them and impede their development as ninjas. Iruka was aware of Kiba's infatuation with the Hyuga girl and believed it was pointless. Hinata would never see another person the way she saw Naruto. Sakura was depressed. Shino was likewise unconcerned, and Kiba was a little upset that he wasn't on the same team as Hinata. He heard that the Shika, Ino, Sho team's next generation responded in the same way as their fathers had in the past. Iruka poofed away and left the new Genins to meet their new teams, saying, "Now, you'll wait here for your Jonin instructor." Naruto and Hinata walked to Sasuke to remain together as a team, but they encountered Team 8 en route. As Hinata timidly waved to Team 8, Naruto said, "Hey guys." She was glad that she at least knew someone on that team so she wouldn't feel alone. All she could hope for was that the person she knew wouldn't make advances on her, but that wasn't going to happen. Kiba patted the seat next to him and said, "Hello Hinata, sit next to me." Naruto had barely spent a minute with Kiba when he already wanted to chop Kiba up into tiny pieces of kibble and feed it to his dog Akamaru, who must have sensed this because he began barking at Naruto. Naruto wanted to tell the dog to stop talking, but he couldn't because he thought of a better way to do that, so he hurried to the window, opened it, and gave a loud whistle. He walked back to Akamaru and knelt down, leaving everyone in the room perplexed by his behavior and wondering what or whom he was attempting to call. Naruto said, "Just wait right there." After straightening up and observing Team 8's facial reaction, he said, Hey, just wait." Then, through the window, an orange blur jumped on Akamaru, who was caught off guard and pushed to the ground, feeling something on top of him. Akamaru didn't understand why a fox was standing on top of him, but he wouldn't tolerate it. He jumped up and began growling at Miyu, who was sitting contentedly in front of him. Akamaru then sprang into action and attempted to jump on her, but she was too fast and moved to the left, so he just slid after missing until he came to a complete stop. Miyu began to move around Akamaru, thinking they were playing and having fun, but Akamaru wasn't so much. Sakura and Hinata exclaimed, "It's so cute." As Hinata lifted Miyu, she sniffed her for a while before jumping out of her hands and licking her face. Hinata then burst out laughing, and Naruto experienced the same chill all over again. By the way, she goes by Miyu. When Naruto wanted to pick her up, Miyu barked at him, saying, "Now let's go meet our new teammate." She appeared to want to spend some more time with Hinata, and from the expression Naruto read, Hinata also wanted to hold Miyu for a while longer. "Okay then, you don't mind holding her, do you Hinata? Chan?" They departed to Sasuke's location after she shook her head. Sakura remarked, "Looks like they like each other." Shino went on to say, "Yes, it appears so." Kiba said, "She's too good for him." With a drop of perspiration, Sakura said, "I was talking about Hinata and Miyu." Kiba simply blushed and grunted. When Naruto bumped into Shikamaru's chair as he, Hinata, and Miyu approached Sasuke, the boy merely moaned. Shikamaru, who was playing shogi with Choji, who didn't seem to want to play, said, "Watch it, Naruto." Naruto halted his movement and turned to face the game. "What do you want?" "What?" Shikamaru asked. "Yeah, let me play," Naruto asked. Hinata moved back to where he was after realizing that she was now walking alone. Shikamaru considered standing up but was stopped by Naruto's hand on his shoulder. "Against you. Sorry Choji, I got nothing against you." "No problem, I would have lost anyway." Choji stood up, and Naruto went to take his seat. Shikamaru and Choji sat next to each other, while Hinata sat next to Naruto and Miyu slept on the table. The game then started, with Shikamaru winning by a slim margin. It's a pleasant game to kill time. As he and Hinata walked to their other teammate, Naruto said, "Well, see ya." Shikamaru smirked as he left. "What's on your mind?" Choji inquired. Shikamaru and Ino got up and walked to the door as Asuma entered the room, saying, "There's more to Naruto than meets the eye. Won't you start playing the game?" Shikamaru shrugged as he moved, and Choji shouted. When Miyu woke up and realized she was alone, she yawned, stretched, and went to find Hinata. Choji simply laughed and chased after his team. "Too troublesome," he said. When they got to Sasuke, he was lost in thought, and Naruto wanted to play a practical joke on him, but Hinata told him not to. Instead, they discussed what it would be like to be a team, what missions they might be given, the risks they would encounter, and the legends they would make. Hinata simply listened and played with Miyu as he assured her that he would make them legendary, and she was certain that Naruto was telling the truth. "Maybe, but you'll have to work extra hard to be better than me," Sasuke replied. "Who declared you superior to me?" Naruto inquired. Though he didn't feel like talking, he also didn't want to do nothing while they waited for their Jonin-sensei, so he might as well have some fun. "It's not something that needs to be said, it's just common knowledge," Sasuke responded, knowing he was on equal footing with Naruto but refusing to say it aloud. "That is more akin to science fiction than common knowledge. It's impossible, if not ridiculous," Naruto shot back, making Hinata try not to laugh. Naruto was aware that they were on equal strength and was brave enough to acknowledge it. He also knew that Sasuke was trying to make him overreact. Unfortunately, he knew what he was doing and even did it to him, but Sasuke fell for it. "Dobi, what did you say?" Angrily, Sasuke said. For another hour, Sasuke and Naruto argued while Hinata acted as a mediator. Eventually, she became exhausted and simply made sure that Naruto didn't hit Sasuke and vice versa while Miyu barked at Sasuke. "You heard me, Teme," Naruto shot back. When the door to the classroom opened, Kakashi saw Naruto grab Sasuke by the collar, a fox bite down on his shoe, and Hinata hold Naruto's fist in the air, stopping it before it even touched him. Kakashi then saw him waiting at the door, and Sasuke looked at it, and Naruto just sighed and hung his head. Kakashi just stood at the door and Naruto said, "You're late, Kakashi, sensei. My initial thoughts about you guys." He was about to leave when he heard Naruto's voice. "You're a bunch of idiots." Everyone's perspiration dropped. "Now, meet me in the roof in 5 minutes." "How can we be certain that you won't arrive an hour late?" As he made his way to the roof, Kakashi was about to respond, but Naruto interrupted him, saying, "Don't. I really don't want to know." Kakashi glanced at the other members of Team 7, but they simply shrugged it off. Miyu left the classroom through the window, and Kakashi assumed it was to do what foxes usually did. "He's definitely a fascinating one." Kakashi began. "Okay, now I want you to introduce yourselves." What are you referring to?" Hinata inquired. "You are aware of your interests, dislikes, future goals, and pastimes. Such things." "Sensei, how about you demonstrate the process for us?" As he observed the clouds moving slowly past, Naruto asked casually. "All right. Kakashi Hatake is my name. I don't feel like telling you what I like and what I dislike. I've never given my future goals much thought." Everyone started to perspire, and Naruto even grimaced. "Okay, now you with the mask, you go. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a member of the Immortal Clan. I enjoy ramen, my friends, and training. I detest prejudiced people and the 3 minutes you have to wait after adding hot water to ramen. I aspire to be the greatest Hokage, one who outperforms his predecessors and is able to defend his priceless people." After his introduction, Naruto sat down, and Kakashi's eye grinned. "As for my hobbies, well, I like to train and garden." "Okay, now you with the sweater. All right, I'm H. Hinata Hyuga. I like to gather herbs and make medicine," she said, blushing after glancing at Naruto. "I don't necessarily detest anything, but I do not like it when my friends are treated cruelly. In the future, I hope to have my own family and become like my mother, who was a wonderful Hyuga and a smart, attractive woman. Making herbs and gardening are 2 of my hobbies." "Your turn, Mr. Sunshine." Sasuke's eyebrow arched as Naruto and Hinata both attempted to contain their laughter. "I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I detest a lot of things and don't really like anything. What I have is ambition rather than a dream." As everyone had their own thoughts, Sasuke said solemnly, "I will rebuild my clan and destroy a certain someone." Whom is he seeking to destroy?" I only knew Kakashi Sensei's name, but at least he shared his ambition, as he refers to it. So, isn't that the way it is? Now, at 5 in the morning, arrive at the assigned training location. I'll describe our initial mission. Why not give an explanation now? Naruto asked. Kakashi started chuckling. EHH. You'll be taking a survival exercise to see if you're good enough to be a genin. W. What? B. However, we already took the genin exam. Why must we do it again? Hinata inquired, and Kakashi burst out laughing. When Kakashi was sufficiently composed to speak, Naruto said, "Why are you laughing about? That's a normal question to ask." "Well, if I tell you, then you wouldn't like my answer." Sasuke said, "Just tell us already. Don't claim I didn't warn you, though. Just 9 of the 27 recent graduates will be admitted as general. Thus, the remaining 18 will be sent back to the academy and wedded out. To put it another way, this is a make or break test, and the likelihood that you will fail is at least 66%. Each member of Team 7 had a different reaction to that. Sasuke was passive, but both Naruto and Kakashi knew he was freaking out in his own way. Naruto didn't believe it but didn't show it. Hinata didn't believe it either, and Naruto saw her leg shaking. "Look, I told you wouldn't like it, didn't I?" "But first, what was the purpose of the graduation exam?" Naruto inquired. That was merely to determine who might be able to become a genin. I get to decide whether you are sent back to the academy or become one. Naruto said in a low voice. That's messed up. As Kakashi stood there, everyone was thinking about something different. Be that as it may, be at the designated training spot at 5 in the morning and bring your ninja gear. That's it, you're dismissed. Additionally, you might want to forego breakfast. You'll throw up. Kakashi vanished in a cloud of leaves. Sasuke simply strolled to the training spot, as if he usually wakes up at that time, while Naruto appeared half asleep. The sun was just rising when all members of Team 7 arrived at the assigned training spot at precisely 5 in the morning. Hinata was still sleepy, but she was awake enough to see the arrival of her other 2 teammates. He was walking with both eyes closed and appeared to have arrived at the location without opening them once. When Team 7 arrived at the same location, Naruto fell and resumed his sleep, so Sasuke and Hinata made the decision to stand while they awaited Kakashi's arrival. Hinata glanced at Naruto while he slept, grinning subtly at his contented expression and observing his attire. He usually wore a black mask, a black headband, blue fingerless gloves, a blue shirt underneath a sleeveless coat, black pants and shoes, and a sword on his back. Instead, he was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, navy blue pants, and black shoes. Hinata was intrigued because she had never realized that he could use both swords. He probably has no idea how to wield both swords. As if reading Hinata's thoughts, Sasuke remarked, he may be good at kenjutsu with just one sword, but he probably doesn't know how to handle the extra blade. Subsequently, 2 blades appeared perilously at the Uchiha's throat, as if a gigantic pair of scissors were about to chop off his head. The blade bearer was the one that both Sasuke and Hinata believed to be asleep, and a single drop of perspiration trickled down Sasuke's cheek. "I apologize, Sasuke. Would you like to share something with me?" Sasuke emerged from his daze and retreated, laughing at Naruto as he relaxed and left his stance. "Dangerously calm," Naruto said. As Naruto approached a tree and leaned against it, Sasuke thought, "He's fast, I didn't even see him move." Hinata was thinking the same thing. She thought glumly, "He's so fast and precise, he's even faster than Sasuke. He's probably really good, but I'm not. Not enough for him to notice me." She felt eyes on her, and when she looked up, she saw it was Naruto. She blushed under his mischievous gaze, and he gestured for her to join him. She approached him, and he sat down with his back still resting on the tree. He gestured for her to sit beside him, and she did, her blush deepening. "Naruto-kun, is there anything you'd like?" With shyness, she asked, and he simply shook his head. "Not really. S. So. Well, I don't mind, but why did you ask me to come along?" Hinata shook his head once more and asked again. "Just 'cause." Hinata just stared at Naruto in wonder as he tipped his head back and gazed up at the sky, preferring to watch the stars over the clouds for some reason he couldn't quite explain. "He wants me to be close to him," she said, observing Naruto close his eyes and his breathing become more relaxed, almost as if he were sleeping. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that he was indeed sleeping, and her gaze shifted to Naruto's mask and what it concealed from the outside world. 6 years prior, when he was still recuperating from his wounds, Hinata had seen him without fail. When a branch member came to check on Naruto, Hinata was in the room. When the branch member left, her curiosity got the better of her, so she slowly took off his mask and stared in wonder. She thought he looked cute without it, and the 3 whisker marks on either side of his face seemed strange to her, but they only made him more unique. She wondered why he would hide his face behind a mask, but she left it alone because he probably had his reasons. After giving it a quick glance, she put it on and waited for Naruto to wake up. 6 years had passed since she last saw his face, and her curiosity was beginning to overtake her once more. She reluctantly raised a hand and proceeded to take off Naruto's mask, and she watched for what seemed like an eternity as her hand moved to his face. As Hinata went to take off Naruto's mask, Sasuke watched, wondering why Naruto wore a mask and what he actually looked like, even though he would never see it out loud. Ever since they first arrived at the academy, Sasuke had been interested in the masked boy in his class. He was as strong and quick as him, but Sasuke recognized that something wasn't quite right, as if he were holding back, or at least something was holding him back, and he suspected that the mask had something to do with that. Hinata hardly touched the cloth before a hand quickly sprang up to stop her from tugging on it, and she jumped at the unexpected reaction, turning to face Naruto, who had one eye open and fixed on her hand. A hand? What is it? Hinata retracted her hand and cast a shameful glance down as Naruto grinned at her and said, "You know what they saw, curiosity killed the cat." Hinata said, I'm sorry Naruto-kun. Hinata-chan, don't worry about it. Sasuke watched the two as they slept, staying where he had been standing and then sitting down. His thoughts then turned to Itachi and how he hoped Hinata wouldn't slow them down. I don't mind it at all, Naruto said before falling back asleep. Hinata continued to stare until she became bored and fell asleep as well, unconsciously resting her head on Naruto's shoulder before he laid his on top of hers. Sasuke respected Hinata, who didn't swoon over him and truly took being a kunoichi seriously. Sure, she would occasionally pay more attention to Naruto, but it didn't affect her learning much in the academy. Naruto was on par with him and probably wouldn't slow Sasuke down. However, Hinata was different. Despite being the top kunoichi in their class, he didn't know exactly how strong she was or how much work it took to make her stronger. Naruto and Hinata were still asleep and Sasuke was still deep in thought, and it had been 3.5 hours before they even noticed Kakashi approaching them casually. Hey! Naruto opened an eye as Kakashi-sensei greeted him. Naruto remarked wearily, "You're late." Kakashi said, "Sorry, but I got lost in the road of life." Naruto yawned and said, "Well, take a map next time because we can't afford to wait for you every time you get lost." He would have stretched, but he felt a slight pressure on his left shoulder, which caused him to look sideways and blush. Hinata was still sleeping soundly on his shoulder, and while he didn't have the heart to wake her, Kakashi couldn't. He pulled out an alarm clock and set it off at that precise moment, and she slowly opened one eye to gaze at the alarm that was directly in her face. She took it from Kakashi's hand, held it, and gazed at it bewildered. It took her a minute to realize what she was seeing and where she was, but as soon as she did, she sat up straight and turned her head to face Naruto, who was grinning at her from her right. "Why am I holding an alarm clock?" she asked. Hinata hardly made it out before Naruto laughed sheepishly, "Sorry and Naruto-kun. It's okay, Hinata-chan." Kakashi extended his hand to Hinata, who returned the alarm to him. He then proceeded to the 3 posts, set it, and positioned it on top of the center. Naruto got up and rested his bones as he, Hinata, and Sasuke approached the posts. "So, Kakashi-sensei, what are we going to do?" "Thank you for asking Naruto. Your assignment is simple. I want you to try and take the bells," Kakashi said, pulling 2 bells from his pocket, and Naruto quickly removed the bells from Kakashi's grasp. Boresome, Naruto showed Kakashi the bells and said, "Got it." "May I tell you what you need to do?" Kakashi said casually, holding back his astonishment. Naruto's speed once again astounded Sasuke and Hinata. Naruto answered, "You did and I got the bells." Kakashi said, "Give it back before I fail you." Naruto tossed back the bells and muttered that he had already done it. "Now as I was saying, thank you." Naruto perspired. "I set the alarm to go off at noon. I want you to try and take the bells from me. You won't have lunch if you can't take the bells from me before then." "What? And you'll be tied to those posts while you watch me eat my lunch." That explains why he advised us not to eat breakfast. As their stomachs rumbled, Naruto and Sasuke thought at the same time, so then it'll be harder for us to work and be active. "Well, Kakashi-sensei." "Yes, Hinata." When Hinata became aware that everyone was watching her, she began to play with her fingers. "There are just 2 bells. There are 3 of you.us. "Yes, what's the matter?" Naruto inquired, and Kakashi laughed, perplexing his team once more. In this manner, if you fail to finish the assignment, at least one of you will be tied to the post. But there's still a good chance that all 3 of you will fail, eat no lunch, and get sent back to the academy, Kakashi said with a smile on his face as Team 7 simply stared at one another. As Kakashi spoke again, Naruto thought, we were put on a team a day ago and now we're going to be competing against each other to see which one of us, if not all of us, go back to the academy. Something's not right. However, he was pulled out of them before he could finish his thought. Hinata felt uneasy when Kakashi said, you won't be able to take them from me if you don't come at me with the intention to kill. She didn't like the thought of approaching Kakashi with the intent to kill him, even though she knew she couldn't. Wait a minute, that's not really fair. I mean, yeah, we're not exactly intimidating, but we were the top 3 students in the academy. You have a bad sense of time and have one eye. If your lack of timing doesn't affect you, then your depth perception will. Naruto sighed. Naruto ducked as Kakashi threw a kunai at him. Naruto grinned and said, how's that for depth perception? Naruto then hurled his own kunai at Kakashi and said, not bad. Kakashi did exactly what he wanted by blocking it. With the sharp side of his sword resting on Kakashi's neck, Naruto vanished and then reappeared directly behind him. In the span of a single glance, Kakashi had positioned his own kunai directly at Naruto's neck. Kakashi remarked, I didn't say you can start. Naruto gave a sour smile. I was unaware that fights began with a mere start. Naruto uttered those words with a sly smile that was both bitter and sweet. Kakashi and Naruto both retreated from one another, saying, they don't, but my exercise does. The 2 masked ninjas gazed at one another in mutual comprehension. That's what I am talking about, with the intention of killing me. Sasuke exclaimed, don't worry, I'm sure we get the idea now. How can I say this? I'm starting to like you guys. Kakashi replied, and start? Kakashi waited while the 3 genins vanished. Iruka and the 3rd Hokage were sitting down to tea in the Hokage's office. So what did you want to talk about, Iruka? I'm sure it wasn't just to drink tea with me, the 3rd responded. Well, Hokage. Sama, the 3rd said, you want to know about Naruto's Jonin instructor Kakashi Hitaki. He knew, which surprised Iruka, but he composed himself. A book was pulled from beneath the table and slid to Iruka by the 3rd Hokage, who said, well, yes. He took it up and gazed at it in amazement. What is this for, sir? Iruka opened the book and began reading, saying, this book holds a record of Kakashi's teams. Every team he's passed, every team he's failed. When he turned the page, the text was identical to the previous one, but the team was different. As Iruka kept turning the pages, she noticed a commonality among them all. They all failed. The 3rd simply nodded, asking, Is this correct, Hokage? Sama? I heard some rumors, but they weren't as bad as this. Kakashi might be a little hard on his team. Iruka shot back, a little? Not one passed his test. The 3rd Hokage said solemnly, yes, it seems like they couldn't meet Kakashi's standards, so he failed them. It appears that they comprehend the idea of hiding and keeping silent, Kakashi thought before Naruto materialized in front of him. With his sword ready, Naruto rushed up to Kakashi and said, you know, compared to the others you're a little weird. Naruto gasped in mockery as he swung his sword, you want to talk about weird? What's up with your haircut? Kakashi pulled out a kunai, pushed him away, and parried it. Naruto ran at Kakashi again after doing a backflip and landing 4 feet away. Kakashi also parried his vertical sword swing, but before he could react, Naruto snatched up his second sword and proceeded to strike the bell's strings. This surprised Kakashi, who didn't anticipate that he would really wield both swords. Kakashi leapt on top of Naruto and gave him a back kick. Flying forward, Naruto landed in the nearby river. After sinking all the way to the bottom, Naruto considered his current predicament. He waited for his pupil to reappear, up with Kakashi. Sasuke and Hinata were in their hiding places, watching in wonder as Naruto defeated Kakashi. How powerful is he? After watching the brief match, Sasuke pondered. Naruto.kun. Naruto leapt out as soon as the air bubbles stopped forming. Without wasting any time, he sped off at Kakashi as soon as he touched down. Kakashi braced himself for whatever Naruto would throw at him this time. Naruto leapt on the hilt of one of his swords and threw it a foot away from Kakashi. Kakashi attempted to use his kunai in a horizontal swing to cut Naruto's leg, but Naruto used his momentum to leap over him, land behind him, and kick him in the back. Instead of flying like Naruto, Kakashi poofed himself out of existence. Naruto concluded, a clone? But it was solid. A shadow clone. Naruto approached and grabbed his sword. Sheathing both swords, he turned to face a tree on his left. Jumping out of his place, Kakashi grinned at Naruto and asked, "When we pass this test, will you teach me that jutsu, Kakashi, sensei?" Smirking at his challenge, Naruto vanished into the trees, saying, "Maybe. That is, if you pass." Out of nowhere, 2 shuriken and 3 kunai emerged from one of the trees and collided with Kakashi. Sasuke thought, "Got him," just before Kakashi became a log. "Damn, I'm sure he knows where I am." When he heard a shout, Sasuke emerged from his hiding spot and halted. It sounded like Hinata. Sasuke turned to see Kakashi leaning on a tree after hearing a bell sound behind him. He reached into his pocket and said, "Well, standing out in the open is pretty dangerous for a ninja, don't you think so, Sasuke?" Sasuke readied himself to face any situation. He was shocked to discover that it was Icha paradise. Disappointed with his sensei, Sasuke inquired, "Why did you take out a book?" Then Sasuke threw more shuriken at Kakashi, saying, "So I can find out what happens next." As he dodged, Kakashi put his book away because something told him to be more prepared and take Sasuke seriously. Then, to set off the trap, Sasuke threw a kunai at a tree, causing it to cut a rope. A trap. Sasuke then materialized behind Kakashi after he ducked the kunai that was thrown from the trap. Kakashi blocked and held a left roundhouse kick that Sasuke aimed at his face. A left hook that Sasuke threw after twisting his body was also caught. In order to deliver a more powerful right kick to Kakashi's head, he twisted himself vertically. This one was also blocked by Kakashi. As he went to retrieve the bells, Sasuke grinned. Before Sasuke took the bells, Kakashi realized this and moved aside. Kakashi remarked, "Interesting. You were close." Sasuke made hand signals while grinning. To Kakashi's surprise, Sasuke concluded his hand signals with, "I'm not done yet." "Nope, that's a genin's high-level fire jutsu. I don't think he could really do it." Fireball jutsu. In the fire style, as he hurled a fireball in Kakashi's direction, Sasuke pondered. When he was finished, Sasuke was unable to identify his sensei because it had burned every grass it came into contact with. "Whoa, where is he?" "To my right, to my left." A hand sprang up from the floor, seized Sasuke's leg, and pushed him into the earth until he was only neck deep, just beneath me. "Well, Sasuke, I am impressed. You were good in ninjutsu, but Naruto beat you in the taijutsu." Now that I think about it, Hinata's the only one I haven't fought against." Kakashi got up and opened his book. Kakashi was going to go look for Hinata when Naruto showed up and kicked him in the ribs, saying, "You be a good little boy and stay right there." Naruto followed Kakashi into the woods as he flew away. The idea that Naruto was superior to him in any way made Sasuke snarl. Then he turned to look at the bushes that were moving. Hinata leapt out and ran toward him. She simply put a finger to her lips and said, "Hinata?" to signal him to keep quiet. Then she assisted Sasuke in rising from the earth. She gestured for him to follow her when she was done. Without his swords, Naruto was engaged in a 1-on-1 battle with Kakashi. He had a better use for them, though he was aware that he could probably do better with them. He was aware of his sensei's superiority. Even though Kakashi was faster and stronger than most, Naruto knew he was just superior. After their initial encounter, Naruto was aware that Kakashi would have killed him before he could reach Kakashi's neck with his sword. Now, though, Naruto was merely attempting to divert Kakashi's attention rather than defeat him. Kakashi simply gave Naruto a wary look. He questioned why he wasn't brandishing his usual swords. He actually saw that one of his swords was gone. He also questioned why, if Naruto already knew it was futile, he would keep fighting him head-on. Kakashi was actually hit by Naruto before he could finish thinking. He kicked Kakashi hard in the sternum, and he flew through the forest. He saw that he was in a little clearing when he touched down. One of Naruto's swords was on the ground when he turned to look around. Naruto went into the clearing and resumed his attack on Kakashi, saying, "So that's where I left it." In order to put an end to it, Kakashi pushed Naruto away. Hinata leapt from her hiding spot and sealed off all of the chakra points in Kakashi's left arm while he was distracted. The unexpected ambush startled him, but before she could close any more chakra points, Kakashi stepped aside. He noticed that Sasuke went to exploit the numbness in his left arm. Kakashi jumped back until he was directly next to one of Naruto's swords after Sasuke attempted the fireball jutsu once more. To throw at Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata all pulled out shuriken and kunai. He looked in his pouch for some to deflect them, but when he discovered none, he grimaced. Glancing down, he grabbed Naruto's sword. Kakashi was able to deflect the weapons that Team 7 threw. Their teamwork and attempt to trap him made him smile. Kakashi assertively remarked, "Nice teamwork, but you still didn't get the bells." Naruto's eye returned the smile. Then Kakashi heard a hissing sound and asked, "Who says the test is over?" He noticed that the sword had an explosive tag fastened to it. Naruto uttered the words, "Boom," just before the sword exploded. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the woods, shaking the entire training area. From behind a tree, Naruto emerged holding Hinata. Though blushing, she was appreciative. Without Naruto, she would have been caught in the blast. Naruto and Hinata emerged as well, and then Sasuke leapt into the blown up clearing. The alarm clock was then heard to go off. Naruto picked up something as he entered the smoldering crater the blast had left behind. He threw it to Sasuke and Hinata. It was small, round, and black. Both of them gazed at it bewildered. Before making his way to the 3 posts, Naruto said, "Just hold on to it." Still perplexed by the black balls Naruto had given them, Hinata and Sasuke trailed behind him. Kakashi was leaning on the middle post when they got there. He raised his hand. "Yo." Naruto sat in front of the middle post and leaned back on it, responding, "Hey." He was bound to the post before he could blink. "What the?" Before anyone could respond, Naruto said, "Sorry, but you didn't get the bell. Neither did you too, did you?" Kakashi, Hinata, and Sasuke all had shocked looks on their faces as they said, "Of course they did. What do you think the black ball in their hands are?" As Kakashi searched his person for his bells, Naruto clarified, "Yeah, you see, I knew you would have survived the blast, but the same could not be said for the bells. The trap wasn't so much to trap you or kill you, it was to blow the bells away from you." The realization that he lacked them startled him. "So it seems. Still, it looks like you won't have lunch, Naruto." Kakashi responded. Naruto shrugged and said, "And you'll have to go back to the academy." After saying, "Now, since you two have the bells, you can have lunch. However, I don't want you to give Naruto any of it, that's an order." Kakashi vanished in a cloud of leaves, leaving Naruto and the other members of Team 7 alone. While Hinata was playing with her lunch, Sasuke began to eat his. When Naruto saw that Hinata was skipping lunch, he inquired, "Something wrong, Hinata-chan?" "W. Well, it's just, you look hungry." His stomach began to complain, interrupting Naruto's sentence, Me? No, don't worry about me, Hina." His perspiration fell as he chuckled uneasily. "Looks like I've been caught." Sasuke offered his food and said, "Here." Sasuke surprised Naruto by offering some of his food, and he asked, "What?" Hinata offered Naruto her food, but he declined, saying, "It's okay, Sasuke. You seem hungry, and I don't really feel like eating. You can have mine, Naruto-kun." W. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? He sheepishly acknowledged, "Well, the thing is, I'm still tied to the post." "Oh right, stupid me." Before he could turn it into a confession, Naruto halted him. "You're not stupid, Hinata-chan. You're smart and pretty." "Whoa, Well, Hinata-chan, would you feed it to me?" Naruto inquired, without waiting for her to comprehend his words. "Pretty? Me?" After giving him a nod, Hinata proceeded to feed him. "Wait," Naruto said, turning his head while Hinata merely gave him a perplexed look. Naruto admitted, I don't want to take my mask off." Knowing what he meant, Hinata grinned warmly, got to her feet, and took a seat again between him and Sasuke. She took off the mask as Naruto grinned at her suggestion. It was all she could do not to pass out or at least look into his face. It was much older and much cuter, but it was exactly as she remembered. Despite his hunger, Naruto was relieved to be able to eat. However, he had seen the expression Hinata gave him. If he didn't know any better, she appeared to recognize his face, as if she had seen it before. Then, sensing that someone was observing them from the bushes across from them, he swiftly used his sword, which was concealed behind the post, to cut the rope and, using his free hand, pulled his mask back over his face. Kakashi exclaimed, "I told you not to feed him," as he entered the clearing, clearly unhappy. "Well, what did you expect? I was hungry, she was worried and fed me. We were teammates for the last 24 hours and that is the least a teammate can do," replied Naruto. "Did you expect her to sit back, enjoy her lunch and watch me suffer? I don't think so, that is not a team, and if you expected us to be like that then I'm glad I'm going to the academy. Maybe then I'll get a sensei who isn't vague, actually shows up on time and doesn't make their team compete against each other." Calmly, Kakashi said, "Well then maybe you should go." Sasuke and Hinata soon followed Naruto as he began to walk. "Where are you two going?" Sasuke said nonchalantly, "Back to the academy." "What, why?" Hinata stammered, but her voice was inaudible, because Kakashi. "Sensei. Naruto-kun is our teammate. If he goes back to the academy, Then we go with him. We wouldn't have it any other way. Sasuke simply gave a nod of agreement. That his teammates were concerned made Naruto happy. Everyone was taken aback when they heard, "Well then I guess you three, pass." "The hell?" shouted Naruto. Kakashi said, "Yup, you pass. You are now officially Team 7. Sasuke grinned as Naruto embraced Hinata and twirled her around after they had recovered from their shock. She blushed, but she was too joyful to pass out. Naruto placed Sasuke in a headlock after he set her down. Sasuke was thrilled to hear, "You hear that, Sasuke? We're a team now." But Naruto was beginning to take it away. He felt like he was pushing it with Sasuke, so Naruto let him go. As Team 7 began to celebrate, Kakashi interrupted them with the words, "Just one thing." Team 7 nodded their heads in response to the question, "Did you actually know that you had to work together? How?" "Oh. Well, it returned to the moment when Hinata-chan let out a scream. Rewind flash. "Oh, shish, Hinata-chan." Naruto tried to soothe Hinata by saying, "Calm down, it's me, Naruto." In an apology, Hinata said, Oh, sorry." After transforming a stick into one of his swords, Naruto attached an explosive tag to it and wrapped it around the grip, saying, "Well, I'll make this quick since Kakashi-sensei might have heard that. Okay, here's what I want you to do. Get this sword in place at the end of a clearing that's 20 meters from here. Put it there and charge it with enough chakra to blow up in 15 minutes. Then come back here to meet me." "Why are you doing this? Wait. To be more precise, why do you need my help?" Hinata inquired. "Did you not think this exercise was strange? Well, what's the point of forming us into a team?" Hinata shook her head. "To force us to cooperate as a group. Now consider this. If Kakashi-sensei is only going to set us against one another, what good was it to be a team?" Hinata's face lit up with understanding. "From the expression on your face, it appears that you now understand." "Yes, it's a test to see if we're willing to work together." "Exactly. In other words, do you believe a genin could defeat a jonin? I doubt that any one of the three of us could defeat Kakashi-sensei. Even though we knew that one of us would ultimately return to the academy, he deliberately set us against one another to test our willingness to set aside our differences and cooperate." Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head, saying, "That's brilliant, Naruto-kun. Go now, as we are running out of time. Oh, and take this." Naruto handed one of his swords to Hinata, who gave him a questioning look, and put it behind the middle post. "You'll see." Hinata nodded, sent a small amount of chakra into the explosive tag, and proceeded to place it where Naruto instructed. After finishing, she regrouped with Naruto, and the two of them went to check on Sasuke, who was searching for something when a hand suddenly emerged from the ground and buried him in it. "All right, I'll lead Kakashi-sensei into the clearing. You'll need to excavate Sasuke, carry him to the clearing where you put the sword, and then wait for an advantageous moment to ambush him." When Hinata saw Naruto heading after Kakashi, she hurried to bury Sasuke out. "Tell Sasuke the plan and good luck," Naruto said before leaping out of his hiding place and kicking Kakashi into the woods. "Hinata," Sasuke said. Hinata placed a finger on her lips to let him know to be quiet. When she buried him out and motioned him to follow her. "What's going on, Hinata?" "Naruto set up a trap for Kakashi-sensei and we're going to help him." "Why, don't we all compete with one another?" Sasuke inquired. "I had the same thought, but Naruto-kun clarified it for me. The goal is to collaborate. The purpose of this exercise is to determine our level of cooperation." Sasuke said, "That makes sense." Then they heard the sounds of kicks and punches hitting flesh. "Come on there, this way." Rewind flash. The praise from Kakashi was, "Very clever, Naruto. It wasn't too hard to figure out once you got the basic idea. Still, excellent teamwork. You all pass, I'm proud to say. A ninja needs to be able to see through deceit, or under the underneath, as it were. Those who break the rules are considered scum in the ninja world, but those who desert their friends are even worse. When will we get our first mission?" Naruto stated, "That's how I see it. Take the day off tomorrow. You deserve it." Kakashi turned and left after saying this. Sasuke made the decision to train at home, and Naruto was just about to leave when Hinata stopped him. "Naruto-kun. Well, hello, Hinata-chan." Hinata was too lost in her thoughts to respond. Are you certain that I'm pretty?" Naruto stiffened and his thoughts froze as she asked shyly. Well, she needed to recall. He rubbed the back of his head and replied, Well yeah. Then he recalled something. "You saw my face when you were feeding me, didn't you, Hinata-chan?" Well, it kind of looked like you saw my face before, Hinata said, blushing at the memory of his face and nodding because she didn't think she would be able to speak. R. Really? Oh no, it looks like he's becoming suspicious. Yeah. W. Well, why? You see. Naruto's attention was drawn to an orange blur that darted past them. Hinata appeared to notice but, for some reason, stopped. Hinata. Chan is not a concern. I must leave, though, because I suspect Miyu is in trouble. Hinata stood there for a moment before deciding to head home, but don't worry about it, it's nothing too big, it never is. Naruto then vanished, trailing Miyu. Damn it, Miyu, bad timing. Naruto ran fast and soon caught up to Miyu, who stopped in an empty clearing while barking at something in the trees. Miyu gave Naruto a brief message in Fox, which he didn't really understand but knew meant that there was a danger nearby. After placing Miyu back on the ground and drawing his swords, Naruto assumed his stance and waited for the individual to appear. Whoever you are, I know you're out there, so there's no point in hiding, Naruto cautioned. Where, perhaps? A cold voice said behind him and his reflexes kicked in. He swung his sword back to slice the person but whoever it was disappeared. Nice reflexes. The voice was now in front of him. You probably would have hit me if I didn't know how fast you were. Who exactly are you? The man with the red clouds and black cloak looked up to reveal his Sharingan eye to Naruto when he asked. My name? Do you have no idea who I am? Naruto gave him a shrewd look, knowing that only 2 Uchihas remained after the Uchiha massacre, and that one of them had returned home, so this one was. Itachi Uchiha. You seem to do. Now, for this one. Itachi moved to the left, revealing a girl behind him who was not your typical girl. At least not to Naruto. Despite having her eyes closed and appearing to be unconscious. Hinata. Chan. Hinata remained motionless and silent. Itachi gave a vague warning, saying, don't worry about her now, she's the least of your problems. Naruto simply snarled. Hinata. Chan's not the least of my worries? Are you serious? She's important to me and you're going to have the gall to tell me that? Naruto was furious. Itachi focused by closing his eyes. For Hinata's sake. Naruto tried to calm down since he knew that yelling would not get him anywhere. So, what do you want, traitor? Itachi said, your words hurt, Uzumaki. Before vanishing and putting a kunai to Naruto's throat. Itachi stated in a steady, calm voice, but actions kill. Naruto wasn't afraid, even though he was ready to stab the kunai in the neck. He was aware that Itachi needed him to be alive in order to get something from him. Itachi would have already killed him if that was his desire. Naruto was aware that Itachi, the notorious killer, wouldn't be so subtle in his killing. Naruto asked calmly, what is it that you want? With a sly smile, Itachi crossed the clearing again, passing directly in front of Hinata's still body. Itachi picked her up lightly and tossed her. With a sickening thud, she landed and stayed motionless. The sudden action caused Naruto's eyes to widen, but he closed them as he sensed Kyuubi's chakra beginning to leak. Despite witnessing Kyuubi's chakra begin to encircle Naruto, Itachi said calmly, I want to see what you're capable of. It took Naruto less than a second to move from the other side of the clearing to Itachi's face. Before Itachi could react, he cut Itachi in the left leg. Itachi left a small cut on his leg, but he jumped back before the attack could cause significant harm. He didn't think Naruto would really hit him, but it wasn't that serious. Itachi's casual demeanor was beginning to irritate Naruto, but Naruto already had a strategy in place to put an end to it. Impressive, I have to say. That was unexpected. Naruto lifted his swords above his head and crossed them, saying, there's a saying that I think applies very well to this situation. Expect. Red chakra began to encircle Naruto's 2 swords, compressing them against the blade. Itachi's eyes widened at Naruto's sudden intent to kill and the sheer power and chakra of his attack. The unexpected. Demon art. Slicing chakra invocation. The compressed chakra was released as Naruto swung both swords down with force. The red chakra exploded from his swords and made a huge X as it went toward Itachi. Itachi just missed getting struck when he leapt at the last second. The red chakra began to feed off the slashes in his cloak. As the red chakra began to burn the cloak, Itachi removed it and gazed at it wide-eyed. Itachi could actually see that the attack was still ongoing when he looked at the area it had affected. Soon, only a massive X remained after the grass that the chakra touched died. When Itachi turned around, Naruto was running toward him with his swords crossed and chakra in place. Pay attention, I'm not done, Itachi exclaimed. As Itachi prepared his own attack, Naruto leapt into the air at the last second. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Itachi knew that blocking this move would require a lot of chakra, whether or not he had demon chakra. Itachi's fireball was swiftly the target of Naruto's attack. Demon Art. Slicing Chakra Invocation. Naruto's attack didn't block Itachi's, but instead passed through it, surprising him for the fourth time. Naruto simply leapt through the opening his attack made without causing any harm. This boy is incredible. In addition to being faster than a Chunin or possibly a Jonin, he is also able to control his actions while using the Kyuubi's chakra. I think I made the right decision, but as he ducked Naruto's most recent blow, Itachi thought, I still need to see how far I can push him. There were a lot of surprises in Naruto. In addition to releasing the fox's chakra from his swords, he was able to use the chakra to increase the range of his weapons. Aside from that, he could have hit Itachi with his hands covered in foxfire if his taijutsu had been superior to what it is now. It seems I underestimated you, Uzumaki, a deadly mistake, Itachi replied. Naruto would not be able to defeat Itachi, despite the fact that he is better than Itachi had believed. This much was obvious to both of them. Uzumaki, why do you continue to fight even though you are clearly outmatched? Naruto remained silent. He was still upset about Hinata's treatment by Itachi. Naruto's eyes expanded as he asked, is it because of the girl? With bitterness, he retorted, don't you dare get her involved in this. This is between you and me. Itachi said menacingly, she can get involved. It's a simple matter of her being in the right place. At the wrong time. As he said the final line, Itachi glanced at Naruto before turning to face Hinata's still figure. Not only her, but the entire village. There are much stronger ninjas than me out there, waiting to take advantage of the weak and corrupted people that inhabit this hateful village. Even though there are an exceptional few in here, they aren't being properly trained. They are either shunned or ignored by their own villagers. Or by their own family. The simple question you need to answer, Naruto, is, are you willing to face these powerful ninjas when the time comes even though you know you don't stand a chance? Naruto inquired. Where are you going with this, Uchiha? After just 48 hours of ninja training, he already grasped the idea of looking underneath the underneath. He deduced that Itachi was alerting him to the presence of other ninjas who are attempting to demolish his house. What I'm saying is that a day will come when an imposing ninja will arrive to destroy the hidden leaf. Are you going to be the one in the fight or in the back watching others fight for you? I will be the one fighting. But you're clearly outmatched, so how will you fight if you'll only be blown away? Naruto began, I'll get stronger, but Itachi interrupted him before he could say anything more. Naruto did not respond when he asked, how? He was aware that by working out hard and picking up tips from his senseis, he could get stronger. However, Itachi is strong, possibly stronger than the majority of the village, if not all of them. He now claims that some ninjas are more powerful than he is and that his house will one day be threatened by them. How would they fare against someone stronger than Itachi if there isn't anyone stronger than Itachi? Naruto had become much more composed since the fight started. His ideas were thoughtful and well defined. Itachi started to approach Naruto, but halted when he noticed that Naruto's hold on his sword tightened. I don't know. Itachi stated, that's why I am willing to properly train you. Naruto tried to discern the deceit in Itachi's words by looking him in the eye. He was surprised to see honesty and resolve instead of deceit or trickery. Naruto assumed his stance and questioned, why, didn't you kill your own family? Why should I trust you? Naruto could see the honesty and pain in Itachi's eyes as he said, I did and their death was needed. It's a long story, one that would need a lot of explaining. What I can tell you is that I did it for the village. Despite not sheathing his swords, Naruto left his stance. Now he had a certain amount of faith in Itachi. Itachi nodded and approached Naruto, saying, okay, I don't think you're lying, but I'll make sure you hear from me and my swords the moment you betray me or the village. He extended his hand, and Naruto reluctantly accepted it. After that, Naruto struck Itachi in the face. Although Itachi wasn't prepared for this, he knew why he did it. In an attempt to control his rage, Naruto remarked, there are other ways of telling me to get stronger. You didn't need to bring Hinata-chan into this. Itachi got to his feet and turned to face Hinata. She abruptly poofed as Naruto glanced at her as well. Itachi clarified, I didn't bring her into this, it was merely a shadow clone. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and laughed sheepishly. Naruto then made the decision to become serious. Oh, by the way, about those stronger ninjas. Another time, Naruto, if I am to train you, then I should start today. Why today? Because today will be the only day in the next 7 days that'll I'll be able to train you. Why's that? Inquired Naruto. I am working undercover with a group of missing nin who plan to gather all Jinchuriki to extract the Biju sealed in them. You are on their list, but they will come to get you in a period of 3 to 4 years, so you have plenty of time to prepare. I'm currently supposed to be scouting for Bijus and their Jinchurikis. They release me once every week. During those times, I will come to this exact spot for the same day every week to train you, do you understand? Naruto answered, it's a lot to take in but yeah. He questioned why and when his life became complicated. Itachi felt a sudden rush of wind and saw Naruto already climbing a tree. Since you seem to understand, let's begin. First I want you to climb a tree, Itachi said. Naruto shouted, finished, from above. Naruto leapt down when Itachi gestured for him to join him. Itachi concluded by saying, I want you to climb a tree without your hands. Naruto simply gave him a perplexed look. How? Simple. Itachi began climbing the tree after channeling some chakra into the soles of his feet. It would be an understatement to say that Naruto was impressed. Like this. This training involves focusing a fixed amount of chakra to the bottom of your feet, and using that to climb a tree without using your hands. If the stream of chakra is too weak you will lose your footing on the tree and fall off. If it is too strong the bark of the tree will break and you will fall. Now then, now that I explained it, it's up to you to complete it. Naruto nodded and proceeded to attempt the climb. After several hours, Naruto was beginning to understand the exercise. He would apply too much chakra and blast himself off the tree just as he was about to reach the top. Naruto was about to try again at around 10 o'clock when Itachi intervened. Itachi pulled out a scroll and spread it out in front of Naruto, saying, that's enough, you are doing well enough with that. Now it's time for the second portion of your training. This, Naruto, is a summoning scroll. I want you to sign your name in it with your blood. Itachi nodded his head and said, summoning scroll? Sign with my blood? Naruto simply nodded and pricked his thumb before signing his name, saying, yes, you need to sign your name here in the summon scroll with your blood. When he finished, Itachi went into further detail about the summoning. To summon one of the animals, you need to have blood on your hands, make the appropriate hand signs and put a certain amount of chakra into it depending on the animal you wish to summon. For example, you'd put only a little bit into the summoning if you want to summon a small creature. You would also use a large amount if you wish to summon advanced animals. Naruto nodded in agreement until he thought about it. What animal did I sign for? Itachi demonstrated the required hand signals to Naruto, who quickly picked them up. I'll show you the hand signs so you can do it and find out. After giving his thumb another prick, he began to make the hand signals. He shouted as he slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto's vision became blurry as smoke materialized. Naruto looked down as it dispersed, and his perspiration stopped. A tiger cub? Itachi, who was also perspiring, explained, sorry Naruto, but like I said, what you summon depends on the amount of chakra you put behind it. Naruto repeatedly attempted to call forth larger tigers but was largely unsuccessful. Okay then, I'll try this again. At least 2-year-old tigers were able to be summoned by him. Itachi ordered Naruto to stop at around midnight. I have to leave soon, but before I go I have something to tell you. I want you to look after my little brother. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Look after him? He's a very capable ninja, what's he need me for? He may be very strong and competent, that's not what I meant. He's heading down the wrong path. Because of my actions, he is traveling the path of an avenger, which is not the path for him. I hope one day he can kill me to bring some honor back to the Uchiha, but I don't want it to consume him, not this way. Naruto was staring at his feet. He had never given Sasuke such a thought. Before leaving, Itachi bowed his head and said, okay, I'll try. Thank you Naruto. Naruto turned to walk home as Itachi vanished into the night. For the past month, Naruto has been very busy. He has successfully summoned a mature tiger while practicing. Finally being able to call forth an adult tiger made him happy. Itachi gave him crazy training, and each time they were done, Naruto was on the verge of chakra exhaustion. He had also been participating in team exercises that Kakashi assigned them, as well as D-rank missions. After a while, Naruto persuaded Kakashi to teach him the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto learned and perfected it in 2 hours. Kakashi invited his team to lunch because he was astonished by his progress. Thus, they were dining at Ichiraku's at 9 o'clock. Sasuke didn't really care that they would have eaten somewhere else, and Hinata was too shy to speak up. Naruto remarked, yum, thanks Kakashi. Sensei, and then reached for his 14th bowl of ramen. Naruto was more obsessed with ramen than Sasuke and Hinata, who only ate one apiece. From the corner of Hinata's eye, she saw Naruto devour his ramen at superhuman speed. Naruto's face was typically inside the bowl of ramen, even though he had to pull his mask down to eat it. The mask would be up before he put the bowl down when he was done. Naruto patted his stomach and set down his 22nd bowl. Happily, Naruto said, thanks for treating us. Kakashi gave a sheepish laugh. After saying, "Yeah, that's the thing," Kakashi poofed and left the scene. Since he didn't want to pay for all that food, Sasuke interpreted this as an indication to depart. Naruto saw that Kakashi and Sasuke were both gone. He became enraged and vowed to retrieve those two at some point. He looked up to see Hinata withdrawing her money after hearing shuffling next to him. She was instantly stopped from continuing by Naruto's hand. Naruto pulled out his wallet and checked for the cash, saying, "Don't worry about it, Hinata. Chan, I got it." When he realized he didn't even have enough money to buy one bowl, he began to panic. Hinata began searching for her money after noticing his expression. Although Naruto was relieved that she would be covering the cost, she felt bad because they would have to if they didn't have enough money. "Eep!" squealed Hinata. That sounded unpleasant to Naruto. "What happened, Hinata? Chan?" With just enough cash for 3 bowls, Hinata gave Naruto a small gray fox wallet. Well, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata shook her head and observed Naruto's eyes lose some of their joy as she said, But you're from a rich clan. How don't you have enough? That doesn't matter. Do you know what this means?" Tucci laughed as Naruto said, "I got to wash dishes." An apron, sponge, and yellow gloves materialized on his lap. Tucci remarked, "That's right, Naruto, don't start cleaning." Naruto walked to the back, his head hung in defeat. Naruto began washing 2 bowls before he noticed 2 more gloved hands assisting him. "I'll see you later, Hinata. Chan." He noticed Hinata wearing the same apron and gloves when he turned to his left. "Hinata. Chan." Shyly but resolutely, she said, Well, I did eat too and I can't let you clean all these dishes alone." After giving her an admiring glance, Naruto grinned and started washing the dishes. They agreed to split the work. Naruto would dry and store the dishes after Hinata had cleaned them. Naruto was growing a bit disinterested. Although he was happy to have Hinata with him, he also knew that cleaning could be enjoyable. As Naruto picked up the soapy sponge, a sly smile appeared on his face. When Hinata realized the sponge was gone, she was going to ask Naruto if he had seen it, but she changed her mind. A smiling Naruto with his hand behind his back is never a good thing, as anyone who knew him well enough would know. Naruto shook his head, his smile never leaving his face. Naruto-kun. What are you up to?" he asked. With a hand still behind his back, Naruto handed the sponge to Hinata and said, "Nothing, just looking for the sponge. Here it is." With a cautious glance at Naruto, Hinata accepted the sponge. "Thank you." Hinata felt a damp object touch her head as she turned to wash the dishes. She touched the moist material with her hand. When she removed it from her head, she discovered it was a sponge. One of the sponges she was holding transformed into a spoon as she looked at it. Naruto's bright idea made him smile. When Hinata turned around, Naruto noticed that she was crying and asked, "Yn Naruto-kun?" All of a sudden, he regretted throwing the sponge at Hinata. I'm sorry, Hinata. Chan." Hinata tried to contain her tears as she said, All I did was help you and you throw an sponge at me?" Naruto approached Hinata and gave her a hug. "I didn't mean Naruto heard Hinata begin to giggle after feeling something moist enter the back of his shirt. When Hinata took off the sponge she had put on Naruto's back, he said, "Apology accepted." Hinata continued to giggle while Naruto pouted at her. Hinata asked naively, Is there something that I can do for you, Naruto-kun?" Naruto's pout transformed into another cheeky grin. As he approached her, Hinata noticed that her own smile was fading. Hinata took a step back as Naruto walked closer and said, "Oh yeah, there's something that I need you to do." She was afraid of what he would do to her in retaliation, not of him. Hinata reminded Naruto, Now Naruto-kun, we still have dishes." Until she collapsed and sat in a bucket of water. Naruto halted his movement and burst out laughing. "Okay, Hinata. Chan." Naruto saw Hinata stand up with the bucket of water in her hands, her bangs covering her eyes, and he suddenly felt like a killer. Hinata simply shook her head and said, "Why? You know what, Hinata? Chan, you're right, we still have dishes to clean." The village was filled with screams, compromises, water movement, awkward moments between the two, and the sound of dishes breaking. Half of the dirty dishes had already been ruined by the time someone bothered to stop them. Tucci simply watched in horror as Naruto fled from Hinata, who was holding 2 sponges filled with water and soap, and as 2 more dishes dropped to the ground. Tucci shouted, "That's it. Leave now before you break more dishes," and Naruto and Hinata halted in mid-step. Hinata unintentionally pushed another bowl off the counter, causing it to shatter as it hit the floor. and Naruto dropped the sponge he was holding. Tucci threatened to expel Naruto and Hinata from the ramen shop, so they started to flee. Tucci threw a final chopstick, and Naruto ducked. Tucci's chopstick accuracy was so frightening that Naruto nearly thought he was a ninja. After noticing how soapy he was, Naruto turned to see how soapy Hinata was. They both began to laugh when they made eye contact, so it appeared that she was doing the same. Naruto paused his laughter to say, "You should see yourself." Hinata caught her breath and added, "Why? You should too." They didn't realize they had walked all the way to Hinata's house until they were directly outside her fence. When they had both stopped laughing, Hinata said, I didn't even realize where we were going." According to Naruto, me either. As they gazed into each other's eyes, they experienced an unexpected warmth within. Hinata thought she would faint at any moment, and Naruto thought his heart would burst. After noticing that Hinata appeared to be approaching, Naruto became aware that he was also approaching her. Before they heard a door open, their faces were just inches apart. Naruto instantly got back up and questioned what had driven him to take the action he was about to take. Hinata was thinking the same thing. Neji burst through the front door, glaring at Hinata and Naruto with a superiority complex. "Hinata. Sama." "Why?" "Yes," answered Hinata. Although Naruto knew he didn't really want to, he never had the opportunity to get to know Neji. Casually, Naruto said, "Hey Neji." Ignoring Naruto's greeting, Neji stated solemnly, "Your father has been looking for you." Naruto muttered, "Bastard," but Neji heard him. "What?" accused Neji. "You heard that?" a bewildered Naruto asked. "Of course, I'm not deaf." Neji moved swiftly as he sent an open palm powered by chakra to Naruto's chest, saying, "So that means you heard my greeting as well. It is rude to ignore a greeting, you know. And I thought you were raised better." Naruto flew away and landed on the sidewalk again. As far as Hinata could see, he was motionless and breathing. Hinata exclaimed, "Naruto-kun," with tears in her eyes. Then, when Naruto abruptly poofed, both Hyuga's eyes widened. Then Neji felt a cold hand brush against his neck. When Neji felt Naruto take his sword away from his neck, he relaxed after tensing up for a minute. "Be careful, one false move and it could be the end of you." With a sneer, Neji entered the house. Naruto saw the sadness in Hinata's face and said, I have to go now and Naruto-kun. Naruto, who was relieved that his mask was concealing his blush, said, "Sure, of course. I had fun today, Hinata-chan. Especially with the little water war." Hinata, on the other hand, was not so lucky. They both had vivid memories of the small-scale water war incident. They were happy it happened, but neither would say it out loud. Me too." Waving, Naruto began to make his way home, saying, "Well, good night Hinata-chan, see you tomorrow." As he went, Hinata watched him. They both thought the same thing at the same time. One day, Hinata-chan/Naruto-kun will tell you. A smaller shadow ran through the woods, followed by 3 others. "Sasuke, I'm at point B. Hinata, I'm at point C. Naruto. Where are you, Naruto?" "What?" The radio voice asked Kakashi, "Are you at your point yet?" Both Hinata and Sasuke started to perspire. "The hell are you talking about?" Sasuke said, "Are you near the damn cat?" Sasuke and Hinata blinked quickly, saying, "Oh, the cat, right. I already caught the little demon." Hinata asked, Then what are we trying to circa catch?" "Miyu. Why should we waste our time trying to catch your fox?" As they ran through the woods in search of Miyu, Hinata and Sasuke exclaimed, "Because it stole my mask and won't give it." Guys? Hinata kind of hoped to see his face again, even though she had already seen him without it. All Sasuke wanted to see was Naruto Uzumaki, the mystery. At the same moment, they both saw Miyu, leapt, and attempted to capture her. Miyu jumped out of the way as her instincts took over. Naruto caught Miyu and said, "There you are." After landing painfully, both Sasuke and Hinata looked up. A masked Naruto eye was seen grinning at them. Sasuke's voice was irritated as he said, "I thought you said she stole your mask." He leaned over them and said, "She did, so I went home and got another one. I have more than one, you know." Team 7 went to the Hokage Tower for a debriefing following the capture of Miyu and Tora the cat. They all decided that Hinata would carry the demon, as Naruto would refer to it, because the cat would attack everyone else but her. Tora made another attempt to flee as soon as they walked into the Hokage's office. Tora refused to stop moving despite Hinata's attempts to calm her. Naruto struck a pressure point and extinguished the cat after realizing they would not succeed. Team 7 finished another D-rank mission. and Tora was safely returned to the daimyo's wife. Now then, let's see. Team 7, your next mission is either babysitting the chief counselor's 3-year-old, helping his wife do the shopping, picking up potatoes. Hokage. Sama? Yes, Naruto? As much as I'd love to do all those exciting missions, how about a better mission, a C-rank mission? Naruto pleaded. Sasuke supported Naruto and remarked, I agree, we need something challenging. Kakashi hung his head while Hinata nodded hers. I should have anticipated this. How dare you? You are Genin with no experience. Like Genin before you. You will do D-rank missions until the Hokage sees you competent enough to handle a C-rank mission. Iruka screamed. He was assisting the Hokage in distributing missions. So you're saying that we're not competent enough to handle a simple C-rank mission? Naruto asked. The third spoke before Iruka could respond. Naruto, it seems that you still don't understand, so I'll explain it to you. Every day we are sent various requests, from simple babysitting to assassinations. We read, record, analyze and label the requests as either A, B, C, or D rank missions, depending on their difficulty. Like the request, ninjas are ranked by their experience and level. With these new missions, we assign them to the appropriate ninja according to their rank, experience and skill. If the mission goes well, then we get paid, and that is used to help our village and ninjas financially. Since you and your team are just starting to be ninjas, you will be assigned D-rank missions. Naruto said to his sensei, so, since I paid for the ramen yesterday, I expect you to pay this time, Kakashi. Sensei. Instead. The Hokage didn't like this. Silence. Shouted the third Hokage. Sheepishly, Kakashi said, sorry. Listen, Hokage. Sama, I know what you're going to say and what you mean. I also don't need you to lecture me like I'm your grandson. I'm not the same little boy who you would visit in the hospital after my accidents. I'm a ninja now, and if I don't go on a real mission like a real ninja should, then how would I know what to expect? Naruto clarified. The third Hokage and Iruka grinned at his logic. The third Hokage remarked, so you think you can handle it, fine. Huh? Exclaimed Team 7. Since you're ninjas now, you'll be given a C-rank mission. You'll be bodyguards on a journey to the land of waves. Naruto said, really? That's great, who'll we guard? An elderly man carrying a half-empty sake bottle entered the room and said, patience, I'll summon the person now. Send in the visitor. The old man took another sip of his sake and asked, what the hell? Some snot-nosed kids are my bodyguards. Not all of it made it to his mouth. The way he spoke and his posture alone told Naruto that he was intoxicated. Hinata cast a sorrowful glance down and asked, and do you really think I'd believe a meek girl like you would be a ninja? Naruto took note of her abrupt attitude and was offended by the old man's insults. My name is Tazuna. I'm a master bridge builder and I need to get back to my country safely. I'm building a bridge that will help my country a lot, and I expect you to keep me safe even at the cost of your life. Naruto approached Tazuna and gave him a handshake. The man bowed as Naruto's hold tightened. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, that is our sensei Kakashi Hitaki, over there is Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga. You can count on us to keep you safe. And Tazuna was terrified when Naruto gave him a menacing grin. Naruto went so low that only Tazuna could hear him say, if you ever insult Hinata-chan again, you can count on me to make our little trip one that'll forever haunt your dreams. Tazuna swallowed as Naruto's icy expression vanished as if it had never existed. Excitedly, Naruto exclaimed, let's go. As they passed the village gate, Tazuna was shocked that such a carefree child had previously frightened him so much. Sasuke inquired, what are you so happy about? Well, I finally get to leave the village. Not that I hate it, but it's nice to see what else is beyond these walls. Naruto responded. Hinata was content that Naruto was there and didn't really care. Although Hinata didn't know what Naruto had said to Tazuna, it seemed to have silenced him. He never once grumbled about having a number of children serving as bodyguards. They continued to walk in silence until Naruto lost patience. He approached Hinata and struck up a conversation, as he always does. Kakashi notices a puddle of water while traveling. Since there hasn't been any rain in a month, he becomes suspicious. Out of nowhere, two ninjas emerged from the puddle and encircled Kakashi with a spiked chain. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, but before he could react, the two ninjas tore him to pieces by pulling the chains. Kakashi. Sensei! Exclaimed Naruto. To put it mildly, Team 7 and Tazuna were taken aback, but that was precisely what the two ninjas desired. They materialized behind Naruto and used their claws to stab him in the heart. Naruto poofed out of existence before the two masked ninjas could take off their claws. This was just what Naruto wanted. It confused both ninjas. He made a kunai stick to the ground by tossing it between two chains. He then materialized behind them and used the hilt of both of his swords to strike them in the back of the head. Despite falling, neither of them was rendered unconscious. However, before they could move, Naruto placed both swords at the other's neck and Sasuke struck one with a kunai. Hinata was holding a kunai alongside Tazuna. With Kakashi leaping out of hiding, Naruto questioned, "It seems that you surprised us, wouldn't you say so, Kakashi, sensei?" Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, "Impressive, Naruto, Sasuke, and you too, Hinata." As Kakashi restrained both ninjas, Sasuke asked calmly, "Who are these clowns?" "These are the demon brothers. My guess is that they were sent to kill Tazuna." Tazuna began to shiver. Then, in order to clarify what was actually happening, Kakashi gestured him aside. Then Naruto went down on one knee. As Hinata rushed over, she saw a tiny cut on his back. Naruto grinned and said, "Naruto, they got you." "Yeah, they still managed to catch me off guard. I would have been dead if my reflexes hadn't kicked in." "Damn, they use poison." Hinata pulled out one of her homemade salves and began tending to Naruto. He had to remove his shirt in order for her to treat him better, which made them both flush. Hinata was doing this for Naruto, which is the only reason she didn't pass out. After she was done, Tazuna and Kakashi returned, and he asked his team if they wanted to continue since the mission was now an A-rank mission. Of course, if we back down now, not only would they kill Tazuna, but it would also mean the old man was right. Naruto argued. Sasuke and Hinata agreed, but they wouldn't have expressed it in those terms. Kakashi saw that the demon brothers had vanished, so he said, "Well, since we're halfway there, we might as well continue. As for you two." He and his team were concerned about this, but they chose to move on. Hinata repeatedly asked Naruto if he was okay during the trip, and Naruto consistently responded that he was. Tazuna inquired, "Do those two have something going on?" Kakashi gave a shrug. "They do seem to like each other on a deeper level, but both are oblivious to each other's tale signs." Tazuna raised his eyebrows. Given that Naruto almost threatened him for making fun of the girl, it made sense. Until Naruto tossed a kunai into the bushes, he continued to wonder. Hinata exclaimed, "Naruto-kun." As she saw a terrified white rabbit emerge from the bush, she began to pet it after picking it up. "Oh, sorry, guess I'm still a little jumpy from before," Naruto replied. "It couldn't have been a rabbit. The feeling I had was too strong. Additionally, it's white, which is uncommon here unless." Kakashi yelled, "Get down," as Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata ducked beneath a huge sword that flew by them out of nowhere. They would have been headless had they not ducked. Then, on top of the enormous sword, a shirtless ninja with bandages over his face, camouflage pants, and arm warmers emerged. Naruto stood up and asked, "Who are you?" The man merely grinned. "My name is Zabuza Momochi." Then Sasuke said, "Okay, so what do you want?" Zabuza declares, "I have come to kill the old man," with a ferocity. Two figures stood in the shadows, watching as Zabuza announced his presence to the Konoha ninjas. At his entrance, the taller one sneered. "That fool Zabuza is always showing off. If it was me, those Jonin and old man would be dead by now." The man replied arrogantly. The smaller figure gave a headshake. The figure's gazes then shifted to the genin, who had the audacity to yell at Zabuza, adding, "Be patient, please, Zabuza. Sama has a plan." The taller figure was intrigued by something about that specific genin. Unsheathing his swords, Naruto screamed, "Over my dead body." He assumed his position and awaited Zabuza's next move or statement. Sadly for Naruto, Kakashi had different plans. Kakashi cautioned, "No, Naruto. Do you have any idea who he is? An eyebrowless freak that's in the way of us completing our mission. What's more to know?" replied Naruto. Sasuke and Hinata hung their heads in embarrassment. Despite his speed, intelligence, and talent, Naruto occasionally made dumb mistakes. After removing his sword from the tree, Zabuza said, "I like your style, kid, but sometimes it is wise to know who you're dealing with." As he wielded the 7-foot sword like a chopstick, everyone looked on in wonder. Naruto was happy to meet Zabuza because he could now learn more about his swordsmanship. The words, "Naruto, get back here and protect Tazuna while I handle the eyebrowless freak as you called him," were unmistakable as Kakashi moved in front of Naruto. Reluctantly, Naruto walked back with Tazuna and the other members of Team Kakashi. He kept the other sword close at hand in case he encountered another unforeseen situation, but he sheathed the first one. As Zabuza and Kakashi engaged in a stare down, Team Kakashi, Tazuna, and the two hidden figures observed. So, if it isn't Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja. Naruto winced when he heard the word, demon. Well, hello there, Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist. Unconsciously, he covered the seal in his stomach with his hand. Naruto inquired as to why he was referred to as the demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza paused his conversation with Kakashi to gaze curiously at Naruto. Zabuza simply grinned when Kakashi asked, "Do you want to field this one or should I?" Zabuza paused, waiting to see Naruto from within. Gladly. In the past, Kirigakure had the practice of pitting Ninja Academy graduates against each other in a battle to the death for a final exam. Then the rules changed because of what happened 10 years ago. Hinata questioned, What happened? With no trace of regret or suffering in his voice, Zabuza explained. One day a kid, not even a ninja yet, killed all 100 of the students. And that kid was me. I killed all of my friends that I ate lunch with, played with. All of them. After that, they discontinued it, thanks to me. Tazuna's and Team Kakashi's eyes widened in disgust and surprise. Kakashi simply touched his headband and proceeded to take it off his left eye. Sasuke and Naruto gasped when the Sharingan eye was revealed. The Sharingan eye? They both thought at the same time. They resumed their stare. Off as each member of Team Kakashi had their own thoughts racing. So, this is your famous Sharingan eye? Well, Kakashi, during my stay in the Hidden Mists assassination unit, we were ordered to kill you on sight. We had your profile in our bingo book. They called you the man who copied over 1,000 jutsus. Is Kakashi Sensei really that well known as a ninja? The Sharingan is exclusive to members of the Uchiha clan, and even then, it only happens to some of them, is he? Naruto remarked, That's so cool, Kakashi, Sensei. Team Kakashi then stepped in front of Tazuna, Hinata, and Sasuke, who were holding Kunai and Naruto with their swords. Enough talking, I have to kill the old man and I can't do it with you brats in the way. After that, Zabuza vanished, and Naruto witnessed him touch down on the water. So you're not going to make this easy, are you? Very well. One hand was raised in the air, while the other was in a hand sign. Naruto deduced from the way the water flowed around him that he was collecting chakra, and a lot of it, it appeared. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu. Suddenly, everyone's vision was obscured by a thick mist. Where Zabuza had been, they saw a leaf fall. Hinata observed, He disappeared. Additionally, Team Kakashi observed that the mist became denser by the second. No one knew where the voice came from, but it said, 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. Now, which will be my first target? This mist is too thick for me, damn it. While remaining vigilant, Naruto thought, someone has to get rid of this thing. I can't see a damn thing. They all felt a tremendously high chakra pressure in front of them as the mist vanished. They observed Kakashi accumulating his chakra. This pressure. It's excessive. A slight movement or a single breath could trigger his attack. I can't stand it, I'll lose my mind if I have to put up with this any longer. I would prefer. Sasuke put his kunai to his chest. Naruto shouted, Sasuke, to prevent Sasuke from killing himself. Kakashi concluded with a smile. Calm down, I'll protect you with my life, all of you. I won't let my comrades die. Trust me. After emerging from hiding, Zabuza landed squarely in the center of Team Kakashi's defenses. Zabuza said icily as he was about to take them all out with a single blow, Don't count on it. Kakashi's Sharingan eye caught sight of Zabuza as he turned around. Naruto used both swords to block Zabuza's downward swing. Tazuna would have been headless if he hadn't moved quickly. Zabuza knocked Naruto back after he flinched under the pressure. Naruto threw a kunai behind the gullible Zabuza before he landed. Water leaked from the wound instead of blood. Then Zabuza disintegrated and became water. After landing, Naruto stood up and cursed his bad luck. Zabuza materialized behind Naruto and swung down, saying, It's over, kid. A second Naruto emerged from the mist and blocked it before it could make contact. Kakashi was able to move behind Zabuza and aim a kunai at his neck because Zabuza was startled. Zabuza merely grinned and said, Now, it's over. Zabuza burst out laughing and said, You're something else, kid. This confused Kakashi, who would haphazardly laugh at their inquiries, allowing him to feel what his own team went through. Going through it wasn't a pleasant experience. You really don't get it, do you? I will not be defeated by a monkey like you or the brat here. Though I got to admit, you're full of surprises. You made a water clone jutsu and made him say those words of protection. So while he had my attention, you hid in the back, waiting for me to make my move. Very skillfully executed, though. A second Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, and the first transformed into water. I'm not easily fooled. What? Zabuza beheaded Kakashi with a swing of his sword. Kakashi's years and experience allowed him to duck beneath the sword before it touched him. Zabuza's sword swung around and landed on the floor. Zabuza turned around and kicked Kakashi in the face, sending him flying through the air with his newly acquired momentum. Then, grabbing his sword, Zabuza ran in his direction to exploit him. When Zabuza's instincts took over, he leapt just before Naruto's swords killed him. In midair, Zabuza swung around and hurled a kunai he had picked up in Naruto's direction. Before the kunai tore off his mask or, worse, killed him, Naruto swiftly turned his head. Naruto sighed with relief. It nearly tore my mask. Should it have torn? It would have been troublesome, as an old classmate would say. Naruto reflected as he returned his focus to Zabuza. As soon as Kakashi hit the water, he knew it was not just any water. It's heavier and much denser than regular water. Fool. Zabuza's shout of the attack's name caused Kakashi's eyes to widen. Water style. Water prison jutsu. Kakashi was imprisoned inside a sphere formed by the surrounding water. You see, this prison may be made of water, but it's as hard as steel. It's hard to fight when you can't move, so much for the great Kakashi. Now, to deal with your brats. Water clone jutsu. A Zabuza clone emerged from the water and approached the genin. Rookie mistake Kakashi, and it'll cost you and your comrades dearly. Kakashi shouted, run away, he's too powerful for you all to handle. No way. Retorted Naruto. If you'll stay here you'll die, now I'm ordering you to run. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. That's what you taught us and we're sticking to it. Naruto screamed. To demonstrate to Kakashi that they, too, would not flee, Hinata and Sasuke stood their ground. Kakashi's pride in his team was interrupted by Zabuza's laughter. You think you're all ninjas? You think the headband makes it official? Hey, when you dealt with death, experienced it first, hand so much that it doesn't even faze you, then you can be called ninjas. If you're becoming powerful enough to be entered in my bingo book, then maybe I'll acknowledge you as ninjas. But for now, you're all just little kids pretending to be ninjas. Pathetic. That phrase popped into Naruto's head. His mind flashed back to Amir's past. Despite the distance of his adversary and the abrupt density of the mist, he remained motionless. It's pathetic, pathetic, pathetic. I am not pitiful. I spent my entire life training, fighting for my life, and witnessing death. And I'm still pitiful after going through and witnessing things that no normal child could endure. No, no, I will disprove him. He yelled, that's it for Naruto. A kick that would have sent him flying, like Kakashi, was ducked under by him. Before the fake Zabuza could dissolve into water, he swung his left sword, stabbed him in the heart, and then kicked him off with a strong roundhouse kick. Kakashi and Zabuza were in awe. Like a tiger, Naruto's movements were controlled, strong, and elegant. Zabuza might have to summon his alliance if he didn't put an end to the child right away. He created 2 more clones, but Sasuke participated this time. The Zabuza clone fell after Naruto swiftly cut its neck. Even though Sasuke was struggling a bit more, he eventually overcame the clone. How does he do it? Taking a deep breath, Sasuke pondered. Zabuza would disperse each clone before it could do any damage as Naruto kept moving closer to him. Naruto ducked under a quick swing and stabbed the clone, saying, you know nothing about me. When Naruto looked up, Zabuza noticed his red eyes and slit pupils staring at him without emotion. I have killed before I became a ninja, Naruto said. It seemed as though Naruto was about to pass judgment while gazing into his own soul. The sudden killer intent was agonizing for everyone. I have been close to dying more times than I could count. Nobody ever imagined Naruto would ever be so angry or aggressive. I have soaked my hands in the blood of my enemy just to save those close to me, and now you tell me I'm pathetic? I might not have seen or experienced what you have, but I have had my share of pain and experience, so don't call me pathetic. Both swords were parallel to the ground when Naruto brought them to his side. He released them in a forceful swing after beginning to compress Kyuubi's chakra against the sword. Demon art. Naruto uttered softly so his friends wouldn't hear. Slicing chakra invocation. The arc moved faster than Naruto had ever seen it go, and this time it was horizontal. Before he could be hit directly, Zabuza leapt out of the way. He then had an epiphany, which was confirmed when he was kicked in the face a moment later. Kakashi stretched out a bit and said, that was payback. Kakashi's gaze was fixed on Naruto. At so young a time, to feel death, Naruto, how was your life exactly? Zabuza said as he emerged from the water, you think you won, just because you landed a cheap shot? And you, boy, what's your name? Naruto began to visibly relax, but his ferocious gaze remained unwavering. He considered the rationale behind his inquiries but chose to respond anyhow. With pride, Naruto replied, Naruto Uzumaki of the Immortal Clan. Zabuza exhaled loudly and closed his eyes. Zabuza raised his sword and aimed it at Naruto, saying, Naruto Uzumaki. Maybe you aren't some poser after all. Kakashi threw a kunai at Zabuza to get his attention, saying, maybe someday you will be worthy enough to enter my bingo book. That is, if you manage to survive today. Both Kakashi and Zabuza jumped back, and Zabuza began to make hand signals. Kakashi began to mimic him, his Sharingan eye never leaving Zabuza. Maybe, but for now, you'll have to deal with me. Two water pillars rose and took the shape of dragons when they were done. They whirled around, flowing through one another. As the two dragons fight for supremacy, they collided before they could strike their targets, negating their attacks and spreading the water out. Kakashi and Zabuza were engaged in combat beneath the two clashing dragons. Zabuza struggled to gain the upper hand, but Kakashi used a kunai to stop his sword. Since they were aware that the loser would lose their life, neither was giving in. It's not possible. Any attack can be read and replicated by the Sharingan, but the jutsu happened all at once. Would he? After Zabuza shoved Kakashi away, the two were split up once more. In an attempt to test a theory, Zabuza began to move around and noticed that Kakashi was reacting to every move he made at the same moment. They paused, raised their left arm in the air, and made a hand sign with their right hand. Zabuza's gaze expanded. He's not only following him, but he's moving along with him at the same speed. Tazuna said. Hinata saw this, too. But how? Naruto reappeared next to Hinata and said, do you want to answer that, Sasuke? I mean, after all, it's the Uchiha clan's dujutsu, isn't it? Sasuke let out a grunt. It's because of the Sharingan eye Kakashi. Sensei for some reason has. The Sharingan is a rare power, it resides in the eyes. This dujutsu can copy any and all genjutsu, ninjutsu and taijutsu it sees and use it against. There is a very rare dujutsu. It can also read and analyze an opponent's technique and copy it to the smallest detail. Hinata was unaware that her sensei had the Sharingan sight. My movements. He tracks my movements as if he understands who I am. Reading Zabuza's thoughts, Kakashi asked, going to do next? That's his fucking eye. Both of them made a hand gesture, followed by another, asking, makes you furious, doesn't it? Then they both spoke at once. Zabuza was taken aback once more. You can't beat me with cheap tricks, I'll crush you. Zabuza and Kakashi each carried on with their hand signals. Then Zabuza noticed a picture of Kakashi behind him. When I'm through with you, you'll never open that monkey mouth again. What? Zabuza appeared in the picture. Zabuza was too shocked to complete the hand signals, so Kakashi finished them. But how? Is it a genjutsu? Kakashi shouted, water style. Giant vortex jutsu. As the water swirled and rose all around him. The vortex then erupted and struck Zabuza squarely. He beat me to it, but I was about to perform the same jutsu. I worry that I won't be able to keep up with him in the near future. As he crashed backward into a tree at 70 miles per hour, Zabuza thought. He could feel the ache running through his body. The sudden stop caused his head and neck to backlash the most. 4 kunais sank into his body, causing him to feel more agony before he passed out. Ah! As he approached Zabuza's frail form, Kakashi said gravely, your end has come, Zabuza. As a result of the jutsu's accomplishment, the water used for it returned to the lake. With a growing sense of panic, Zabuza questioned, but how? Can you see into the future? Kakashi simply gazed at him without feeling. As Kakashi got ready to kill Zabuza, he said, yes, this is your last fight. Ever. But before he could do so, Zabuza was killed when 2 senbon needles sank into his neck. Everyone was taken aback by the unexpected assault. A masked ninja stepped into the clearing and hovered over Zabuza's still form. The hunter. Nin was about to pick up Zabuza when a sword was positioned to cut its neck, stopping all movement. Thank you for taking care of Zabuza for me, but now I'll take him back to the hidden. Naruto looked at the hunter. Nin shrewdly. A slight, barely perceptible stiffening of the hunter. Nin was detected by Naruto. I don't think so. A smoke bomb detonated close to Naruto, the hunter. Nin, and Zabuza before anyone could react or say anything. Naruto leapt back, narrowly avoiding a sword that was about the same size as Zabuza's. As she pulled her sword from the ground, a red-haired woman grinned at Naruto. The lower portion of her face was covered by a red scarf. Her midsection was visible through a black shirt that was cut in half. The glove on her left was actually a glove with black claws for fingers, but she was wearing red gloves. She wore black boots and black ninja pants. The left side of the pants was cut to end 4 inches above her knee, and a belt was tied to the end of the right side. Who is this woman? When she picked up Zabuza, Naruto was preoccupied and she and the hunter.nin vanished. When Naruto saw the smoke spread, he swore. After making some hand gestures, a dog materialized. Kakashi wrote something on it, let it take it, and it vanished. Then, exhausted by chakras, Kakashi passed out. Naruto rushed to his sensei and gave him a hand lift. They followed Tazuna to his house with Team Kakashi. The sounds of waves crashing onto the shore woke Kakashi. He sat up, but as the pain in his head increased, he quickly lay back down. "Ah, you're up." Kakashi turned to his left and noticed a woman cleaning the room he was in who appeared to be at least 20 to 25 years old. "It makes me think of Icha Icha Paradise, I wonder." "My?" the woman asked, gazing quizzically at Kakashi. Kakashi simply nodded, disappointed that it wasn't something from Icha Icha Paradise. "My? No, my name's Tsunami, the daughter of the bridge builder you were assigned to protect. I must thank you for watching over my father." To attract his sensei's attention, Naruto cleared his throat. "Anyways, that was an awesome battle you had back there, Kakashi." "Sensei," said Naruto. Kakashi then became aware that the other members of Team Kakashi were present in the room. "Though if using the Sharingan puts that much strain on you, I don't know how smart it is using again. Next time, the battle might not last as long as it did." Kakashi said feebly, "Yeah. Well, he did fight off a powerful assassin, so I think we'll be safe." Tazuna responded. Naruto gave a nod and got to his feet. Abruptly, Miyu entered the room and took a seat on Hinata's lap. Hinata hugged Miyu and exclaimed, "I didn't know you brought Miyu." "I didn't either. Little Sneak must have went into my bag when I was packing and slept through the whole trip. Which is weird seeing as we made a lot of noise." Naruto came to the door and stopped. Hinata also stood, still holding Miyu, and said, "If you need anything, Kakashi. Sensei, I'm going to be outside training." With a smile and a nod, Naruto asked, Mind if I come Naruto-kun?" Only Sasuke and Kakashi remained in the room after they both left. Tsunami and Tazuna sensed that Sasuke wanted to ask Kakashi something, so they decided to give them some space. Kakashi had his own thoughts and concerns, but he ignored them. "There's something off about it. Why'd I feel this way if Zabuza was killed?" When Sasuke spoke up, Kakashi was startled out of his reverie. "It seems like I missed something." Kakashi glanced up at the genin and said, "Kakashi, sensei." Inquired Kakashi, "We need to talk." "And what about Sasuke? Your Sharingan eye?" sighed Kakashi, who should have anticipated Sasuke's question but wished it hadn't come so quickly. "There's not much I can tell you about it. I lost my own eye and got a new one." Tsunami cut Sasuke off, saying, "Yeah, but..." She left the room after saying, "I'm sorry to bother you, but lunch is ready." She could feel Sasuke's tension. Kakashi noticed 2 crutches, got them to stand, and walked out of the room, saying, "Another time Sasuke." Sasuke, enraged by the abrupt interruption, trailed behind him. A blushing Hinata, a half-full Naruto with his head in the bowl, an inebriated elderly man attempting to sit, a mother serving everyone, and a solemn child were the first things he saw. Sasuke waited for his food by taking the seat closest to Naruto. Naruto asked, still stuffing his face, "So sensei, what are we going to do now?" Naruto began choking on his food, which made Hinata panic and slap his back repeatedly until he stopped choking. "Well, I'll train you guys to prepare for the upcoming battle." Naruto turned to face his sensei after pausing to check that his mask was on. "Train? You can't even move without crutches." Sighing, Naruto resumed his meal. "I don't have to be mobile to train you." Kakashi was about to respond when someone interrupted him, saying, "I guess. But how'll this help out with our fight with Zabuza? It's not we have a lot of time to become super strong in such a short time." A serious voice said, "There's no point." Naruto noticed the young boy wearing an angler style hat as he glanced around. "What? There's no point. You'll all die trying to protect a hopeless cause. Gato and his men will just wipe them out like they did to the people before you. If you want to stay alive, you might want to quit now." Naruto got up and looked at the child. "Listen up, brat, cause I don't like to repeat myself. This Gato or Balto or whatever his name is, he doesn't stand a chance against us. We may not look it, but we're stronger than an average ninja our age or even older. There's no way I'm quitting until this mission and the bridge is done, so shut your mouth before you'll have to eat your own words." Naruto chastised Kakashi. Naruto's eyes were obscured by his hair as he looked down. The child stiffened, which was the response Naruto had hoped for. Besides, if we quit now your grandfather will die. Is that what you want, your grandfather's death? The child stood up and walked out of the room without responding. Tazuna apologized for that and went back to eating his lunch. So when's he waking up? Usually, a person struck in the neck like he was would take about a day or two to wake, but since this is Zabuza Sama, he should. Zabuza sat up and responded, be waking up about now. The hunter.nin removed the mask, revealing a girl behind it. That was brutal Haku, and take that damn mask off. I swear it's like you enjoy doing this to me. She gave Zabuza a naive smile. Sorry, apparently they saw through my deception. The woman with the red hair said, if I hadn't jumped in, they would have killed you too. Zabuza gave the woman a fierce look. Shut up Hikari. Just speaking the truth. So, what's going to happen now? Zabuza tried to stand up, but was unsuccessful. Well, Zabuza Sama will be sore all week and will be unable to move as much. Hikari walked behind Zabuza and gave him a back slap, saying, but since we're talking about Zabuza Sama, he'll be up and running in half the time. Zabuza gave a little gasp of pain and then glared at Hikari once more. Hear that eyebrows, you'll be fine and dandy in a couple of days. Zabuza shouted, you idiot. Hikari chuckled and moved to a chair across from the bed Zabuza was lying on. Relax, you have a few days off, and when you return to finish the job, I'll join in. I'm not going to sit back and watch you destroy them, like you said you'd do. No, this time, I'm joining the fight too. Hikari replied obstinately. The demon brothers emerged from the shadows and bowed before him. Hey, fine, I'll need you and Haku for the next fight anyways. And you too. I expect you to take out the genin. The blonde might give us some trouble, so I'll let Haku deal with him. You two will take the rest. Hikari, you and me will take out Kakashi. Hikari let it go. Zabuza grinned malevolently as he considered the outcome of his plan. Yeah, as long as I fight, that's enough for me. Unfortunately for him, as four ninjas approached the land of waves, his plan would soon need to be adjusted. Team Kakashi was in the forest outside when they said, okay, training starts now. Kakashi had instructed Team Kakashi to gather outside for some training after lunch. They were shocked to see Kakashi there before them when they got there. Now first part. Review of chakra. Dude, I'm bored. Naruto's perspiration fell. Alright, tell me what you need from me. Naruto didn't want to stay and hear the review, but he was powerless to stop it. Get out of here, or at least go train for real, Kyuubi demanded. Train on what? Naruto shot back, Itachi. Sensei didn't leave me anything to practice on. It was accurate to say that the training with Itachi included chakra control, taijutsu, some kenjutsu, and one jutsu. He would never have the courage to tell him out loud that he was growing a little tired of the same old routine. Though not very good, Naruto was good. Kyuubi let out a defeated sigh. I'll train you, Kyuubi said, not quite as eagerly as before. On what? Naruto inquired dutifully. Naruto brightened when he noticed that Kakashi was standing upside down on a branch and said, how's this? I'll teach you a new jutsu. Naruto substituted a shadow clone with enough chakra to last the entire day for himself before anyone could notice. The clone and Team Kakashi attempted to scale the tree without hands after receiving an unspoken command. He had the clone pretend to fall after a few steps because he didn't want his team to become suspicious. Until he was certain it was a safe distance away, Naruto ran in the other direction. What is the new jutsu, then? In a frustrated tone, Naruto inquired. It's a very destructive jutsu, to be sure. It's in the Forbidden Scroll in your village, I'm sure. Summoning and using the attack requires a lot of chakra control. Naruto's excitement was growing by the second. Kyuubi sent mental hand signals to Naruto's mind, saying, this jutsu is called Elemental Style. Baneway Molten Whirlpool Jutsu. You use these hand signs with this jutsu. With that, you would extend your hand toward the adversary, and if you do it correctly, fire and water will swirl together like a whirlpool and charge at them. Even if your opponent moved out of your way, you could still lead the attack with the right chakra control. That's fantastic, so what's so risky about it? It can turn against you and explode, blasting both you and your opponent if you don't have good chakra control. Don't make a mistake because the aftermath isn't pretty. Naruto paid attention after noticing the concern and caution in Kyuubi's voice. In the hopes that no one or nothing stood in his way, he performed the hand signals and extended his hand to the center of the ocean. Elemental Style. Baneway Molten Whirlpool Jutsu. Fire and ocean water began to swirl around Naruto's extended hand. See below, the water and fire did appear to be a whirlpool from his vantage point. The jutsu leapt into the water as he opened his hand. When it reached the ocean's surface, the attack exploded and the water shot up 50 feet into the air. It had sped off to the horizon. Naruto dropped to his knees. He was exhausted by that attack. He was certain that he could perform 3 or 4 more before his lack of chakra caused him to collapse. Excellent work, now repeat. Are you crazy? Naruto asked, gasping for air. Don't you have me? Make use of my chakra instead of yours. I'm going to get bored again if we stop now. I can see the devastation and know that it wasn't my fault, at least with this. Well, not totally. With a sigh, Naruto called forth Kyuubi's chakra. As he proceeded with the training, the water rose at least 100 feet into the air using Kyuubi's chakra. Furthermore, Naruto had control over the direction of the attack. He caused it to perform loops and spirals before causing it to detonate in midair. He kept doing this all day long until the memories returned to his clone. When Team Kakashi left, he dispelled himself because they had decided to take a break. Until he sensed a second presence, Naruto kept up his training. The forest stayed motionless as he whirled on his foot. An attractive girl who was a year or two older than Naruto entered the clearing where Naruto was and said, "Come on out, I know someone's there." She wore a pink sleeveless kimono and had long, flowing black hair and dark brown eyes. Naruto observed with some curiosity. He thought she was cute and attractive, but that was about it. The sole female. Hinata was the only woman on Earth that Naruto believed was worthy of being referred to as beautiful. The girl grinned as she observed Naruto. A smile Naruto has seen in the mirror before. A grin that concealed the hurt of their history. With warmth, the girl said, "Hello. Good afternoon. May I ask what you're doing here?" You had to see beneath the surface in the world of ninjas. Although Naruto could tell she was sincere, he couldn't be certain because Zabuza and his 2 other allies were still out there. "I'm gathering herbs." The girl showed Naruto the basket she carried behind her back, and he noticed herbs inside. "Herbs, huh? Well, I didn't see any herbs around here." "That's because there isn't any herbs here. I was walking home and this is a shorter way to reach it. I'm sorry for disturbing you from your training." Naruto waved her away. Naruto sat down cross-legged and said, "You didn't? I was thinking about taking a break anyway." She approached Naruto and took a seat in front of him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, "I noticed by your headband that you're a ninja, or is this a fashion statement you're trying to develop?" The girl questioned why Naruto wore a mask after catching a glimpse of his smile through it. "Yeah, I am a ninja from Konoha. I'm here on a mission." "Oh, and what would that be?" With a decreasing smile, Naruto said, "Sorry, I'm not allowed to say." The girl smiled and added, "That's understandable. So are you training for something dangerous?" "In a way I am, but not necessarily. I'm just trying to sharpen my skills to get stronger and for missions in the near future." Naruto responded with composure. The girl asked naively, "But you seem strong now, isn't that enough?" Naruto appeared to be asking himself more questions than the girl. "You would think so, but sadly no, it isn't. I have to get stronger and stronger. If I face a person stronger than me, then how will I protect the people I care about?" The girl seemed intrigued by this. She inquired, "So there's someone precious to you?" Images of Hinata flashed through his mind. He thanked God he was wearing a mask as he flushed. To make sure he understood what she meant by precious, Naruto asked, "Can you be a little more specific?" But she laughed at the look on his face. What's so funny?" Naruto's eyes widened as he recalled his battle with the cloud. Nins to defend Hinata, Kakashi shielding them from Zabuza, and how viciously he attacked Itachi when he believed he had injured Hinata. You see, when someone has someone to protect, then they become genuinely strong. "So who are the herbs for?" Naruto said, "I get you. Yeah, I see exactly how you mean." The girl grinned. She got up and said, "The person I view as my precious person." She recalled why she had gone in search of the herbs. "I'm glad I got to meet you, Naruto got to his feet and said, Naruto Uzumaki." The girl gave him a cheek kiss, grinned, and turned to leave. "My name's Haku. I'm sure we'll meet again, Naruto." Naruto stood in shock, and it took him a while to collect himself. He sighed as he watched her go, but before he could resume his training, he sensed his rival's presence, something he hadn't felt in a long time. Praying that it was a hallucination and that he was simply exhausted from all the training, Naruto frantically ran back to Tazuna's house. Unfortunately, it was not to be, as Naruto witnessed Shino and Kurenai close to Kakashi, Sakura embracing Sasuke, and, worst of all, Kiba making out with Hinata. The masked boy became even more enraged when Hinata appeared to laugh at a joke Kiba told her. Miyu continued to treat Akamaru's attempts to retrieve the fox as a game and didn't take them seriously. "Hey guys!" Naruto exclaimed, attempting to control his rage. Kiba gave Naruto both a smile and a glare as she said, "Well, if it isn't Foxboy. Where have you been?" Ignoring Kiba, Naruto moved past him and began speaking to Hinata. Kiba was upset about this because he disliked being disregarded. "Hey Dobi. What dog breath?" Kiba's ire seemed to only grow as a result. Kiba said the first thing that came to mind without giving it any thought. He would later come to regret it, which was unfortunate for him. Kakashi intervened just as Naruto was about to say, "I want to fight you." As Hinata, Sakura, and Shino approached Kurenai, they said, "Great idea. Let's see, everyone who doesn't wish to fight, please go join Kurenai Sensei on the other side of the lawn." Kiba, Sasuke, and Naruto nodded their heads in agreement. "Okay, so it looks like this will be a triple threat. Kurenai Sensei and I will be officiating the match and we'll decide when it's over, agreed? Begin." Gato entered the room with two swordsmen and remarked, "Well, it seems like the unbeatable Demon of the Mist was defeated." Haku spun around and gave the man a dagger. Like glare. The two swordsmen readied themselves to draw their blades as Haku stood. Before anything serious happened, Gato stopped them. Now. Gato approached Zabuza and reached out to touch him, but a hand suddenly reached out and took hold of his. "What the?" Haku put so much pressure on his wrist that it might shatter, saying, "Don't you touch this man with your filthy hands. Damn you, let go." The two warriors swung their blades up. However, Haku had already taken them and threatened to slit their throats before they could use them. She cautioned, "Don't mess with me. I'm in a foul mood." The swords were then thrown across the room by her. Gato walked out of the room with his swordsman and said, "One more chance. You mess up the opportunity and I'll make sure Mist Anbu find you, you got that? Let's go." Zabuza stated, "That wasn't necessary. Probably, but this isn't the best time to take him out. We still need him to cover for us. If we killed him, then we would only draw unnecessary and unwanted attention to ourselves. We need patience and restraint." Hikari entered the room carrying food and said, "Yeah, patience and restraint." As Hikari put it, listen to Haku Chan for once eyebrows. Zabuza gave a grunt. "Great." As she set down the food, Hikari exclaimed, "What the hell kind of swords are these?" Then she cut the blade off the pommel by bringing her sword down on the other swords that were on the ground. Zabuza didn't respond, assuming she would already know the answer, and Haku shook her head, saying, "HMMPH, poorly made pieces of trash. They yours eyebrows? Haku Chan?" Thankful that this insane woman never had children, Zabuza sighed, "Well, who's it? They need to reconsider owning a sword." Everyone found the match to be vicious. Each of them began with taijutsu. Only because Kiba and Naruto were too preoccupied with their battles did Sasuke manage to gain the upper hand. While Kiba received a powerful roundhouse kick, he struck Naruto in the face. Naruto then poofed his way out of existence as Kiba turned to a log. In an attempt to locate his two opponents, Sasuke landed. Although three Narutos actually leapt at Sasuke, Naruto was the first to appear. Sasuke said, "Simple illusions won't fool me." Then he was punched in the stomach, which sent him flying into the air. He was thrown higher when a second Naruto kicked him in the stomach once more. After defeating Sasuke, the third Naruto kicked him in the back with an axe. After being confused for the first two attacks, Sasuke regained his composure and spun around in time to receive Naruto's kick. Then he turned so that he would land on Naruto when they did. Naruto made fun of that, and then another person made fun of it at random. Kiba was spotted poofing behind the back of the final clone. Wind style. Air bullet. As Sasuke and Kiba exited the lawn, they noticed a massive wind gust that destroyed the lawn and the surviving clones in the center. After the dust and dirt had settled, they witnessed Naruto brandishing his two swords. He assumed his stance and gazed at his two rivals. Kiba saw a sly smile aimed directly at him. He made a mistake by taking a step back. His left arm sustained two cuts, followed by two more on his right leg, and then more. Everyone in the audience was shocked and questioned where the cuts were coming from. The hell? The speed his student possessed made Kakashi's eye smile. Kiba was sent to the Naruto in the center of the lawn after a second Naruto kicked him in the back. Kiba's head was hit by a tiny note that Naruto poofed. Kiba's eyes widened as he removed it from his head and read the note. It said, "Boom." Kiba jumped away from the explosive note and put the note down instantly. When nothing occurred, Kiba gazed expectantly at Naruto. Naruto then deflected a kunai that Sasuke had thrown, asking, "What? You think I'd really use explosive tags?" Sasuke became enraged and said, "Ah, Sasuke, forgot you were here." He placed his hand close to his mouth and made hand gestures. As he leapt back, Naruto thought, "Damn. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Naruto was struck directly by a huge fireball. Hinata looked at Naruto, and he looked back at her. She waved, flushed. Naruto nodded his head and faced the fireball head on rather than avoiding it. Everyone except Kakashi and Shino exclaimed, Naruto.kun. Shino did raise an eyebrow, though. It was strange that the fireball had yet to burst. It seemed as though something was preventing it from doing so. Upon closer inspection, they saw that Naruto was restraining the attack with both swords. Naruto was having trouble restraining the fireball. Naruto was getting exhausted from the force he was using to keep himself in place and the amount of chakra he was using to prevent the blade from being burned by the fire, but then it exploded. The explosion's bright light would have blinded everyone, so they all turned away. They looked back and saw that something was still being burned by fire. Kakashi interrupted Kurenai just as he was ready to end the match. Kakashi merely gazed at the fire, asking, "What?" When Kurenai noticed a blade sticking out of the fire, she gasped. After that, it blew out the fire by turning parallel to the ground. As he stood there, Naruto was sweating and panting from the heat and effort he had put into his defense. Sasuke and Kiba were too stunned to move. With a smile, Naruto vanished from view. Although Kiba was aware that he would be Naruto's target, he failed to respond quickly enough when Naruto delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin. Kiba took off and made a hard landing. After that, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged looks. Although Sasuke had never seen those hand signs used together in such a way before, he began performing them after observing Naruto performing some of his own. The eyes of Kurenai and Kakashi widened now. No way. That isn't feasible. Both Jonin had the general idea, it takes too much chakra. When he was done, Naruto extended his hand and pointed it at Sasuke while keeping his fist shut. When Sasuke sensed how much chakra Naruto was using, he had stopped in the middle. Naruto wasn't even perspiring despite the insane amount of chakra. Sasuke felt all the chakra suddenly disappear, and Naruto's hand shot upward. "I'm done," declared Naruto. As the sudden chakra that emanated from Naruto vanished, everyone watched in wonder. Kiba grinned as he stood. Naruto gave Kiba a death glare that will always be in Kiba's mind in nightmares. "So you finally realized that you're a loser, huh?" Kiba growled at his response, says the guy that was knocked down by a loser. The others moved in the direction of the fighters. Since Kiba is not fit enough to fight and Naruto quit, it seems that Sasuke Uchiha is the winner by default, stated Kurenai. With the exception of Kiba and Sakura, Naruto and everyone else cheered. Sakura gave the Uchiha a hug, and Kiba disliked to concede defeat. It's a common misconception that Sasuke was happy camper about his victory. By default, he disliked winning. But since it was only a spar, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Hinata went to check on Kiba after he fell to his knee. Kiba asked her to assist him in entering the house after telling her that he was unable to walk. Naruto watched as Kiba put an arm around Hinata's shoulders and made her way back to the house after she reluctantly agreed. Then Kiba turned around and smiled smugly at Naruto. As he walked away, Naruto's expression conveyed his disdain. Kurenai inquired, "Where are you going, Naruto?" Sakura exclaimed excitedly, "Who cares, let's go celebrate Sasuke-kun's victory." Both Kakashi and Sasuke saw Naruto leave in a mocking and irate manner. They noticed a tiny, strange thing. The ground beneath him would rot and die with each step he took. Naruto. Sasuke pondered gravely, trying to figure out what was wrong with his teammate. It would appear that I need to speak with him in addition to learning where he came up with this method. By this point, everyone had gone inside, and Naruto spent hours honing his taijutsu and kenjutsu in the woods. He would spend his time outside punching and kicking down trees that were 50 years old. Then a small tiger came into the clearing and he threw a sword a foot away. Despite being only a year old, the tiger did not flinch. Underneath the tiger's gleaming orange fur was white as snow. Its black backstripes appeared to have been drawn with precision and elegance by someone who dipped a brush in black ink. Naruto relaxed and dropped his stance, allowing the tiger's amber eyes to bore themselves into him. She climbed on Naruto's head and said, "Yo Naruto.kun, Itachi. Sama wishes to speak with you." The tiger, who liked to be called Kaya, said this. She leapt to greet the fox as soon as she heard Miyu enter the clearing. Miyu-chan, how's it been? Was a frequent summon that Naruto and Itachi used to exchange whenever Itachi occasionally paid an unannounced visit. He chose to use Kaya as a messenger to inform Naruto of the unexpected training after Itachi warned him about the risks of a regular scheduled meeting. She would typically stay and chat or play with Miyu because she was the constant summon that she was. The little fox gave a brief series of barks in response to her question. Kaya gave a nod. Miyu and Kaya were about to start a small rumor when Naruto coughed, trying to stop it. I completely agree, sometimes he can get a little weird too. Naruto believed that women enjoyed gossiping, regardless of the species. Kaya turned and began to leave them, asking, Kaya, where's Itachi? Sensei. 7 feet north of where Naruto used to be, Kaya led them into an abandoned clearing and said, over there, follow me. When a fireball struck where Naruto had been standing a moment before, he leapt out of the clearing with Miyu and Kaya in his arms because his instincts were screaming at him. Itachi came out of hiding and remarked, it seems that you've gotten better, Naruto. After gathering his thoughts, Naruto approached Itachi. Naruto said glumly, so it seems. What's wrong? Inquired Itachi. Naruto tensed, then eased up. With his phony joy returning, Naruto said, nothing, just a mud problem I have to deal with back at the house. So, what do you need, Itachi? Sensei. Itachi sighed and shook his head. Naruto then had an idea and said, I just thought you might like some more training. Naruto performed a few hand signals, but he was stopped by Itachi's hand as he was about to complete the final one. Oh, Itachi. Sensei, watch this, he said. Naruto gave him a perplexed look. That's a dangerous jutsu to try here, Naruto. Who taught you that jutsu? Kyuubi. He got bored so decided to watch me be a little destructive while I practiced the jutsu. Naruto clarified. Itachi let his hand fall. Itachi made some hand gestures and a shadow clone materialized. Well, be careful. If you've seen its destructive power, then you would know that it could completely obliterate this forest. Now, I want to show you a jutsu of my own creation. Itachi then sent his clone to walk to the ocean close to the clearing, saying, but that looks like a normal shadow clone. Naruto observed the explosion of the shadow clone. Naruto's eyes widened in excitement as he said, that Naruto is my shadow clone explosion jutsu. Naruto was given the opportunity to test out the shadow clone explosion after Itachi explained how it operated. When Naruto finally managed to accomplish the intended effect, it was an hour past midnight. That's enough, Naruto. It's time for me to leave. I don't want you to practice this move while left unattended. You may have potential to do it successfully, that doesn't mean you won't make a mistake. These explosions have the potential to kill you if you are close enough to one. Reluctantly, Naruto nodded, and Itachi walked away. Miyu went to Tazuna's house, and Kaya left a long time ago due to sleep deprivation. After just a few minutes of waiting, Naruto attempted the exploding jutsu once more. Naruto sensed that the majority of his chakra reserves were being depleted, so he knew this would be his final one. He didn't anticipate that the clone would explode before he could even move because there wasn't enough chakra. After flying across the clearing, Naruto landed in a lake 200 yards from where he had been. The sound of splashing water across the lake made Hinata stiffen. While in the lake, she turned and noticed a figure in the water, face down. Hinata exited the vehicle and hurried to check on the individual. When she noticed that the person's head had blonde hair, she stopped. Naruto. Kun. Panicked Hinata. She wished Naruto wasn't the one she discovered in this state, of all people. She then ran to him and dove into the water to rescue him. After pulling him from the water, she placed him on her lap. He didn't appear to be dead or drowning. He didn't even appear to be aware of her presence. Hinata feels as though he landed there. How? At the moment, Hinata didn't care about that. She examined him to make sure he was uninjured. When Naruto sensed hands on him, he opened one eye. Over him, he noticed someone. When he realized that this individual was a girl and that she was also nude, his only open eye widened. Since his vision and hearing were still affected by the explosion, he was unable to see much detail, but he did notice that the girl was shirtless. The way her pale skin appeared smooth in the moonlight caught his attention. He got chills when her dark hair, which was a little short, touched his face. Before Naruto passed out, one final thought crossed his mind. Who is this girl? After examining Naruto, Hinata found only minor burns and scorch marks. The fact that Naruto was unharmed made her feel a little more at ease. He placed his hand on her knee, and she felt it. When she was inspecting his arm, she probably put it there. She flushed in a way that most people would consider impossible. With Naruto's head resting on her lap, she at last realized that she was still nude. She rushed to her clothes after getting up. She had the same thought as she ran back to Tazuna's house with Naruto in tow while wearing them. I'm just relieved that Naruto-kun is not awake. If he had seen me nude, I think I would have died of embarrassment. There was a shadow in the distance, giggling and smiling. The shadow got up and walked away, her red hair blowing in the wind, saying, "You might be a problem for eyebrows and me, but you're one weird kid, Blondie." In the days that followed, Naruto and the other members of Team Kakashi and Team Kurenai worked on their teamwork in the tree climbing activity. Only Hinata, Sakura, and Shino were proficient in that exercise. Sasuke, Kiba, and Naruto were a different matter. While Kiba and Sasuke had better fortune, Naruto just kept falling. Naruto was growing weary of acting and was running out of patience. He would sneak out during their breaks to practice the Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu or the Elemental Jutsu that Kyuubi had taught him. Naruto made the decision to practice more openly one day. After removing the unique equipment he had acquired years prior, he attempted Elemental Jutsu. So, this is what took place. A 10-mile radius of shockwaves that rocked the whole region to its foundation. Before the ocean's water covered it up, Naruto would simply gaze in wonder as he made a crater in the water that was roughly a mile across. Without his equipment on, Naruto determined that it was too risky to attempt again. When Kakashi and Kurenai would show up in the clearing where Naruto was, they would discover a tiny crater on the ground and no one there. They looked into this because they thought it was suspicious. They didn't find anything, but they became more cautious about the place they were in after that. He had seen and spoken to Haku whenever she happened to walk by during his covert training. Haku never seemed to talk much about herself, but they did discuss some of their past and future aspirations. Despite finding this strange, Naruto still relished his time with Haku. She wasn't your typical girl, and he felt a strange bond with her. It didn't go as well as Naruto had hoped during his intriguing conversation with Inari, the little somber boy from earlier, on the third day of training. "What do you care?" was Inari's simple response when he confronted him about his attitude. And you would never understand. Naruto became enraged by this, so he picked up Inari and told him to be a man and accept it. He assured him that even in the absence of a reason to live, life continues. Inari simply called Naruto a fool and sneered at him. Instead of punching him, Naruto dropped him and walked away because he was more composed. Everyone made the decision to take a break on this particular day after 5 days of non-stop training. Naruto made the decision to explore the land of waves and observe the effects of Gado's meddling. One day after team practice, Team Kurenai and Team Kakashi were told who Gado was. Gado is a wealthy shipping tycoon whose shipping business was really a front for much more nefarious activities, like drug dealing and smuggling illegal goods. He established a monopoly by controlling the shipping routes in the land of waves, cutting off the nation from the outside world, prohibiting free import and export, and thereby reducing it to a destitute, starving nation. He is a ruthless, avaricious individual who also killed and publicly humiliated Kaiza for being the nation's hero. Later on, they discovered that Kaiza was Inari's stepfather. Because of Kaiza's passing, the nation's citizens became so discouraged that they lacked the guts to confront Gado. When Shino and Hinata asked Naruto if he could accompany them on their walk around the town, Naruto made the decision to do so. In case something happened that required him to enter the town, Shino wanted to familiarize himself with it. To Kiba's dismay, Hinata simply desired to accompany Naruto. The three departed, and Naruto was irritated and furious with Gado and his behavior as he strolled through the town with Miyu on his shoulder. He found it abhorrent that a man of such authority would abuse it and plunge a tranquil town into poverty. In the hopes of one day being able to stand tall and out of the shadow of the numerous buildings, he passed a lot of adults and children who spent their entire day in the shadows of those buildings. A young girl, no more than 5 years old, approaches Naruto and extends her hand. Naruto pauses and turns to the child. Since their comrade has stopped, Hinata and Shino also do so. As he fumbles in his pockets for something to give the child, Naruto's heart breaks. He then notices that his Gamma wallet is half full after feeling it. He glances at Miyu and then at the young child. He squats down and hands the wallet to the child. Naruto grinned at the girl and said, "Here you go. I'm sorry if it's not what you were looking for, but I hope it helps." She returned the smile, kissed Naruto on the cheek, and laughed at his response. After being a little taken aback, he smiled at the young girl. Naruto surmised that the mother approached them and reprimanded the young girl. As the young girl returned Naruto's wallet, the woman begged, "Aoi, give the young man his wallet back. I'm sorry, but she's only 4 and doesn't know much. Please forgive her." After giving it a quick glance, Naruto returned it to the girl's grasp. Naruto said to the young girl, "Aoi, that's a pretty name." She gave him a smile before turning to face her mother. With a brief bow, Naruto said, "It's okay, really. I have enough back at my house and I wanted to give it to her, please accept it." He then turned to face Hinata and Shino. The mother let a few tears fall from her eyes and grinned. As her daughter grinned and handed her mother the wallet, she glanced down at her. As she and her daughter headed toward the supermarket, the woman said, "Thank you. I will never forget the kindness you have shown us and I promise to repay it. Someday." As Naruto watched, a tiny tear that is hardly perceptible to the naked eye fell from his eye. I'll assist these folks, even if it means losing my life. When Hinata says, N. Naruto.kun, he is startled out of his reverie. He looks at her and notices a slight flush on her face. Yes, Hinata. Chan? He turns as he notices Hinata pointing behind him, and his perspiration falls. Many young children between the ages of 3 and 10 had their hands out. After checking his person once more, Naruto discovered only shurikens and kunai. They all turn away when he tells them he has nothing to offer, saddened by the fact. This wasn't necessarily the case, though, because he had an idea. Wait. The children all turned to watch Naruto rapidly move his hands. Then he shouted, slamming his hand to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. As the smoke subsides, they all witness the appearance of tiger cubs in a variety of sizes, shapes, and colors. The oldest member of the group, Akio, looked up at Naruto as the leader. He gazed into Naruto's amber eyes. Under the sun, his black, striped red fur gleamed. Roughly, what is it now? He asked. The numerous children playing with his pack then caught his attention. Please don't tell me. Sorry, but I couldn't give these kids anything, so. Akio charged. You want to give them us? Seeing no harm, Akio sighed and gave up, saying, No, that's not it. I just wanted them to have some time to play. Akio then poofed back to his world, saying, Okay, just don't let anyone get hurt. With a sigh, Naruto turned to leave. He was followed by Hinata and Shino. Surprisingly, Shino was the first to speak when they got to him. Do you think it is wise to leave those cubs with those children, Naruto? It doesn't really matter. They know they can't attack a human with commanded to do so. Besides, they're cubs just like those kids. They all just want some time to play and relax too. Naruto replied with a smile. Hinata grinned and made a concerted effort to hold back from giving Naruto a hug for his generosity. Naruto's thoughts were focused on the impending conflict and its consequences. His mind was racing with every possible conclusion he could come up with. The majority had grim and depressing endings, but some had happy ones. His mood had changed, and Hinata wanted to help him feel better. Suddenly, there was a loud crash coming from the bridge's direction. When Naruto turned to face his allies, they all nodded. When they arrived at the explosion site, they saw the demon brothers, Zabuza, the hunter. Nin, and the red-haired woman. Both Zabuza and the woman with the red hair smiled expectantly. It was Zabuza who spoke. Zabuza took his sword off his back and remarked, Hey, so only 3 of you, and one I've never seen. This should be fun. It cracked under the force of his forceful swing to the ground. Hikari did the same with her sword, but she threw it at Hinata rather than letting it fall to the ground. Naruto anticipated this and used his swords to block it. Even though she is strong, Zabuza's force was far more powerful. Naruto was able to push the sword back as a result. As she vanished to retrieve her sword, Hikari uttered, I picked the little girl. Zabuza declared, I get the blonde kid. Hikari and Zabuza turned to face a laughing Naruto and said, Really? That's an interesting choice. Eyebrows. Naruto jeered, Eyebrows? What eyebrows? When Zabuza heard Hikari laughing with him, he tightened his hold on his sword. Zabuza snarled, That's what I said, and the two stopped laughing. The demon brother cracked their knuckles and said, Just take care of your end, damn it, Haku. You just sit back and let the demon brothers deal with the guy in the shades. They could vent their rage on Shino, but they would prefer to target Naruto. No one paid attention to Naruto's trembling with rage and betrayal. Everyone stared at Naruto as he said, Haku, why? In a quiet voice. Shamefully, she turned her head away. She debated whether or not to take him out when she first saw him training. He called her out before she made her decision, so she never had the time. She knew she would regret confronting him when she finally left. With each day that went by, this regret grew. He was kind and honest, which was something she didn't seem to have in her life. With regret, Hinata uttered, Naruto.kun. As Naruto raised his swords to block one of Zabuza's blows, his grips became more firm. Zabuza exclaimed, Where's your sensei? Where's Kakashi Hatake? Naruto struggled with the force of the strike, but he continued to avoid looking up at Zabuza. Zabuza noticed Naruto's emotionless, icy eyes staring at him when he looked up. Why do you want him when you got me? Naruto as forcefully pushed Zabuza away. He then leapt into the air and kicked Zabuza in the chest in a spinning motion. Zabuza ducked beneath Naruto's next arc, taking 2 steps back. He then swung his own sword, but it missed, and a powerful right kick struck his chin instead. Zabuza swooped back and collapsed. When Naruto tried to kill Zabuza, he dissolved and changed into water. As Naruto glanced around, a mist began to form. The sound of Zabuza's laughter reverberated across the bridge and mist. As Zabuza spoke behind Naruto, Cold Steel touched his neck and said, "Pretty good brat, like I said. One day you might be able to be in my bingo book." Without waiting for a response, Zabuza decapitated Naruto and said, "Then again, you'll have to leave this fight alive." To his astonishment, Naruto vanished as a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Before Zabuza felt a kunai dig into his calf, he cursed himself for falling for it. Damn. With a Jonin, Hinata was doing better than she had anticipated. However, she was certain that the rogue of the Jonin level was most likely playing with her. Hikari vanished into the mist after saying, "You are an impressive kunyachi, young lady. I'm afraid that won't be enough to defeat me though. In fact, I doubt you can even leave a scratch on me." Turning on her Byakugan, Hinata searched for her and waited for her to move. She turned sharply to the left, and a kunai flew by. When Hikari's blade struck the ground Hinata was only standing on, Hinata leapt into the air. However, this is what Hikari desired. Hikari's left hook struck Hinata in the face as she turned. Hinata landed hard on the ground and got up as fast as she could. As Shino resisted the Demon Brothers, Hinata stood and observed. Shino dodged a left punch from Maizu and ducked under a quick kick to the head from Guzu. Shino was aware of the poison his bugs had given both brothers. They could feel the dirty mixture on their gloved claws. Shino attempted to send the brothers his chakra, absorbing bugs, but they were both too quick to plant one. That did not, however, imply that he was struggling against the two brothers. Conversely, he was the one who delivered the hits. Shino observed that the Demon Brothers fought similarly to Kiba and Akamaru after Akamaru changed into Kiba once the battle began. They would rush him and attempt to kick, punch, or scratch him. Silently thanking God for his spars with Kiba and Akamaru, Shino was able to foresee the attacks of the two brothers. Then, as the mist engulfed Shino and his view of the Demon Brothers, the tides turned. He felt their poisonous claws scratching him after hearing them laugh. Although he was grateful that his body's bugs were neutralizing the poison, they could only withstand so much. After making the only sensible decision he could think of, he remained motionless and waited for his assailants to strike. Unaware that Shino would strike back, Guzu launched an immediate attack, driving his claw through Shino's left shoulder. As he transformed into a group of insects and swallowed Guzu, Shino grinned. Maizu hurried to his brother's aid, but it was too late. Guzu lay unconscious after the bugs had taken their hold of him. Maizu was furious after being startled by his brother's motionless form. He shouted, "How dare you!" as Shino emerged from the fog, leaning toward his left shoulder. Maizu screamed for Shino's blood with his eyes and body language as he charged after him. Shino kneed Maizu in the stomach after dodging his jab. Maizu managed to inflict a deep cut on Shino's left forearm while ignoring the pain in his stomach. He flinched and felt his bugs start working on the poison right away. "I'm unable to withstand another blow." Shino was brutally kicked in the stomach, sending him flying deeper into the mist before he could finish his thoughts. "I can already feel my legs giving under me." Maizu was stopped by what he saw and went into the mist to finish Shino off. It wasn't going as well for Naruto as he would have liked. Naruto was the only object of Zabuza's play. With Zabuza's years of experience, they were nearly equal in terms of swordsmanship. But in terms of strength, strategy, and speed, albeit a slight one, Zabuza outperformed Naruto. In addition to admiring Naruto's talent, Zabuza pondered how brilliant the boy would become if he survived their encounter. Naruto observed Zabuza standing motionless, gazing at each other, anticipating the first move, the first deadly error. They both moved simultaneously, ready to swing their swords, having run out of patience. Then it happened, the first deadly error. In a last-minute decision, Naruto swung both of his swords, and Zabuza leapt into the air, ready to swing down and finish Naruto. Naruto chose to at least shift slightly to the left since he was unable to block it in time. Naruto let out a howl of agony as the Zabuza's blade sank into his right shoulder and yanked his sword out of his shoulder. Ah! Naruto collapsed, clutching his shoulder. Though he couldn't help but wonder how Naruto wasn't dead, Zabuza grinned down at his fallen form. Naruto looked up and scowled at Zabuza, saying, "Interesting. Most would have been sliced completely through, but you somehow managed to keep that from happening. I'm a very interesting person." For example, Zabuza was startled when a second Naruto leapt on his back. What? Naruto leapt as far back as he could. That is no ordinary clone, as you'll see right now. Boom. When the clone exploded, Zabuza was taken along. Naruto swore when he noticed a tiny puddle where the clone exploded after the smoke had cleared. When Naruto turned around and realized he was scratch-free, Zabuza laughed. Naruto growled and then grinned. After being perplexed, Zabuza sensed an amazing quantity of chakra accumulating behind him. He noticed Naruto pointing at him with his fist when he turned to look behind him. Then water and fire began to swirl around his fist, slowly getting more intense by the second. With wide eyes, Zabuza turned back to face Naruto, who waved to him before vanishing into a cloud of smoke. Elemental style. Baneway Molten Whirlpool Jutsu, he exclaimed. Zabuza spun around and leapt out of the assault's path. As the attack veered slightly to the left and into the air, avoiding the bridge and traveling 200 feet before exploding, he was unfortunately struck on the left leg. Panting, Naruto knelt down to catch his breath. He nearly ran out of reserves in that last attack. After quickly gathering his thoughts, Zabuza rushed to finish Naruto. Despite his affection for the child, Naruto stood in the way of his mission. Tazuna would start showing up for work at this time. They would have waited for them, but the damned woman chose to call their attention because she lacked the patience to wait. Though it wasn't what they intended, it seems to have worked. Zabuza heard birds chirping in the distance as he approached Naruto. In front of Zabuza, lightning struck the ground abruptly. When the lightning revealed itself as Kakashi, he leapt back. Zabuza grinned, glad to have some compensation at last. In order to reveal his notorious Sharingan eye, Kakashi took off his headband. Shino made some hand signals while Kiba stood in front of him. Ninja art of beast mimicry. All. Four's jutsu. Kiba sprang to his knees and hurried over to Maizu to tear him to pieces. Kiba's attack was parried by Maizu, but he failed to notice the subsequent right hook to his chin. Before Kiba could exploit it, Maizu shot into the air and straightened himself out, but it was too late. Maizu was abruptly overtaken by Sasuke, who then gave him a head kick with an axe. Maizu then made a direct face. First dive for the ground, but Sasuke wasn't done yet. Grabbing Maizu's legs from behind, he encircled Maizu's neck with them. Sasuke gave one last shout as they made their way to the bridge's concrete floor. Falcon drop. As Sasuke dismounted, Maizu's head made a tiny crater. Hikari's attacks were growing increasingly violent, and Hinata escaped another one. As Hikari watched Hinata sidestep her blows, she simply grinned. Hikari couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. As she watched Hinata stumble and fall, she dismissed them. A huge tree that appeared out of nowhere stopped Hikari as he tried to make the kill. Before the roots could seize her, she leapt back. With a pleasant surprise, Hikari asked, "Well, what's this?" Emerging from the tree, Kurenai pulled out a kunai to spin on her finger. Kurenai simply gazed at the woman with recognition and contempt. She seemed to be reminded of someone by Hikari, but at the moment, that person was unimportant. Before hurrying Kurenai, Hikari remarked, "I hope you fight better than the brat there." Kurenai put the kunai up to block after stopping it. The force of Hikari's attack caused her to gasp, and Hikari's lips formed a tiny smile. When a second kunai was stabbed into Hikari's abdomen, she ceased speaking. Wasn't expecting that. Tuba. Hikari noticed Kurenai grinning as she spoke. A sardonic Kurenai asked, "Wasn't expecting that?" Then Hikari poofed, leaving Kurenai stunned. Shadow clone. However, as Hinata watched in awe, Kurenai dodged Hikari's most recent blow and the two of them carried on fighting. With her Byakugan active, she got up and surveyed the area, noticing Kurenai battling Hikari, Kakashi battling Zabuza, and Kiba and Sasuke standing over one of the demon brothers while Shino watched over the other. She searched for Naruto, but he was out of her line of sight. She and her father were disappointed that her Byakugan was not as developed as it should be. Naruto.kun. Hinata said solemnly before abruptly getting to her feet. While Kurenai was listening, Hikari heard Hinata's self-prep speech. I won't sit around hoping the people I care about don't get hurt. I am tired of it. Then, making the most of her Byakugan, Hinata fled. In the distance, she saw Naruto, but she stopped running when she realized what he was doing. Naruto has been searching for Haku in the hopes of receiving an explanation for her after Kakashi entered the battle. On the edge of the bridge, he discovered her with a contemplative look on her face. She threw a senbon needle at Naruto, who approached and ducked. Since discussing the weather was a useless way to start a conversation, Naruto began, "Why? Why what?" she asked, attempting to contain her emotions. They both knew that a new friendship had been formed in just a few minutes during their brief time together. All Naruto wanted was for it to not form so rapidly. "Why are you helping Zabuza out? Why are you attacking an innocent village? Have you seen them? They're dirt poor. They need this bridge to prosper. I can't even walk into town without feeling bad. And now, I find out you're helping Zabuza make it worse. Why?" said Naruto. Haku got to his feet and turned to Naruto. When she took off her mask, Naruto could see that she was wearing a passive expression and that tears were streaming down her cheeks. "Because I am only a tool for Zabuza. Sama to use. I am what will help him achieve his dream, because that is what tools are used for. Haku replied casually. Haku looked down and told Naruto her story, saying, but you're also human. You also have dreams and feelings. Why are you sacrificing your humanity to serve someone like Zabuza? How her father attempted to murder her and her mother after learning of her Kekkei Genkei. Haku was able to murder her father before he killed her mother. After leaving, she spent her days living on the streets. At least until the day she finally met Zabuza. Since then, Zabuza has been training Haku, and the two have become father and daughter. But he would never acknowledge it. Her brief interactions with Hikari mirrored her expectations of what it would be like to have an older sister. When Naruto heard her story, he stayed motionless. Then I thought of the woman with the red hair. So what's with the demon brothers, and who's that red-haired woman? I'm not sure about the red-haired woman. The demon brothers were from Kiri as well, and I guess Zabuza. Sama got them to join our little group. Zabuza. Sama told me he knew the red-haired woman from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. That's as much as he'd tell me. Naruto moved closer to Haku without anyone noticing him. She knew that he had taken another one. Haku winced and clenched her fists, asking, so why haven't you attacked me then? Naruto advanced one more step until he was able to embrace her. Under the embrace, Haku tensed up, but then relaxed. Naruto questioned whether he would have joined Zabuza if he had been in his shoes. In the hopes that Naruto would be able to forgive him, Haku returned the hug. When Naruto felt a sharp sting on his back, his eyes widened. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't let you get in the way of Zabuza. Sama's dream. Haku had successfully conjured up needles and caused them to lodge themselves in his back. Naruto began to lose sensation in his legs and collapsed to the floor. Perhaps 1,000 needles were floating above him and Haku when he looked up. Tears were streaming down Haku's cheeks when he looked at her face. As the needles rushed down, Naruto snapped his eyes shut and waited for the pain to come. I'm so sorry. Secret jutsu. 1,000 needles of death, he said. He didn't anticipate being shoved. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Hinata had taken the hit for him by pushing him aside. Hinata. Chan. 1,000 needles pierced Hinata's body, causing her to fall with a sickening thud as she hit the ground. He got up and ran to Hinata, ignoring all the pain in his body, hoping she wasn't. Please, don't close your eyes, Hinata. Chan, please, wake up. Hinata's eyes fluttered as she struggled to stay conscious, feeling cold and knowing it was useless as the world only grew darker. Naruto shouted as he held Hinata's head in his arms. Naru. Naruto.kun. Hinata uttered feebly, and Naruto's eyes began to well up with tears, which he squinted as he shook his head. Hinata limply dropped her hand and her head tilted, her smile never leaving her face as she closed her eyes. Hinata, please don't go. Hinata weakly raised her hand and touched Naruto's mask, then brought it down and looked at his face, giving him a loving smile that caused his face to blush, if only slightly. I need you here. With me due to the fact that, because I love you, Naruto said, but before he could say anything more, Hinata passed out. Naruto felt a pain he had never experienced before, and he gave Hinata another hug before calling on Akio to remove Hinata from the battle. What do you suppose I am? Naruto's red eyes met Akio's and he glared at the tiger before Akio could finish. I believed you were meant to assist me. If so, please assist me by escorting her to a secure location. Akio nodded, picked up Hinata, and moved into the thicker areas of the mist. To Haku's surprise, Naruto got to his feet, put on his mask again, and stayed motionless. Red chakra then began to spread throughout his body, engulfing him like wildfire, and all of his visible wounds automatically healed. He turned his head and looked at Haku, who recoiled in response. You succeeded. She is dead because of you. Why? Haku, unwilling to respond, looked down as Naruto yelled. Answer me, damn it. Why? Naruto's hair was wilder, his nails were longer, and if she didn't know any better, she would assume that his canine teeth had grown as well. It appears that his anger dried away his tears, which mysteriously vanished before they could even leave his cheek. I had to lie. After shouting, Naruto vanished and punched her in the stomach, causing her to fly back and right herself as he proceeded with his attack. He kicked Haku's legs from behind, knocking her down, and then he sent a chakra powered axe kick to her ribs. Knowing she wouldn't make it through if she took that blow, she rolled away and stood up, panting as she watched Naruto emerge from the crater he had made with his final blow. Retaliate. The fact that she wasn't attacking only made Naruto angry, and the red chakra began to seep out more and more as he yelled and charged at Haku once more. Haku just waited as Naruto punched her in the face. Kyuubi tried to calm the young Jinchuriki by saying, Kid, relax. The more you use, the more animalistic you become, and I won't let you make a mockery of my power just because you cannot control your emotions. Unfortunately, Naruto just kept attacking as more of Kyuubi's chakra escaped their imprisonment. Both Hikari and Kurenai were about to drop their belongings and give up a little further away, Kurenai more so than Hikari. But Hikari laughed when she mentioned that Kurenai was having trouble staying upright. Hikari raised her sword for a final blow but was stopped when she sensed a familiar chakra presence, dropping it and clutching her head in agony. No. Why? Why is this happening at this time? Hikari said, hoping to stop the pain, which she had experienced once before when she woke up in the middle of the woods 12 years ago. She kneeled down and held her head while the pain continued to torment her. Kurenai took advantage of this and threw her kunai at Hikari's head, which she blocked with her sword, which she grabbed to support herself as she stood up. Then something clicked in her head, and the pain vanished. She turned her head toward the chakra and vanished, but Kurenai attempted to follow her but was stopped when she saw a tiger with black stripes and red fur pass by with Hinata on its back. The tiger immediately went on the defensive when she ran over. What is your relationship with my master's maid about? Kurenai was taken aback by the tiger's speech, but she deduced that it was a summoning because it mentioned a master. However, what does mate mean, and who is his master? The tiger gave Kurenai a sly look before he walked on. I am Kurenai Yuhi and I am responsible for your master's mate, as you stated. I'm sorry, Yuhi, but I can't give you this girl. I will lose my master's faith and trust in me if you are not who you claim to be by allowing her to suffer harm. Please understand. The tiger began to run without waiting for Kurenai's response. Zabuza stood motionless beside Kakashi's dogs, causing him to drop the mist he had created, and as Kakashi charged up his attack, Zabuza's eyes widened and his chakra appeared, crackling like lightning. How can you see your chakra? It's not possible, he said. My original technique is this, Zabuza. I attract a lot of my lightning chakra to my hand, and it begins to take on the appearance you see now. I just run at you and thrust my arm forward to your heart when it's done, putting an end to you and your mission. Suddenly, both Zabuza and Kakashi were able to sense Kyuubi's chakra, but it was Kakashi who became alarmed. Just face it, it's over. Before another issue arose, Kakashi thought, damn, what timing. Gato and his men appeared on the other side of the bridge, and Gato smirked and laughed at Zabuza as he saw that he was about to be killed. Well, it appears that you are just as useless as I initially believed. Zabuza is a pathetic person. Zabuza couldn't believe how low Gato had fallen. Yes, he was planning to kill him, but not until he received his money, and besides, he wasn't even finished with the mission, so he came to kill him to ensure he wouldn't get paid. Kakashi gave him a look that begged what he was going to do. You know what, I'm glad that other ninja's going to kill you because if he didn't die in any case. Kakashi grinned, relieved that he didn't have to fight Zabuza any longer. It seems we're no longer enemies, Kakashi. So it seems. Kakashi said as the dogs that were holding Zabuza vanished. Zabuza picked up his sword that was lying next to him and gave Gato and his group a bloodthirsty look. Kakashi simply turned to face Naruto. Knowing that Zabuza could take care of Gato and his men by himself, he ran to his teammates and informed them that Zabuza was no longer an enemy. The majority of them nodded their heads in doubt, but Kakashi then noticed that 2 of their genin were gone. Where is Hinata? Kurenai was asked by Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head and got to his feet, saying, this tiger had her on her back and told me that he had to take care of her because his master wanted her safe. Kakashi then ran toward the enigmatic chakra and said, watch over them while I see how Naruto is faring. Naruto kept punching Haku, but each blow became less forceful. Naruto jumped back and fell to his knees in tears. Why? Why won't you defend yourself? Resist? Haku simply shook her head in response to Naruto's shout. Haku remarked, I won't. Naruto stood up, still wearing the small fox cloak, and ran at Haku one last time, kicking her in the gut, but a sword blocked his kick. Naruto leapt back and unshed his swords, then charged again, but the red-haired woman only blocked and never fought back. You won't defend yourself now? Why? Damn it, why? Naruto screamed, and Hikari just watched with a sad expression on her face and tears. This confused Naruto a lot, but it didn't stop him. In fact, he unconsciously applied Kyuubi's chakra to his sword, adding a great deal of pressure, and Hikari could feel the strength and pressure with every swing, knowing that it would only be a matter of time before they cracked. Naruto didn't care, though, and he heard his swords cracking before they finally gave away under the pressure. He stood motionless, clearly shaking as he watched the blade of his sword fall into the ground into numerous pieces, and he was oblivious to Hikari setting her sword down and approaching him. Hikari said, you look so much like your father. Naruto's eyes widened as Hikari gave him a warm embrace. My father? With no intention of raising his hopes, Naruto asked, not raising his gaze, and Hikari nodded her head before Haku approached her. How did you get to know Hikari-san, his father? With a sigh, Hikari closed her eyes, then opened them again to gaze at the sky. Naruto tensed under Hikari's embrace and retreated, staring into her eyes with anger, betrayal, and hope. I know because I'm his mother. Mom? Are you my mom? Hikari gave a head nod. Where in hell have you been, then? As the demon child of Konoha, I spent the majority of my life alone. Do you know what kind of hell I had to endure? When I had a nightmare in the middle of the night, I had no one to hold me. Naruto let out his pent-up anger and said, and you'll love this. I didn't have someone to protect me when drunken villagers thought they could be heroes because they would finally slay the demon. Hikari simply gave him another, much stronger hug before Naruto felt something wet hit his face and looked up to see Hikari crying. I apologize, Naruto. I am aware that I will never be able to make you forgive me with an excuse. I can't even forgive myself. Hikari stopped short, stunned by what Naruto had done, and he returned her hug while sobbing. Haku just watched the touching moment and then saw Kakashi running in their direction. When he got there, he stopped and stared wide-eyed at Hikari. Please, stop, it's okay. Naruto sobbed. No matter how angry he was, he just didn't want his mother to cry. He wasn't sure if he should believe her, but seeing how sincere she was, it seemed like he could. Why? But we thought, Hikari said. Ah, Kakashi, long time no see. Naruto glanced at his mother, then at his sensei, and finally back at Kakashi. Are you two acquainted? Naruto inquired. Yes, Naruto. Actually, your father's student was Kakashi. Naruto turned to his sensei bewildered. You were? Kakashi nodded his head, and Hikari thought for a moment. You were actually not just his pupil, but also somewhat of a son. You were there until you were called off, weren't you? While I was in the hospital giving birth to Naruto? Kakashi nodded his head once more. He was aware of the direction this would take and, although he sincerely hoped it wouldn't, it was now inevitable. So you knew who I was? You knew my father, and in the month or so that I've been on this team, you haven't even considered telling me about him? Kakashi stayed silent and simply gazed out to sea without responding. Is that the way it is, sensei? All right, I get it. Kakashi gave Naruto one last glance before he vanished in a brief flurry, and as he watched him leave, he silently swore to himself that he had not told him. However, he was at a loss for how to bring up the subject of your father's identity without causing one or both of the participants to overreact. Are we supposed to follow him? No, Kushina, let's let him handle it himself. Kakashi remarked, I know he doesn't trust me anymore. Kushina simply smirked and put a hand on her hip. We'll see how things work out for me. Have you taken care of everything here? Glancing back, Kakashi saw Zabuza destroying Gado's men and a group of the town's residents who were on their way to defend their town. Yeah. Haku approached Kakashi, and Kushina vanished as well. Now, what will occur? Passively, she said. Kakashi glanced at Zabuza and then at Haku. Let's wait until everything is taken care of.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.